Incredible event it's been. We've had prizes, we've had customers, we've had guests, but unfortunately it's come to an end.
What? It's not over yet. We've got so much more. It's the HobbyMaker after party. We've got great products from great brands, including Visible Image, Zila, Debbie Moore, Faber-Castell, Carnation Crafts, Hunky Dory, and so much more.
The after party here at HobbyMaker is continuing on Wednesday. We've got Debbie Moore joining us with a new collection. We've also got Carnation Crafts, they've got a brand new die launch, and there's a Faber-Castell masterclass with plenty of demos. Plus, there'll be lots more, so make sure you watch it.
When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, welcome back to HobbyMaker. Thank you to Sewing Street. Thank you to Jewellery Maker. Welcome to Wednesday afternoon, with you right the way through until 8 o'clock. Francois's back.
I am back.
You're back after an amazing launch show of Norman and his new friend.
Norma.
Well, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Norma. Norman and Norma are back. We've got the fantastic gnome stamps, which I know you've been absolutely loving, and I know everyone's going, oh, they're so cute. They really are. Let me introduce you to the team, first of all, in case you've just found us here at HobbyMaker. In the gallery today, we have got Danny's back. There he is, look. Knobs and Buttons King. We got Laura producing as well. There she is, look. And she'll be sorting out with your messages, giving us the great deals, because it's our last official day of the after party today. In the studio, we've got Lauren on the floor. Not literally, but she's our floor manager. And we've got Levi on camera too. And you've got, obviously, Francois and myself. So what's coming up today then? We've got Norman and Norma from Woodwear and Creative Expressions at 1 o'clock. Then at 2 o'clock, my good friend Carla is back. And we've got the latest release from the amazing Carnation Crafts. This collection is amazing. You're going to love it when you see it at 2 o'clock. We'll put the menu up on the screen, I think, for you if we can. So, yeah, 1 o'clock it's Norman and Norma. 2 o'clock, it's Carnation Crafts, The Tides of Colour. That's at 2. Then we've got a brand new launch, Birds of a Feather collection from Debbie Moore Design. She's back at 3. 4 o'clock, Woodwear. We've got the Mon Jardin collection, a new one. Well, I say a new one. It's it was on last month, but it's back by popular demand, designed by Francois as well. That's at 4 o'clock. So a bit of a French theme to that one.
There is,
and
definitely.
Spring.
And spring, and the garden and flowers.
Fantastic. More from Carnation with Carla at 5. Faber-Castell Masterclass with Carla at 6, which I know loads of you have been waiting for. And then the Birds of a Feather collection with Debbie Moore at 7 o'clock. So that's the way Wednesday the 13th looks for you here at HobbyMaker. Right, let me show you. This collection only came out a few days ago.
Yes, it's literally just a week old.
A week old.
A week old.
And by popular demand, Norman has got a suitable other. Another half. Look at these. They are brilliant. They're so easy to colour in as well. You can have so much fun with them. Now, I know our price here at HobbyMaker is even better than Creative Expressions directly, which is fantastic.
It is, which is absolutely amazing.
Amazing. We got it on split pay, but also a lot of the individuals I know since they were released are out of stock elsewhere. Not all of them, but quite a few of them are. And we still have individuals available for you. Look at these. They are amazing. Look at these cards. Look at the frogs. There's Norman's friends, the frogs. There we go. Look, we've got the angel. There's Norma.
There's Norma in a beautiful butterfly costume.
Absolutely. So you're actually going to get 4 stamp sets, plus you're also going to get a pad. You're going to get the paper pad. 6 stamp sets, big problem.
Yeah,
so,
6.
Yeah, 6 in total. 6 stamp sets. I can only see 4 here, but there's two down the bottom. So you get 6 stamp sets, and the paper pad should be £59.93, but we're going to get the price down. Yeah, we are the best price, and we have split pay. It's £49.99 for all of it. It's almost like you're not paying for the paper pad, basically.
Yes, and the paper pad is just so functional to go with the stamps.
Absolutely.
As well.
Let me show you some finished cards here, and then you'll see what you can do, give you an idea of what you can do with these stamps. So here is Norman with the birds.
So it's bird watching. So really the theme throughout the whole collection is sort of gardens, things you find in the garden, things you do in the garden, like bird watching. Bird watching's become really popular as well.
My dad loves doing that, actually.
So we've got Norman with his sort of tree-shaped hat and all the bird feeders, and he's holding the birds. Really, really sweet. You also get in the set a little leaf stamp. So if you want to make the tree expand as much as possible. You can add extra leaves as well.
Brilliant. Okay, so you can put your own stamp on it, if you pardon the pun.
I think I did it on that one, actually. I extended the branches so that it came out even more.
It's perfect for spring, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
everything's kind of sprouting and blooming and
Yeah.
all that. So that's your first one. So that's Norman liking the birds. Then we've got the first showing of Norman. Now, you can make these into really funny and funky cards. They can be animated. I mean, there's Norma.
We didn't see these yesterday.
No, we didn't.
We've got some interactive sort of cards where you can sort of wear Norman on springs, basically.
And the springs, are they made out of... What are they made out of?
We do have a die that makes a paper spring, but I think that's possibly a metal spring because it's really rocking, that one. So
Norma is really rocking. There we go, look.
You can colour her whatever colourways you want. You can have whatever colour hair you want her to have. And you've got little elements like the lovely little heart-shaped flower that you can put her into the garden if you want to.
See, I've got a feeling that Norma isn't the angel that she makes out to be. I think there's a side to her, maybe.
I think Norman's going to be having words with you because...
Now, here's another one. This is back to Norman again. Now, already 10% of our stock has gone. Half the stock went yesterday completely. How does this one work?
So so he sort of moves around, just that, and I think that's lovely. It's sort of like he's jigging around in his flower pot.
I like his flower pot hat.
But I just love that one because it's so sort of like, you've got the little mole, you've got the snail, you've got the flowers, you've got the earth. It's a real sort of a feel of the garden.
Absolutely.
And the allotment as well. You know, you might have somebody in the family who's a mad sort of keeper of an allotment as well.
We all know one of those, probably.
This one opens trifold.
Oh, wow.
That's absolutely amazing, from Diane.
Why have one, Norman, when you can have three?
So our design team have outdone themselves. You can see how popular they've felt the collection was, or how much they loved Norman. And
it looks like Norman's boy band.
Yes.
Maybe.
So, absolutely beautiful samples from all the design team.
Now, let me show you the frogs. Now, these don't feature Norman or Norma, but they are best of buddies. And you got here the frogs as well, hopping by to say, you make me hoppy. Are they cool?
Well, actually, there is a bit camouflage, but he is sitting on the back of the frog.
Right.
But that one, his nose has been coloured in green. So there you can see with his hands, you can see he's sitting on the back of the frog.
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha.
But the frog is really easy to cut out. If you want to use the frog on its own and add it to another card, you can do that as well. I've pinched some of the samples because this is going to be my first demo. It's going to be the frog one. So we'll have a look at a few more of those.
More finished cards for you as well. Look at this one. Emma Kemp's done this one, but this one is also animated.
So you can really play at cutting these out and doing different things and mixing in the characters as well. So if you want, to put in the turtle with another stamp, you can do that as well.
Now, we reckoned that was Norman's Uber.
Yes, Uber.
Yeah,
yes.
yesterday. That's his
Doesn't go very fast.
No. His own personal Uber transport. There we go.
But you can see the variety of different colours that you can use, and you can there's a bit of fantasy in there. So his shell, a tortoise shell, isn't really that colour, but I just absolutely love doing it sort of in oranges.
Why not?
Why not? So you can have lots of fun.
And then Norma, with Norman, this is the butterfly Norma, which I think proved most popular yesterday. But again, you've got the animation there. Yes, his Uber isn't the fastest in the world.
But you can, as well as sort of gardening cards, there's sort of a theme. You can use some of these for next year's Valentine.
Yeah.
Or I was saying, if you used Norma, which is the green finger one with a little wheelbarrow, if you put a few Easter eggs, or even with the garden stroll one, you can put some Easter eggs at the bottom in the grass, and you've got an Easter card.
Absolutely. I love these. Now, I know many of you actually have got every single Norman and now Norma character that's come out. This is something that Francois is fast becoming very, very well known for. And remember, if you buy it from us today, you are effectively only paying about £1 or £1.50 for this particular pad. Now, you've been wanting a gingham and a dotty pad to go with Norman.
I have for a long time, because if you're a stamper like me, sometimes you need background papers that don't essentially have much of a pattern, but complement what goes on the front. And I really wanted that sort of spring country feel. Mm-hmm. So the gingham and the dots really work well. And it's got a slightly distressed look, so it sort of looks country-ish, if you see what I mean.
It does.
And patchwork type.
And kind of, going out for a picnic or something like that.
Something like that, yeah, it's just got, and it's got really fresh colours. And you'll be able to use it with all your other Norman stamps if you want to as well.
OK, so the deal is, with us, you're paying less than elsewhere for the bundle. You can buy individuals on our website as well if you want to. It is also on split pay, which I don't believe it is anywhere else either. And you get your fantastic 24 double-sided pages of your Dotty and Gingham in that pad, which goes with the Norman and Norman theme brilliantly. $49.99, and it's on 2 split pays. So all you pay today is £24.99. Hello, Jane in Lancashire, Pauline in Merseyside, Angela in Tyne Wear already checked out. Marion's in, Jane, brand new crafter coming through. It may be it's the first time you've ever seen Norman. Certainly it's the first time you've probably seen Norma, unless you were watching yesterday at 5 o'clock, wasn't it?
Yes, we were on at 5 o'clock, so if you want to catch up on that show as well, that's an opportunity to do that as well.
But watch this show, watch all the way through until 8 o'clock, and you watch previous shows back a little bit later on this evening if you want to. Right, shall we crack on with the demo?
OK, we'll crack on with the demo. So I was going to use our frog Norman, or Norman with a frog. And what I wanted to do first was just to look at a few samples before I start doing my demo, just to show you the variety of different looks that you can get.
Okay.
This is what I'm going to be working to. Put that in the middle in a minute, because it's got the label over the top. So that's been done with watercolours.
Yep.
This one that I've got here, which is more, so we've got landscape and then we've got portrait this way. And I've actually done the pond in front of the frog, whereas on the one that I'm going to demo, I've done the sort of the pond to the side.
Okay.
But it's just to show you different layouts. And you've got some silhouetted dragonflies in the set, or you've got this beautiful little dragonfly here that's actually in your set with the frog. So you get that, you get the silhouette dragonflies, and you get this lovely, really simple to cut out lily pond flower, which you can obviously do in different colours. And then you've got a couple of sayings which basically say, hopping by to say, you make me hoppy or happy.
I mean, it is worth pointing out, obviously I've got the clear stamps here. If you look at each pack, you'll see that there are verses and also additional stamps with the characters. It's not just the character on its own. So difficult to kind of show you all of them, but you can see you get lots of extras, so bees
I always
and
try and
flowers.
cram the sets, pack the sets as much as I can. And if you're acquainted with the gnome sets, you'll know that I've always used the same font throughout. So everything coordinates. So if you want to bring in a wording from a previous set, you can do that, and everything coordinates together.
So, like on the tortoise one, or the turtle one, just relax and enjoy the ride. Well, hello is another of the verses on there. This one says, you're like a sunshine on a rainy day. That's the angel Norma, which is there, and best wishes as well.
So they can all be swapped in between, in between each other if you want to use one set with another. In fact, I thought one wording belonged with another, and I used it with another stamp. So it's easy to mix and match, very easy to mix and match.
All the singles we have left, I know many of them out in the big wide world have sold out individually. We've got the singles here, not that many of them, so if you want to cherry pick what you want, you can do that right now. But the big bundle is where the best value is, with the fantastic paper pad as well.
So, so I was talking about sort of different techniques and what you get in the set. And you can make a big card, and you can make a little card. He's also very easy to cut out. Christine here has cut him out and 3D'd him if you want to. So lots and lots of possibilities.
Perfect.
Okay. So if I put these two to one side and bring that back in.
And what Francois is going to use in the demos, we'll give you a list of what she's used at the end of the demo as well.
So I wanted to start, because we didn't really talk about it yesterday, about the fluffy stuff. We sort of mentioned it, and we didn't really sort of work with it. So quickly, before I start my main demo, what I've done is I've stamped our Norman frog in a sort of portrait sort of format, okay, just to show you a different way. And it's quite nice to have the words down here. And I've just done some painting very quickly with the watercolour inks that we've got. And then I've actually added a little bit of fluffy stuff on the surface, just to show you a different way. Because the obvious way is obviously to use the fluffy stuff to give Norman a fluffy beard.
Yes.
But beyond that, you might be thinking, well, if I get it for his beard, what other uses are there for fluffy stuff? Well, obviously, you can use it for at Christmas for Santa's beard. You can use it on little woolly sheep. You can colour the white fluffy stuff if you want to, although we've got it in different colours. So you can have fluffy ducks if you want to.
And also you're going to get the white fluffy stuff, and you're going to get the caramel coloured fluffy stuff as well. So that could be fur on an animal. It could be a pile of... What was it we talked about yesterday?
Manure.
Manure. It could be on the allotment. Yeah, fluffy stuff could be the manure.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it really adds a little bit of fun stuff. And there's different ways of using it. You can actually paint it on and you can leave it to dry, which is what I've done. Or you can apply it and you can heat it up straight away.
And it heats and expands.
And expands. So I've put a little bit on here. We'll see how it goes. I just wanted to sort of put a little bit of sort of like fluffy clouds in the distance. So we'll turn on the heat gun and see.
So you heat it up, and as it gets to a certain temperature, you can watch it. It's starting to bubble. Here we go.
Just beginning to bubble.
We love fluffy stuff.
Okay, so that's my clouds in the background, little fluffy clouds.
Of course, the more you put on, the bigger the fluff is going to be.
Yeah. So if you want bigger clouds, obviously, but I wanted them to be in the distance. And then I've used a little bit on the little mound that he's sitting on to give that a bit of texture as well.
You've got to be careful not to overheat it, I suppose.
Yeah. I've been also quite... I haven't put a lot on because I don't want it to absolutely be too wild.
No.
I quite like to actually paint it on and then leave it to dry and then heat it. It doesn't go as fluffy if you do it that way around. So you have a little bit more control.
I mean, that really does look like mud now,
yeah,
doesn't
it does. So what I did as well is that, you know, you could cover the whole lot with fluffy stuff, but the other option is to do what I've done here, which is to pre-paint the mound already in brown and then to add little areas of fluffy stuff to create your texture on here.
Well, if you want them, we can give you details of them straight away. You do get quite a lot in there, and bearing in mind when you heat it, it expands. The more you put on, the bigger the mound of fluffy stuff is going to be. It's only $6.99 for both. Really good, £3.50 each, but that's perfect for your animals, perfect for dirt and compost and things like that if you want to make it.
It's a real good gardening set.
It is a good gardening set. And then you've got that. That could be clouds, it could be beards, it could be, you mentioned Christmas, it could be snow, all that sort of thing. But it really is a brilliant product. £6.99 gets you both of those, YT2878.
There are lots of very experimental videos on the net that you can watch.
Yep.
That give you lots and lots of ideas. I've used it even as far with a roller and created textured paper. With a brown, you can sort of give it a sort of leathery look. So there's loads and loads you can do with the fluffy stuff. Just
get it and experiment, you'll love it.
This is just a tiny, tiny fraction of what you can do with it.
Okay.
So let's move on to the actual demo. So I just wanted to bring that in. Now, unfortunately, the stencil I'm about to use sold out yesterday, but those of you that got the chance to get the stencil or might want to get the stencil in the future, this is a good thing. I just want to, what I want to really to show you is how to build a sort of a landscape and a scene with a sort of a pond, really, so that you've got a sort of background behind our Norman.
Okay.
So I'm just going to place my stencil where I think I want a sort of a riverbank, basically, to be at the back, on top of my card. And you can see with all the bits of tape I've got on mine that it's really well used. I use this a lot for scene building.
And I'm sure many of you have got a similar stencil to this, maybe at home with clouds and grasses, that sort of thing.
Or you might already have this stencil because it's been out a little while. It's not brand new. And although we haven't got it on the show today, I know a lot of you previously have bought colour clouds. So I'm just going to use a bit of the basil leaf, which I've got in my craft stash, which is a really nice green because it's not too bright. And then I'm just literally going to go through the stencil to sort of create my bush in the back of the scene.
And the colour clouds are brilliant, they really are. I know so many crafters that use them. I know Sandra Rushton uses them all the time.
Well, my teamie, Jane in Woodware, she's a big fan of the colour clouds. She uses them all the time.
And they're always going to be on our website. Remember, all of our suppliers, Woodware is part of Creative Expression. So look at the Creative Expression's brand page on our website and you'll see all of those things for you.
So I've taken the stencil off and you can see immediately that gives me a sort of a bush or a sort of area at the back of my pond. And then I can start to bring in my watercolour inks that we've got on the show today. So we've got a very simple set. We've got 3 colours. which is a really good, if you've never tried them before, it's a really nice set to have because I use a lot of the blue ink for my backgrounds. I recommend it rather than actually using pens.
Sure.
For when I'm doing skies.
And these inks are so concentrated, you need the tiniest amount, don't you?
Yeah, and I was saying yesterday as well, gave loads of tips as well about not washing your palette when you finished, and if they go dry in your palette, and it takes literally weeks for them to dry up because they've got this sort of solution inside them which for the blending stops them drying out really quickly.
And two of them, I know the pearlescent blue and also the pearlescent yellow have actually got mica in them. So you just give them a shake. There's a little ball bearing inside there, and that kind of wakes up the mica and mixes it up nicely.
And I was saying yesterday, if the ball gets stuck, just poke your paintbrush and just rummage around in the bottom.
Give it a swirl.
And just sort of move the brush around till you knock the little ball and it will start moving again. Okay. So, but it is a good idea. If you really want the mica heavy, if you want that sort of mica, you need to sort of have the ball shaking.
Wake it up, yeah.
Wake it up. So yesterday I decanted some on my palette, and at home I wouldn't wash this palette. I would keep it so that I didn't have to. I could use it over and over again until I've used up all my ink. So that little bottle that you buy is going to last you a long, long time. Mm-hmm. And we're just literally going to just start using some of the blue, and I'm just going to start painting.
And as I said, the concentration, the colour goes a long, long way. You need the tiniest amount. And these inks, by the way, are in glass bottles, but they actually have, I'll show you quickly while you're watching Francois, they actually have a pipette dispenser. So a little button on the top, so you push the button when it's in there to actually suck up the ink, and then you can just push it one drop at a time. So it's really cool. So it goes a long way. You get a lot in there, actually. All three of those for £12.99.
And when I was playing around, practicing for today, I discovered that actually if you start the inks, they don't actually take away the colour cloud, so you can paint over the top of the colour cloud without losing the definition of the bush. Because initially I thought I'm going to lose my bush, but I thought I'll try it, and it worked. And the other thing it does really nicely is it actually intensifies the colour cloud underneath, so you get some sort of instant sort of shading.
Lovely effect.
That little bit
like
on
it.
There, which is really nice. So I would carry on and fill in all my colours on here until I reach this sort of stage. Now, the one thing I did, because I wanted to sort of you to be able to see clearly how the inks work, what I did on my one at home, my sort of like, here's one I did before, earlier, I actually sprinkled some clear embossing powder over the top.
Oh, okay.
And that creates a resist, and I thought that was sort of like a misty look on the pond, if you see what I mean. So you've got that option of not doing that, or if you want to, you can bring in some embossing powder.
It does look very real.
So
like it.
And to make the frog nice and easy to colour in, what I did was a little bit like the technique that I used with Norma Butterfly yesterday. I got the yellow, and I just went straight over all the frog.
And these are, they're fun frogs, so they can be really in any colour you want them to be, really.
Yes, if you want, you could see how you didn't notice that the frog was, that Norman was actually sitting on a frog. You can camouflage them, so they look as if they're one, if you see what I mean. Or you could have him wearing, his frog hat could be a completely different colour. I
bet you have so much fun designing these characters, don't you?
They really are fun to work with, because you sort of come up with all these really absurd ideas, and then you've got to try and sort of get it down on paper.
And the way you design the stamps, you design them in such a way that it's a real joy to colour in. It's very easy to colour in, whether you're using paints, whether you're using inks or pens or whatever, or even pencils.
And what I like to do is to show you techniques like I'm doing here. So here I've got a yellow frog, but then what I'm going to do is on top of that, I'm going to go back in with my blue, and our frog is going to go green. But what I won't do is colour in the spots. So I'll leave the spots yellow.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't notice to start with that there is Norman's face just there, and the frog is behind him or on top of him. So, yeah, I didn't see that first time I looked at it.
I had, when I was drawing this, I kept, you know how you get a song stuck in your mind, and that I had it's quite an old single that was really, really popular, and it was done by, I think, Paul McCartney.
The Frog Chorus.
The Frog Chorus.
Yeah, I remember it.
So when I was drawing this, that was going round and round in my head for some reason.
I think, yeah, when we had the frog with the top hat on the other day, a stamp, that came up then, the Frog Chorus.
So,
boom, boom.
Yeah, so it sort of like inspired me a little bit. If I want a slightly deeper green, I can come in with the peacock teal that we've got in the watercolours, and you can see that if I want a sort of slightly deeper green rather than a sort of limey green.
And the lovely thing about what Francoise and the team at Creative Expressions do is they have a free hand to select the products that they use in the show that they know is going to work with the main offer. So the stamps, all the inks, the fluffy stuff, the koi pens we've got on the show, all of those are going to work so well with the stamps. So you know anything that you buy in the show is designed to work with this. And under 50 quid, and on split pay as well. Elsewhere you have to pay over 50, no split pay, and you're going to get, remember, realistically from us, buying it from us today, you're almost getting that paper pad free, which is worth £11.99. I think it ends up costing about £1.50 for the actual pad or something like that. But the fun you're going to have with them, not just you, but the rest of the family, that's a lot of fun, and you can make them in different colourways. There's no colour rules with these because they're gnomes and they're little frogs, cheeky frogs.
Okay, so the next bit, I can then come in, and if I want to, I can add some dragonflies.
Yep.
So we've got some lovely little silhouetted dragonflies in here, and I'm just going to use an ink pad, which I should have dug out before.
Now, if you want the frog one individually, it is available, and it's £7.99, 082819. We've only got a handful, literally a handful of these available for you, so...
So I'm just going to use an ink pad that actually we've got in the show at 4 o'clock with the Mon Jardin show.
Yep.
So if you want to get that ink pad, you can do so in that
And it's from the Ranger collection. So what type of ink pad is this?
So this is just a dye-based ink pad.
Okay.
So it's back to your real basic ink pads. You know, when I first started stamping, you just had dye-based ink pads. You didn't have any others. You didn't have the lovely Tsukineko VersaFines or anything like that. Mm-hmm. It was really quite basic. But they are really functional, and obviously they're still usable today because we still do them. They still do them.
Absolutely.
So I'm just going to use my little stamp so that I can add some dragonflies.
So sweet.
In the background.
The dragonflies are in the stamp set with the frogs. And you do get, just flicking through the collections here, you've got little bumblebees on one of them, toadstools on another, leaves. You've got the tools, the trowel and the little shovel, little hearts as well, little flowers, sunshine, butterflies, in addition, and little lily pads, in addition to the actual main characters too. So Francois makes sure that in your stamp sets you get an awful lot of value.
And then all you need to do then is to paint up your lily pads, flowers, whatever colour you want, and cut them out. You can either cut them out on the black line, or you can leave a little what I call a 1 millimetre sort of line as an outline, and then you can place those wherever you want.
I love them raised
landscape.
up like that. That's just a foam pad behind there. It could be 3D glue gel or whatever you want to use.
I'll shift that a bit slightly because we've got that label showing on TV, but so that you can see that they're raised and wherever, and you can put as many as you want or as few as you want. When I'm doing these, so that you sort of, I think people sometimes think that I'm very quick and I'm very instant and I get it right all the time, and I don't always get it right. But what I always do is usually I work on 2 at a time, and one of them is like my trial one. So this is the one that I did when I was trialing what I was going to do on the TV, so that you can see that I experiment like everybody else does.
Yeah, brilliant.
And I wanted to also show you with the stencil, if you don't want to use like fluffy stuff for your clouds, what I did here was I actually used some clear ink through the stencil, and then I just covered it with clear embossing powder. I didn't even use white embossing powder because obviously you're working on white cards, so it's the white card that's going to show through. Okay. So if you want some clouds, that's another way of doing clouds.
But it gives you that lovely shine as well.
Lots of different ways. So you can use that, or you can bring in, like we did, the fluffy stuff.
Yep. If you want dimension, fluffy stuff is the way to go. Yeah.
So you can play around and you can sort of bring in lots of textures and things into your scene, and you can make your scene as big as you want it to be if you want to.
Okay, well, if you want to go for the main collection, let's remind you about that. You're going to get 6 stamp sets. So you've got the introduction for the very first time of Norman's friend. Yes, he's got a friend. Norman and Norma. And we were saying yesterday, if they actually had little gnomes, I wonder what they'd be. Let us know. What do you think?
I had some very funny remarks on Facebook.
We did have some. We did have some, absolutely. And remember, with the value with us, if you buy it elsewhere, you'd be paying about £52 something. With us, it's under 50. We've got it on 2 split pays. That's fee-free, interest-free, and you know, if you buy it directly from Creative Expressions, it's over £50. I think it's £52 and a few pence, something like that. £54.99 it is, evidently. And with us, it's under 50, so you save that extra £5. We've got it on interest-free split pay, and you're getting, in effect, the paper pad virtually for nothing. I think it ends up costing you like £1 for the paper pad. And the gingham and the dots works really well with the theme of Norman and Norma. But look at these. To give you inspiration, I love the font of the little verses that are on there as well. Happiness is holding a bird. And yeah, they're really, really sweet. Sorry about the flare on that one. But yeah, they're great, aren't they? And the way that Francois actually designs them, they're nice and big and bold and open, so they're very, very easy to colour in with whichever medium you're choosing, whether it's the inks, whether it's the fluffy stuff, whether it's the pencils or your pens. I mean, the Koi colouring brush pens that we got in the show today, loads of you went for these yesterday. The reason that these were so popular is because they are such a quality pen. Koi is part of Sakura, and they're Japanese, and anyone will tell you, Japanese nibs, Japanese pens are some of the finest in the world. And these are actually used by graphic artists, designers, illustrators, architects, cartoonists. So what you've got here in each of these pens, it's water-based as well, so you can actually go directly onto your project. That's a brush nib, not a bullet nib, brush nib. Or you can squiggle on some mylar or on a saucer or something like that and pick it up and paint with it if you want to. But these are superior quality. Sakura is a brand that, you know, they're not the cheapest pens in the world. We're not making out they are. But you get what you pay for in the world of colouring. And if they're good enough for illustrators, cartoonists, graphic designers, all that sort of thing, or graphic artists, then they're good enough for me. And they're good enough for you at home. So there we go. You get all of those. Lots of you went for them yesterday. They're $28.99, and the product code is QK2870. Now, the Pebble Dash stencil that we had also yesterday. Now, this could be, it could be a pathway. It could be a brick wall or a pebble wall behind the gnomes. It could also be maybe animal print if you wanted it to be. This is a stencil you'll reach for and use for all sorts of other effects. It's only £4.50. And it's FL2828 if you want that stencil. Again, designed by Francois. We've got limited availability on this, though, but it was a really popular one yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit like the grass in the sky. I use it all the time because it's really great for the, like you were saying, paths and grounding and things. And also because the texture on it or the size of the holes is so small, it's a really good pattern builder for around your image as well, if you want to do that as well. So. And
you can use things like your texture paste through there as well if you want to have texture. You can use all sorts of wonderful effects on that. £4.50, it's a really good size as well, and that's the Pebble Dash. The inks, by the way. Yeah, the watercolour inks, these are great. These are such a good price as well. You've got all these different colourways. You've got your peacock teal. I mean, it may look quite dark blue, but actually it's a really lovely turquoise. And when the light hits it, but it's so concentrated, so you can water it down, make it lighter, but you do have a real intensity. And as I said to you before, if I just open up the lid again for you, to fill it up with ink, you just push the button on the top. That creates like a suction, and that then feeds the ink up into the pipette. So you've got a nice lot of ink in there, as you can see. But if you just want to put a drop or two, just tap the knob on the top, and it just comes out one drop at a time. So imagine how much of this is going to last you, how long it's going to last you for. So you've got your peacock teal, and again, Francois hand-selected these. Golden sunrise, and then the golden sunrise has got mica in, the peacock teal hasn't, but there's the mica at the bottom, so give that a good shake to kind of wake that up if you want the pearlescence. If you don't want too much of it, then don't shake it. And then the cerulean blue is this one, and again, you can see the mica in the bottom of that one as well. Again, if I just take or open up the lid, you can see that colour, hopefully. Look at that. Isn't that lovely? It's like a sapphire blue, but of course when you dilute it, it becomes a lighter tint. But it makes a refreshing change from paints, really. So inks all the way, £12.99 gets you all three of those. OY2182 is your item number. OK.
OK, we're ready for...
Number two.
Number two. So what I wanted to do was to bring in, funny enough, the pens that you were talking about.
Yep.
And the background paper. One of the things that I really like to do is to show people how the background paper isn't just for decoration on the side of your images, although that's fantastic. But if you want to work directly on the paper, it's a really nice thing to do. So I'm going to show you how I've worked towards...
It could become a dotty hat for Norman, or an outfit or something like that, couldn't it?
So I've worked on this one here, which I'm going to show you how I did it with the colouring. I've worked directly onto the green paper, and we've got Norman, sort of our bird watching Norman. We've also got some little additional stamps in the show today. We've got some buttons and we've got some little butterflies, which are really good additions to your gnome's sort of scenes and things that you can do with your gnome.
I've got them here, so I'll just show you before the demo starts. There we are, look. So you've got here your buttons on this side in different shapes and sizes. You've got love hearts, you've got rounds, floral buttons, oval buttons, and then you've got the butterflies over there, and also the butterfly trail, those little specks. So these are really handy, really cute, and you can get both of them for £6.99, so £3.50 each set. But really handy, and they like you say, they work with the gnomes really well.
And I think the faux buttons are really handy because, you know, sometimes you don't want to put things in the post that are too bulky.
No.
So, but you might actually want a patchwork look with buttons and things. And I really enjoy sort of adding them on as well. So I thought it would be really good to have them as stamps.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can, of course, use those to do cards like this. So you don't necessarily always have to work with Norman and Norma if they're not appropriate, but maybe the butterflies are, or the little flowers are. And this is one of the gardening cards that's been made without the character, but you've got the trough, the trough, and the what do you call those?
It's like a fork.
Yeah, little gardening fork.
So I really like those two little cards because they really do show how you can sort of maximise on your stamps. Not only just use Norman, but actually use all the little bits as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and you could do, you know, a really nice card with just the little buttons and some of the background paper, for instance.
So those two together, just £6.99, CF2813. And remember, today is the last day of our official after party. So loads of bargains throughout the day, right the way through until 8 o'clock tonight, not to be missed. Lots of great guests. Debbie Moore is in the building. Carla's here with Carnation in the next hour. More from Francois, of course, at 4 o'clock. And, yeah, there's lots more to look forward to this evening too. So,
OK, so I'm going to show you how to do this in a minute, but I wanted to, before we start sort of looking at the actual demo itself, I'll just bring in some of the other samples. It's sort of once I get something and I really enjoy it, I find I have to do it over and over again for some reason to get it out of my system. I don't know why, but so I thought, you know, how would I do Butterfly Norma? So I thought, oh, I'll take some of the pink paper and I'll do exactly what I'm going to show you, but obviously with pink colours on the pink paper. And then that progressed, and I took out a piece of red paper and did this. And this is what you get with the watercolourings in the background behind our Norma on the paper. So you don't always have to start with a blank piece of white paper, which is what I'm trying to say. And then if you get really carried away like I did, you can paper piece your Norma.
So she can have a dotty dress or a dotty hat.
A dotty hat or what have you. So you can sort of see what you can do with the background papers. That's why I wanted these sort of dotty and gingham background papers. Also, we'll mention them quickly because you'll see them on here. We've got some wordies for you in the show, which are great because they're the spring wordies. So they're all words to do with spring.
Now, the spring wordies are these. Now, you've probably seen them before if you're a regular viewer, but maybe you haven't if you've just tuned in, maybe for the first time. We've only recently been on Virgin, so welcome if you're a brand new viewer to us at HobbyMaker on Virgin. Welcome back if you're watching us somewhere else. But you've actually got 4 sheets. There's actually 2 black and 2 white, and you can see there are hundreds of different little verses connected with spring that you can very easily chop up with a trimmer. That's the easiest way of doing it, and they really do stand out, don't they?
Yeah, I find them a brilliant addition because I will even use the wordings that are in the stamps and then add some wordies, or I'll use them with whatever sort of, if I'm doing some collage work at home. They're just a great addition to your stack.
And you said yesterday what you tend to do is chop them up as soon as you get them and put them in a little envelope.
Yeah, I just cut them as soon as I start cutting them. I start with my trimmer and I cut all the strips out, and then I store them and use them up. Because I find that sometimes if you're trying to sort of cut in the middle and then you lose half a packet and it just, you know, it's just more organised.
Well, you get hundreds there and it's $2.99, which is really good. And the difference they make to a card is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and I find that, you know, if you had to have all those words as stamps, you would have to have an awful lot of stamps.
Yeah, absolutely.
So sometimes you do need those extra words to come from somewhere, not necessarily from your stamps.
So you've got 2 that are white with black print and 2 that are black with white print. $2.99, is it 250 GSM? I think it is, isn't it? Yeah, 250 GSM, JM2875 if you want your wordy sentiment sheets. Right.
Okay. Right, so back to our bird watching Norman. So I've just put him on my stamping platform just to make my life a bit easier. I thought I'd bought a big block, and I have, but I can't find it, so you don't want to watch me rummaging for half an hour trying to find it. So I'm just going to use some black VersaFine ink on our birdwatching Norman. And then I've just taken some of the paper, and I'm just going to press that down on there.
Now, the main bundle, 20% of the stock is now gone. Amy in North Yorkshire's in. Hello, Mandy. Hello, Tracy in Dorset. Hello, brand new crafter coming through as well. They are so adorable. You're going to love working with them. And if you're selling what you make, they're going to fly. Who doesn't love gnomes?
So you can see how well the ink actually stamps on the paper. I just wanted to show you that because sometimes it's sort of like, oh, well, they're showing us a paper pad, and can I actually stamp on the paper pad? Will it work?
It will.
But the surface that we choose for our paper makes it that it's the ink is absorbed really well on the paper. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover that with clear embossing powder.
There was a survey, wasn't there? I think it's still going on, or at least it was going on a week or two ago, where people were being asked to kind of register birds that they see in their own garden, like a bird watch.
Yes, I think, it's to sort of check on our bird population, basically, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It makes it a lot easier if everybody can join in, because then you get a really good overview of what's happening with our bird population. And I think it's like, you know, they're a bit like the bees and the birds, the bees and butterflies and things. We need them as well, the birds.
Yeah, massively. Now, if you want the white embossing powder, we've got that available for you. That's on the screen. So there's clear, there's white, there's black, there's all sorts of colours. But the white one's in stock at 20ml, it's £4.50, which is really good. And you use the tiniest amount. It may look as if you're using a lot, but most of it goes back in the pot.
Yeah, this is my at home, this is how I work, because it just makes it easier, because I'm in and out of the embossing powder all the time. So if I have to keep putting it in the jar all the time, I would go mad, I think. So it's much easier to do that. And then we're simply going to heat it up.
So this is clear embossing powder, not the white one, but we have got the white on the screen. So.
You could do it with white over the top if you wanted, but I would use the clear ink then if you were going to do that, rather than the black ink.
Look at it go. It intensifies the black ink. It gives it a shine as well. It really makes it pop.
You can see with the detail, it's just really, really nice.
30% of the big bundle of our gnomes has gone. And we have to give us today, remember, if you want split pay is something we offer ourselves the first £24.99. You don't have to give us £50 or £49.99 if you don't want to. First payment today, the next payment will be due on the 13th of April, which we will automatically take off the card that you use. Now, the bird watching one on its own, they're only £7.99 each, but the best value is to buy the big bundle, and a third of our bird watching Norman's gone.
Okay, so I wanted to show you as well, because I was talking about the little leaf that you have in the set. So we won't spend ages embossing that as well, but I want to show you how you can quite easily extend your tree if you want to. It's a tiny, tiny little leaf, so I'm going to, do it the other way around, take my stamp to the pad, and then you can go in, and if you want to, you can add some extra leaves.
So you can make it bushier, bigger.
I mean, I'm going off the paper a little bit, but it's just to show you the idea. So you can sort of carry on, and if you want to make the tree, for instance, I could put an extra leaf here.
It's good you've got all these other little kind of little designs, little add-ons. You can make it more your own.
You know, maybe
a few leaves on the ground.
Maybe a few leaves on the ground.
For an autumn card. Yeah.
Well, that's the point as well, actually. You've just made a really good point that if you want to use this in the autumn, you can use it in the autumn and then just change the colour of the leaves and have golden leaves instead of green leaves as well. So I hadn't thought of that idea. So just to show you what you can do with that little leaf, if you want to, you can also then bring in a fine, I don't know if I've got one handy, maybe. Let's just grab something. So if you want to anchor those leaves, like for instance here, if you miss a little bit of your leaf, do not panic, just get a black pen.
Fine liner, yeah.
And here I haven't quite reached my branch, so all I can do is do a little bit of sinking in. And this one here, it's going to disappear behind that leaf there so that you can sort of extend your tree and make it as bushy as you want.
Perfect.
And if you want to add to the little scene as well, which I haven't used on my card, you've got a lovely little set of little mushrooms. So if you want to put some little mushrooms in, you can put some little mushrooms in.
I mean, every single set of stamps has got extras in it, basically, which are always handy. So it means that you're not actually making the same scene twice. You can change it and put your own little twist on it if you want to.
Okay, so I would have actually worked on a slightly bigger piece of paper. I've sort of gone deviated from my demo completely. Right. So just because I've got carried away with the stamps, but you've got spaces on either side, so you could put a nice little grouping of mushrooms on one side if you want to. So I love that ability to be able to build a scene if you want to, or not if you don't want to.
Excellent.
The choice. So when we come to the colouring, I'll move this one out of the way because that was more of a practice run. I've got one that I've already pre-coloured, but this technique makes it really quick to colour in because we're not going to colour the whole lot because we've already got a colour as a base. So we're just going to bring in some of our pens.
That could be a St Patrick's Day card, couldn't it?
It could do, although we have got a Norman St Patrick gnome.
Oh, yes, yeah, leprechaun. Yes, leprechaun. I remember now, yeah.
We've got one of those as well. But, these can be adapted in that way.
Oh, St Patrick's Day event is this Sunday.
I think it is.
Yeah, I just looked it up on the internet.
I should know because my husband's half Irish. So we can use the inks if we wanted to colour in.
Yep.
But the other thing you can do, we've got some blending mats on the show today. You get 2 of them in a pack from Woodware.
These sold very, very well yesterday. So if you don't want to use your fine china or your favourite saucers, these are brilliant. They're ink blending mats. They're made from mylar, like stencils, but it's perfect to get your koi pens or whatever you want to blend. So you get 2 of them in there.
Yeah, you can use them for all sorts of things. I mean, I think initially they were brought out so that if you want to place your paper on the blending mat and then edge some ink on the edge of your paper, it's a really useful tool to have. But my thought is that I know that a lot of people go away on holiday and they take a bit of crafting stuff with them. And this is obviously quite slim and not heavy at all to sort of pack away in your pack. And I find it really handy to put either inks on, or if I'm running my pens, I can run my pens onto it. And it doesn't damage the pens or anything if you do it that way. So the koi pens we've spoken about yesterday, they're from Sakura, really, really beautiful pens. They're sort of the Rolls Royce of watercolour brushes, basically, although you do not dip the tip in the water.
And not only is the ink of the finest quality, but so are the nibs. They're Japanese, and Japanese nibs and Japanese ink and Japanese pens are some of the best in the world. And Sakura is such a well-known brand. And again, as I said before, they're used by professional architects, cartoonists, designers, graphic artists, illustrators. If they're good enough for them, you're going to get the best results with them, basically. And I know they're a little bit more than standard pens, but these are not standard pens. They're $28.99, and it means, if you've invested in the stamps, you're going to get the best possible colouring with the fantastic koi pens.
So I've run some of them off on my blending mat, but the other thing you can do is obviously you can work directly with them onto the paper if you want to. So
if you go directly onto the paper, it's going to be the most vibrant colour, isn't it? So.
It is. But I'm using quite a pale green. So this is the reason as well for watering it down, is that sometimes I find some of the colours are just that little bit too strong for what I want. So I've taken a very vivid green here, and I'm going to use that, but I'm going to use a watered down version of it. So I've done the top half of the leaf in the pale green, and then I'll do the bottom half, and then you get a little bit of shading. And the same with the tulip plants that are growing around his rim of his hat. And that's a really sort of simple way of colouring in. And then you can bring in some yellow. What you've got to remember is you're working on top of a green base. So whatever colour you apply on top of your colour base will be affected by that colour.
Sure.
So if I start sort of going, you know, into lots of other colours, it might change it. But I deliberately sort of went for what you would call more or less a monochromatic look. So shades of green and a bit of yellow. So I can use a bit of yellow on our little birds.
Yeah, little canary.
If I want to.
Honestly, treat yourself to these pens. You won't believe them when you actually get them home and use them. They're such good quality.
And I was saying yesterday, these are a treat for you.
Yeah,
so,
don't let the kids get hold of them.
Don't let the kids get hold of them. It's not that you're being mean, it's just that when you invest in really good pens, until the kids sort of know how to use pens and they realise the value of them as well, then it's just worth it sort of just keeping these at bay.
Yeah, these are not toys. They are professional colouring tools used by professional artists. So.
You're probably going to say, well, what's the difference? Well, if you buy a really cheap felt tip, it's going to be really scratchy, really hard. These have got a really lovely soft sort of nib. If you use your pens, like I did yesterday, and they dry on your blending mat, you can just reactivate with your colour. So if I decide that I want to bring in, I'm really good going off piece now, if I want to bring in a little bit of blue in the background, I can do that as well.
Now, loads of you have got them in your basket. Remember, it's not yours until you check out. And with the people with it in their basket, half the remaining stock of this has gone. It's been a really popular launch. We launched it yesterday at 5. Karen in County Londonderry, hi to you. Crafter in Cambridgeshire. Karen in Greater Manchester. Amy in North Yorkshire. Mandy, Tracy in Dorset. Check your baskets out. That confirms your order. You only need to give us the £24.99 today if you want to split the cost of it. But you'll be working with Norman and Norma. Norma for the first time.
And then you can get, you know, I can get really carried away and finish colouring that in. What I did for my card then, when I'd finished, is I actually sort of decided I wanted to do a little bit of tearing. And this is how easy it is to tear these papers. They're a really nice weight. Actually, the one thing I haven't done with them in this show, and I'm surprised, is I haven't done actually physically shown you paper piecing, which is one of my loves as well. But these will be ideal for paper piecing as well.
Absolutely. And of course, the paper pad, you're not really paying much for at all. I think you're paying about £1 something for the paper pad if you go for the big bundle, because it's under £50. Elsewhere, I know it should be £52.99. Oh no, £54.99 I think it is on Creative Expression's website. With us today, you've got it for under £50 with 2 split pays, and you're going to get the gingham and the dotty pad as well, which I know you've been asking them for a while. So.
Yes, it's like a staple for the Normans and the stamping and what you can do with Norman. It really sort of works beautifully in the background. So I got really carried away on my actual sample and sort of went around the edges a little bit.
And so many of you I know have got other kind of guises of Norman. You're building up a whole collection. Norman in various different scenarios, various different situations.
He's got party costumes. He's
St Patrick's Day costumes.
He's got last year I did a whole Christmas collection with Norman as well. So you've got him swinging on a bauble. You've got all sorts. You've got him dressed up as the Nutcracker as well.
He's a one.
So
now Norma might tame him now. He might be able.
Yeah, she might sort of have to sort of be better and not sort of go partying as much as what he normally does. So, do you know what? I put my pen down and I don't know what I've done with it. Did I put it back?
What were you looking for, the fine liner?
My fine liner, but there's another one. So I just wanted to show you that it's quite nice to sort of have a play around and do a little bit of what I call faux stitching. So I literally just sort of, I don't worry about the length of my stitches, and they can follow the edge. And I like to draw a little loop to make it look a bit like like some stitching.
Yeah, it looks like you've been hand stitching. It's not a machine stitch. It's a bit more random than that.
It's a bit more random, and it's easy to do. And this is sort of working towards that. I can tell I haven't got time to really finish this. But the other thing you can do, which is good fun, is don't throw away all your little bits, because what I did was I then came back in and I added some of the little bits to sort of make a collage. So make yourself a base which is slightly smaller than your A6 card. Stick down your panel, add your extra little bits and do your stitching. And then what you can do as well is stamp and emboss, clear emboss like I did with Norman, some buttons, and you can add some buttons on there.
And you heat emboss those as well?
And I've heat embossed those as well. And this is just mounted onto my card with some foam pads, and then I've added a little bit of thread to add a little bit of extra interest. So that's how that sort of finishes off.
Aren't they beautiful? Well, I tell you what, shall I just show you one of each of the 6 stamp sets you're going to be getting? Because it's Norman in various guises. So there's Norman again with the bird watching, which I know lots of people love to do. My dad does as well. Loads of you have gone for him. Remember, we do have these available singularly as well. I know elsewhere a lot of the singles have sold out, but that's the bird watching one. They're all very limited stock, I've just been told. I'll just show you one of each. There's Norma for the very first time. Well, last night at 5 o'clock was the first time she appeared. There's his girlfriend. They could be brother and sister, I suppose.
And she's beautiful to 3D. Let's bring this back in as well,
yes,
because this is beautiful.
Look at this.
As well. They're all beautiful. The samples are all beautiful. But I just love how easy it is to cut her out and 3D her and make her into a lovely decoration for a little girl's room if you want to.
Absolutely. And then you've got Gnomes Grow here, and so does Love. This one with the shovel and the fork as well, and he's got a fantastic plant pot on his hat, like a hat on a hat. Love it.
Yeah, a hat on a hat as well.
Absolutely. And when one Norman's not enough, why not have a trio of them?
And you can bring in all your flower dies, because I've just realised we didn't mention the flower die or the lattice die that we have got on the show today. But if you watch back on yesterday's show, you can see the lattice die and the flower dies as well, which go really well.
We'll show you those in a second. There you can see using the Dotty paper pad as paper-pieced hat and a little pouch and a gingham dress that she's got, another one of Norma there, and that's with the fantastic wheelbarrow. That's one shows you
the flower die that we've got on the show as well. If you're thinking, where did she use the flower die that's on the show, so that you can sort of see it works beautifully with the garden gnomes.
Now, I'll show you quickly those dies. There we are. Look, you've got 2, 4, 6. There's 7 dies in there from Sue Wilson. And they are just great to use with Norman and Norma, but also on any project, really. You've got the foliage in there as well. They're only $8.99.
That's really good. I love those flowers. They are just so nice. And you get this tiny little added sort of pinprick all the way around the edge as well.
Yeah.
They're really, really pretty.
And you've also got video tutorials. Any of the packets from Creative Expressions that have got the play button on the front, that means there's video tutorials to show you how to use them to get the most out of them as well. We've also got this. Now, this was really popular yesterday, and I know it's going to be popular when you see it today. We've got quite a bit available, which is good. Now, the lattice, it could be a trellis to put flowers on.
I've added a little bit on that card. Just
be a fence.
A little bit of extra. It could be a fence. I used it, actually, behind the bird watching one. I made a garden fence with it. And I was getting carried away yesterday thinking, oh, when I get home, I'm going to cut an arch. Or I'm going to make a trellis down the side of the bird watching one and put some little flowers on the trellis as well.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. When it cuts out, it's such a fine mesh. It really is beautiful.
And you'll find loads of uses for that. That could be a football goal, couldn't it?
The little squares are going to drive you mad that come out of it, but it is worth it.
It's worth it, absolutely. And very, very snippable too. So £12.99 if you want that big die. Again, that's also from Sue Wilson too. SP2884 is the product number for that. Now, I know we're nearly at break, but Francois's joining us again at 4 o'clock, and we've got a kind of a French twist at 4, haven't we?
So we've got a collection that I bought out back in January that we saw in February because I couldn't do it in January because I wasn't well. And it's all about plants again and flowers, but it's in my vintage grungy sort of style. So very different to Norman, but that's what I like. I like to span across in different styles.
That's at 4 o'clock. Coming up next, though, we've got the brand new Carnation Crafts launch. It's the Tides of Colour with Carla and myself. You're going to love it. It's coming up after a short break. Thanks, Francois.
Oh, thank you.
The after party here at HobbyMaker is continuing on Wednesday. We've got Debbie Moore joining us with a new collection. We've also got Carnation Crafts, they've got a brand new die launch, and there's a Faber-Castell masterclass with plenty of demos. Plus, there'll be lots more, so make sure you watch it.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Every day our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
HobbyMaker's now available on Virgin Media, channel number 754.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Morning everyone, HobbyMaker's birthday, what an incredible event it's been. We've had prizes, we've had customers, we've had guests, but unfortunately it's come to an end.
What? It's not over yet. We've got so much more. It's the HobbyMaker after party. We've got great products from great brands, including Visible Image, Zila, Debbie Moore, Faber-Castell, Carnation Crafts, Hunky Dory, and so much more.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's Wednesday afternoon. We always look forward to a Carnation Crafts launch, and that is what we've got for you today First time on HobbyMaker, this is an opportunity. I mean, Carla and myself saw this a couple of days ago and we all fell in love with it. It's one, I think, of the best collections that Carnation has done. It's beautiful, it's bright, it's everything you need at this time of the year when we're coming into spring, coming into summer. It's floral. You've got these elongated numbers, which are fantastic. The artwork, remember, that we always talk about are called vignettes, and they are available, all the images are available to be printed off right now from Carnation Crafts' website, which is carnationcrafts.co.uk. To get this deal, you buy it through us, and as you can see, the actual price on the screen is what this should be, $177.90 is what the value of this is, okay? $177.90. But today, obviously, we're not asking for that. We can do you a deal price. But as it's launch day on HobbyMaker, we might be able to do something extra special. Stay tuned for that. It should be £150. But whenever we do a launch with Carnation, we always give you, as a treat, as a thank you, an extra 10% off the normal price. So it will go back up to £150 in the future. But if you buy it today, you're going to get this huge collection for $134.99, and it's on 4-way split pay as well. I don't know anywhere else where you can get that. 4 interest-free payments. Everyone pays that final low price. There's no promo code, there's no club to be a member of or anything like that. Everyone who's watching right now will qualify for this discounted price and the 4 split pays as well. If you want split pay, you can just tick the box on the website or call the call centre and they will ask you, would you like split pay or not? And it's sorted for you. And one of the characters that's kind of flaring in the light there, I just want to wiggle it because he's one of the highlights of the collection. Let me just give him a little bit. Oh, you got him. There we are. There he is. He's our fuzzy teddy. He's adorable. Everyone I know that's seen this has just fallen head over heels in love with our fuzzy teddy. It's brilliant, Carla, this collection, isn't it?
Absolutely gorgeous. It's huge. It's a huge, huge collection of dies. And actually, yeah, it's all very sweet, it's very lovely, and it's full of all the vibrancy, but these are really important tools to see you through your crafting journey as well. So you've got both sides. You've got the delight of what it produces, but also the usability, if you like, going forward. And wait till you start seeing those floral panels. Look at that.
Wow.
This is insane, this collection. It's so pretty. It's incredibly vibrant. It's about introducing summer back into our lives, those celebrations we have of the people we love in our families, our friends. It's just glorious, and it celebrates colour. And you know how much I love colour, Dave.
And now look at the main card shape as well, with that beautiful floral, that rectangular floral that's totally snippable, as you can see there. You've got that beautiful card shape with all the different mats and layers, all those dies going up and going down in size incrementally. So you can make stunning cards just like this with those little half-circle apertures on the left and the right-hand side as well. They want to be together, those two. Absolutely adorable. But then you haven't just got the character. You've also got the bottles of wine or bottles of whatever you want them to be in different colourways as well. You've also got the medicine bottle as well. So if someone's a little bit under the weather, you've got the vase of tulips as well, which is absolutely gorgeous. I love the fact you've got these numbers. Now, these are longer and thinner than most other numbers I've seen in the past. So you can personalise it for a specific age or a specific anniversary. Really, really gorgeous. Here's a DL-shaped one done by Barbara in the design team with the 30 there as well, with just a little glimpse of that, almost like a trellis of flowers behind it. Really stunning, really lovely. We do have some nesting dies in the show as well, and that's what these have been made from. But look at that lovely cup. The cup has got flowers inside it as well. When I first saw this cup, it reminded me of Chip from Beauty and the Beast. That's what made me think of when I first saw it. You've even got thought bubbles and speech bubbles as well. £134.99 is your price. £134.99. That's EL9C10. EL9C10 is our product code. Remember, the way it works here is you give us that first split pay of 4, which is really, really affordable. You're going to get nigh on £170 worth of dies coming your way. The squiggles that are in there as well, didn't I mention those? You only have to give us $33.74 today, your first payment of 4. If you want to pay in full, you can do. Of course you can, debit or credit card. But then pop over to carnationcrafts.co.uk, their website, click on downloads on their website and where it says free downloads, and that's where the artwork will be, which you can print off right now, and Carnation will send these out as soon as you purchase today from us. But you're getting with with us. The benefit of shopping with us at HobbyMaker is, without a doubt, split pay. You know, it's interest-free. There's no fee to have it either. You've got backing papers. This is what you'll find if you go to Carnation Craft's website. You've got the backing papers, you've got the artwork. Just look for the collection, which is the colour of tides, or the tides of colour, and all that artwork is there for you to print off on whatever you choose. We obviously promote and use Pro Print paper. That's what we recommend because you get the most vibrant colours and the best results from it. That will be on our website under the Carnation Crafts banner page as well. So they've all got their brand pages on our website, all the brilliant suppliers we have. But what a collection this is. Gorgeous finished samples from the card designers today. And the squiggles are great because they're a bit random, and I like that.
Yeah, they just add texture to the backgrounds. They're really important when we get visual texture in the background of a card, just for the aesthetic of it, because it sort of pushes the main design forward visually. So in a composition piece, really, really important, those pieces. And you'll see as you start to play with them, how they transition what you're making. You can see them in mirror card there on the side of that gatefold. You're going to get that same joy and that same pleasure. You can use them with scrapbooking, with journaling, and with card making as well. And they're going to make a significant difference to the card value, if you like, as you look at it every time. And they're so gorgeous. But that main card shape is stunning.
It really is.
Stunning.
Gorgeous, isn't it? Pam Simpson, the design team's done this one. So you can use a small element of that floral background. You can use the whole rectangle. You can snip it, have individual flowers if you choose. $134.99. Everyone pays the final low price. With us, the difference being you get 4 interest-free split pays. Already 10% of our huge stock has already gone this afternoon. EL9C10. Shall we show you the boards?
Are we going through the boards? Shall I be chairman of the boards? Let's have a look. So it's so pretty. Tides of Colour is just one of those collections. Just makes you smile inside. It's warm, it's glowing. We've got your main gatefold floral card shape here, and it's a delight to use. It's massive. So this white line that you're seeing around the edge is your main die. That's one main die. The score lines are already in there for you, so you don't have to do anything other than fold it. Then you've got all your mats and all of your layers as well. So you can build everything up as you choose. You can have your layers on the outside of the card and on the inside. So when you gatefold it, you've got it on both, and it's stunning. Now, what I want to talk to you about, first of all, you've got the apertures, which is beautiful. Why do we have them? Well, it's this panel in the centre. You've got all your decoupage elements, of course, to build. But, Mr. Davy B, wait.
Oh, my word.
For that.
Isn't that amazing?
That is an absolute breath of fresh air, isn't it? We need these colours right now. Summer is coming. We're finally seeing the world waking up, and it's beautiful to see. Now, the reason this is so important, not just because it's gorgeous to look at, of course, but it's designed in such a way that it's designed that you make it bespoke for whatever you want it to be. So if you want to use a circle die on here to cut a circle of florals, you go for it. If you want to snip out a corner element for a card that you're making, you go for it. If you'd like to create a border for your cards, you do you. So any way you want to snip in this to make it to bespoke for you and your card making is absolutely there for you. It's beautiful in apertures as we see it poking through and we see these colours coming through. Or alternative, you use it as a full panel. It's there for you either way you want it to be, but it's gorgeous. And then all the decoupage that you get in there, there's so much decoupage. And as we go through the extra dies that you'll see how where we snip into this and we use those decoupage elements also as tuck-ins in our cards, and we're using all the snippability we could possibly have, we're really creating dimensional cards that are stunning with incredible artwork that is free to you at home, including free background papers and including your inserts as well.
And what
Absolutely
other
stunning.
company gives you the artwork that you can literally print off as many times as you want? There's no limit. And it's always going to be there at carnationcrafts.co.uk. Their website for the artwork, our website to get the deal and to get the split pay, or the phone number, which is free to phone, even from a mobile, 0800 001 4433. I mean, we're very well aware we've got lots of brand new viewers at the moment since we've been on Virgin,
Right.
which happened last week. So many of you who've been Carnation fans for a long, long time maybe haven't been able to watch because we weren't on Virgin. Now we are. You can fill your boots. They're here regularly The brand shop is on our website as well, so you can shop for previous collections if you want to as well. But always go to their website for the artwork. That's where you get all the artwork completely free. And it's all designed in this country, and it's got a free angel policy as well. As long as you've used it to make something, you can sell it for good causes or for personal profit.
Absolutely, you go for it. Let's have a look at these slimline numbers. The very elegant, very graceful numbers that we see, where they're tall lines. They're so pretty. And what they do is kind of beautifully sit on our cards in a way that I can't really explain it. They sort of almost fade, but they're very prominent too. They're really beautiful. And I think it's because they're so graceful and tall. You get all your ordinals as we'd expect, and each one has its own matte layer. So these would be great as cake toppers, wouldn't they, as well? You'd have that element for cake toppers. If you want to make a card and then have these seated at the top of the card to elongate the design of your card, also they'll work that way. So they're really useful for that because you've got that beautiful elongation with them. So for things like using them with a DL would be really beautiful, wouldn't it? So that's your slimline numbers, and from there we move on to these gorgeous textured pieces. So these are your scribbles, and they're just delightful.
I don't know why I love these so much, but I do.
Well, because I think we don't see much like this in the crafting industry, and we sort of love them, and there's something very important about creating backgrounds and textures. And when we're making a card, the more we can put on that doesn't detract from what we're doing but adds to it, the better the card looks. It looks more finished, more professional, and that's what we get with these sort of pieces. And they're really pretty and cute and lovely, and they're just texturally very valuable to us.
They're different.
They are different. We like different, Dave. Really, really beautiful to have. We move on from your textured scribbles to your thought bubbles, which are great. I love these. You get the two different types. So one would be actually a thought bubble or thinking out loud, and then you also get your speech bubble. So is the character saying something or is the character thinking something? What are you going to put on here to your loved ones? We don't need to know. You do not need to write it. You've got your layers here as well, so you can mat and layer them up to create as you wish to. You can also cut into them. So it's certainly the one that is sort of the thought bubble where you've got the cloud formation. We were saying on Carnation that you could cut away the little extra pieces and use that first of all as a cloud, second of all the snowballs you could ever need for cards made in for Christmas in the future. So you've got all of this sort of scope that you're going to do with these dies, because Carnation never make a die that's just as you see it. There's always going to be something else you can do with it, which I love.
20% of our bundle has gone already. L9C10. I know it's tempting to sit and watch the boards, get it in your basket and check out.
And also, like, I'm nowhere near through the boards yet. This is a massive collection. You are getting so much value for your money here today. We've got the gorgeous classic cuppa here. And this is really beautiful, and you might not be able to see it quite as well at home. But with those vignettes that you're printing, that free artwork, you can almost see gilded elements to your cup. So there's a gilded handle, and there is a beautiful gilded design both on the top and the bottom. More importantly, you've got cut line detail on here that's going to allow you to cut in. So where we're seeing the little lines that come around here, there's little pit marks just going across. Take a craft knife and just run along that edge, and then cut your spoon off and fill that teacup with florals. You've got all those florals from that floral panel. Now you've got a cacophony of florals in your teacup. Turn it upside down and have the florals flowing out to create those gorgeous sort of, you know, in cakes when you get that kind of it's like a mystery cake, isn't it, where you'll have like a packet of Maltesers and then them going down and nobody knows how it works. That's like that. You can have that cup and upside down with those flowing from it. That's your classic cuppa. From there we have got your little spoonful of goodness. Thank you very much. And this is your medicine bottle. Get well soon cards taken care of. Designed so that we can snip away the cap and the spoon if you so chose. It's also really easy to cut this twice and cut the cross out twice so that you can decoupage that up as well so it will protrude. So all really easy for you to use and gorgeous as well. If you want to say thinking of you to somebody, and it's not, medicine's not always just about get well in that sense, is it? It can have sort of, it's evocative of different things. So you'll obviously we find appropriate uses for it as we go through, but it's beautiful. Then we have got your great vintage. They're all cheering in the gallery. Literally, they
never
all
touch it. Never touch it.
Never touch a drop, Dave.
No.
Never in your life. Tell the truth and shame the devil, Dave. So we have got 3 different colourways for this. You've got green, you've got pink, and you've got purple. So you're getting those automatically. And so you can choose as you're playing and as you're going through, and especially if you've bought your perfect papers, which go with this set completely, you can choose the colour of wine bottle. And why is that important? Well, it's important because we're not cornered. If you want to use the pink, you go for it. But you might find there are times when even making the same card but with different perfect papers, you want a different colour. And so Carnation provide all of that for us. So the tools are all there and they are absolutely gorgeous. Lots of use from those as well. We're still going, Dave.
Still going, and there's more.
There's your Towering Tulips, my favourite of all of these. I think this is just absolutely stunning and designed in such a clever way. Now, again, you can cut this twice and decoupage up the vase so it looks a little bit more kind of upright, if you like, and also you can cut away those flowers completely and fill it with the other florals. You can use the other florals as tuck-ins behind it. So lots of ways of building bouquets. You can see that there on your screen as you're sort of building all those florals into it and making it a bloom. We like a bloom, Dave. We like a bloom. So you can make it that way and it's just gorgeous.
Now our character is next. Fuzzy.
Our little fuzzy friend.
Yeah.
He's just delightful. Look at his little face and his little tummy. He's absolutely gorgeous. He's got his little bow tie on. He's all ready to be decked up. What's more important, and I think what's super cute about him, is he's actually designed specifically in a certain way. So where his little arms are open saying, come and give me a hug, they're actually the right size for the banner to just go across his chest there. So he can hold that banner and he can say your message for you. And I think that's really sweet. Now, I will just point out at this point, where you're seeing the banner here, you'll see some on your screen like you've got there where it says, I love you. There are, when you're printing off the artwork, there are some of these that are blank like this one on your board and some that have got prints on them. That means you can use the ones that already have a sentiment or you can choose to stamp. It's up to you. And the fonts that you get on the ones that are already built in, there's 2 different fonts for your sentiments as well. So you've got a thicker design, a bolder design, and then a finer one. So absolutely gorgeous, aren't they?
I love them to bits. I love this collection to bits.
Fuzzy friends.
Fuzzy friends.
And then finally, you've got your pile of presents, which is just glorious. And I love this die. It makes things very easy. Why? Because of the height of it. And that's always going to help because it's great for corner elements and various. It's designed, again, snip marks all the way down, little pips, so you can cut that away and have it on its own. Alternatively, cut it twice, cut these away on one of them and decoupage that mid-present up as well so you get in dimension all the way through your cards. Absolutely stunning. You can see how big this collection is. It's extraordinary. And it's one of those collections that Carnation has brought out that just makes us all go, I really want to craft. I want to make cards. This is gorgeous. And that's where we are.
Okay, now, more on that main collection in just a second, and the stock is going incredibly quickly. I know Carla actually has 2 shows with us today. Is the stock going to go in the first show? Teresa in West Midlands checking out a basket at the moment. So's June in Cheshire, Sheila in Lanarkshire. Do us a favour, actually. We'd love to hear from you. You can message us via our website. It says contact the studio. Send a message through. Laura can put it up on the screen, and you can say hi. Tell us what you love about Carnation. Tell us what you love about Carnation. Now, what we've got for you, let me show you this. This is also something that is incredibly exciting. When you look at it, first time I saw this a few days ago, I thought, that's interesting, but what is it? Am I looking at some islands in the Pacific? Am I looking at the top of mountains? Am I looking at an animal print? What you're looking at is, I think, one of the most unusual and novel die sets of recent months or even years. I've never seen anything like it. This is called the tidal waves or tidal shapes. Now, what you can do with it, when you see it actually on a card, it makes more sense. Let me show you this card here. I know Carla's got one over there that I'm a massive fan of. Can you see here? Look at how you layer, same colour card actually in this instance. You can use alternating colours, it's entirely up to you. But it gives you the most beautiful stepped corner. Really lovely. But it's going to give you not only those stepped corners, it's going to give you apertures as well. So you can actually cut apertures out and have the flowers coming out of the apertures. You've got longer and larger elements as well. So again, you can alternate with the perfect papers that we have in the show. It's spectacular, and I've never seen a die set like it before.
No, it's really unusual, and it's really beautiful to have. So it's kind of a clever piece of little engineering, really. You know those geographical, is it topographical maps where they have, like, the sections going up? It looks a lot like that. So when you see the board here, and you can see all those detail lines coming through. every time you get a red or a white on here, it represents a die, so it represents a layer that you're getting. But it means we can cut out these extraordinary shapes. Why is that visually important? Because I understand that when you're looking at that on a board, you might go, well, I'm not really sure why I'm doing that. Well, let's have a look at it. So I'm just going to hold this up to the camera for you. So the first one that we've got here,
I love this,
where you're seeing those layers coming up, right? Now, as I turn that, see the dimension, okay? So this is really, really beautiful. Now, that camera angle where I've got you right now, look at my finger, that's an aperture. So that floral panel is sitting behind that, and then we've built up layers here. How does that work if we just want to use one? What if we don't want to cut a load of layers out? Well, then let's change that round and go this way. That floral panel sitting behind. This is the most extraordinary set of dies for us to be able to create really visually, really strong, impactful cards.
And that white one you held up first, that's my favourite card of the whole collection.
Is it?
I just love it. It's so different, it's so classy, very sophisticated, and it's achieved obviously by the flowers in the collection, the main collection, but also with these tidal dies. So different, so groundbreaking, and that's what I love about representing Carnation here at HobbyMaker and them themselves, because they don't just do things that everybody else does. They think, what can we do that's different? What can we do that's going to excite the crafter? What can we do that's going to excite the people that buy the cards from the crafter? And that's what they come up with. Remember, all of these are designed in-house in the UK. All the artwork is designed by Nick. He's the head designer with his team. And they give you permission, and this is pretty unique, they give you permission to download and print off their artwork free of charge, provided you have got and you've bought the actual dies. You can print off these dies or print off these images again and again and again, and there's background papers that you can print off, of course, as well. But for just $27.99 today, you'll get the most unusual die set I think I've seen in a long, long time. Already, a large percentage of the stock has gone. Stuart's in Greater Manchester.
That's a bit upside down, that, Dave. I'll be fair with you, kid.
Sorry.
That's not the right way up, that.
I'm looking at it back to front, so I can see. Carol in Shropshire, Dorothy in Wrexham, Estelle in Derbyshire, Hazel in Leicestershire. Check your baskets out. 20% of that, the tidal shapes, has gone. CF9C07 is the product number. That goes with the main collection brilliantly well as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely stunning.
And we've also got a really exciting set of nesting dies, which I know Carla's got the actual boards for in a second. Now, these are actually the dashed edge dies. Now, what do we mean by a dashed edge? If I show you this, if you look closely, not only do you get a lovely cut, but you also get a wonderful emboss. Emboss in the line and also embossed in the dash detail around the edge. And you've got a whole selection of different shapes. Now, this is $167.94, but it's not today. We're going to do a great deal on all of these. You can get all of them. You get 2, 4, 6 sets of wonderful nesting dies. Many of them, and this is a word that Carla came up with, she says it's like a truffled edge. It's like
it does feel like a truffled edge,
slight
doesn't
distressed edge to it.
Yeah, it's really pretty, really gorgeous, but it's not excessive. So your cards are very delicate and very beautiful when cut out with these. I love nested dies. I've always said they're the most important you'll ever own, because it's every card shape, or every card base if ever you need one. It's every mat, every layer. It's also every aperture that you might need. It's your borders that you might need. It's your stamping pieces that you might need for your sentiments. So nested dies are going to take you absolutely through your crafting journey forever. And when we get a company like Carnation that bring out nested dies where they're so pretty and they're designed in-house and they're just gorgeous, that's the time to grab them.
You're going to get all of these. And if you get in really close, if I just lift up the rectangle, for example, can you just see there's a very, very, very slight distressed edge around the outside edge, but then you've got that line of embossing and the dashes in the embossing on each die as well. Now, they should be $167.94. Today, you're going to get all of them for $139.99. Now, again, another reason to buy from us at HobbyMaker is that we don't ask you for the full amount in one go. You can enjoy, if you want it, 4 split pays. There's a total of 56 dies, all going up and down in equal increments. So great for your frames, great for your apertures, great for your mats and layers. 139.99 divided by 4 if you want split pay means you only have to pay the first payment, which is $34.99 today, and you'll get all 6 in the post from Carnation in the next couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely. So HobbyMaker will take your order. The payment will go through at midnight tonight, which means Carnation will get the order at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. They'll pick, pack and post. As soon as that courier can get it to you, it will be with you. Carnation do not hang around. The minute they receive your order, it's out. And so then it's dependent on the person getting it to you in transit. But they will not hold back on your order. It will be gone as soon as they've got it.
And of course, it's just 1 P&P with us every day, no matter how many things you buy, of just £3.95. So if you want something from Debbie Moore in the next show, something from Francois again in the 4 o'clock show, you paid your P&P once. You can forget about postage right the way through until midnight tonight. CH9C83. Hello to Angela in Tyne Weir, Teresa, Hazel in Leicestershire. Brand new crafter coming through. Here are the boards.
So let's show you at what they look like, these nested, because they're so pretty. So what you've got is a very slight sort of distressed edge. It's not in your face. It's very subtle but very beautiful. So it gives us almost like a fabric edge. That's what it feels. It's got flow and movement to it. But you also then get the embossed detail, which is gorgeous as well. Now this one obviously being your dashed edge rectangle, and then we go through. While I'm going through these, it's all got the same edge. I will say to you, if you've bought previous Carnation nested dies, if they're in the same shape format as these ones, they will work together, which is really useful. But I love, love, love the embossing design coming around it because it's subtle but it's gorgeous. This will be amazing for your easel cards going forward. You've then got the square. Remember, we can work these together. That can become your diamond. So if you want to seat that on top of a DL card, suddenly it changes the way that's going to work. And then we can create apertures from that as well. So loads that we can select from there. My favourite ever card shape, your DL card shape, which I love, that kind of long, slender design. I think it's so graceful. And I love doing them portrait or landscape. It's a really delightful shape to work with. You're going to get all of those as well.
It just softens the edges, doesn't it?
It's just, I think visually it's really important when, you know, if you, how can I phrase it? You know, if you cut a piece of card and you use a punch to make a rounded corner and it just immediately looks more beautiful. That's what this does for your card making. Before you do anything else, you've already made it look more beautiful. I love the square label and the rectangle label, which I'll show you in a minute. It's gorgeous shaping out, isn't it? Really pretty. And again, there for your rectangle, I think those side by side are exquisite, and I love the shaping of them. Such different cards that we're going to make with these, and they're all obviously available to you and shipped and posted to you very, very quickly from Carnation. And I hope you love them as much as I do, because nested dies are so important. Really, really big piece in our crafting arsenal.
Absolutely. So those are your nesting dies. $139.99 on split pay means you only have to pay just over £34 today. GH9C83. Now, just to let you know, we have got an amazing deal on the Cut Tidy, which is an absolute godsend. We'll do that in just a second. I quickly want to remind you, though, it's a must. Whenever you buy a collection from Carnation, the artwork is the bonus. You can print that off from carnationcrafts.co.uk free of charge. But of course, the colours in the artwork need to have cardstock around it that isn't going to clash, that's going to work really well. And as you can see with all of the design team samples, the perfect papers have been used in this case for a matte and layer, but also for the numbers. Also, this one has got lots of mattes and layers with the main card shape. So these colourways all complement the artwork colours beautifully, and they're only $14.99. And you get, this is all 300 GSM as well, 48 sheets, and 20% of the stock of this is gone. If you want our top tip, Carla will back me up on this. Whenever you buy a Carnation collection, just make it an absolute must that you go for the perfect papers.
Yeah, I mean, the reason they're called perfect papers is basically they should be called perfect partners, because they're so good with the collections. The reason being, when Nick draws the artwork, he then colour picks from that artwork to produce the perfect papers. So there's no time that you can clash with Carnation when you're working with the collections, because they're designed to go together. And that's why the perfect papers are produced, because it allows you to have that handhold when you're making your card to ensure that everything works together.
And a third of them are block colours, a third of them are tiny dots, and a third of them are tiny diagonal stripes. But you get all of them, all 48 of them, for $14.99. Absolute must LF9C68. And yeah, check out the Cut Tidy deal, 3 for 2, A5 Cut Tidy on our website right now. That's something I didn't know about until earlier today, so grab it.
What's that?
3 for 2 on Cut Tidy.
I know, they told me when I came in this morning, I was like, well, they like them apples. Grab your Cut Tidy while it's on something that's a really good deal. Grab it, grab it, grab it.
Well,
Does everybody know what Cut Tidy is?
I think I haven't got it here.
Cut Tidy is basically a plastic pocket or a plastic, it's like a sandwich. And so when you're using it, what you do is if you put your vignette, your artwork inside it and then close the sandwich and then put the die on top and put it through, it's an extra shim. So you get this beautiful edging around everything. But your die, your actual metal die, never touches your cardstock. So you don't have to weed it. We like the no weeding. So for instance, if I had a piece of white cardstock, I can put it inside that little sandwich, pop a die on top of it, and it'll cut it. Even if it's filigree, and especially if it's filigree, because it saves us so much hassle. Don't have to weed the die or smack the die on a desk, because I never touch the cardstock with the die itself.
It'll be your new best friend, and it actually comes with instructions how to use it with the die.
Use it more than once as well. Don't just use it once in your machine. So once you've used it, use it till you can't use it anymore. It's one of your best crafting friends.
Now, if you buy 3, if you put 3 in your basket, we're not going to be charging you $29.97. We're going to be charging you $19.98. So today's the day to stock up on your Cut Tidy. It saves waste, it saves mess, it saves you hours having to take little bits out of your die, because it just basically lifts it away from the die and cleans your die for you as you're using it. And I've used Cut Tidy 6-7 times each time. Loads of you coming in and taking advantage of it. Tracy, Anne, Jackie, Jane, Alison, Audrey, Jeanette in South Lanarkshire.
Those that know. That's why they're filling their baskets now, because they're not daft. Those that know. Cut Tidy is insanely awesome. It's brilliant. If you can get it for that price on a deal like that, today's the day to fill your basket with it.
If you put 2 in your basket, they'll charge you $19.98. If you put 3 in your basket, guess what? They'll charge you $19.98. 1 will be free. Go for 6 if you want to take advantage of this. It's a 1-day offer as far as I'm aware, so fill your boots with it while it's there. JS9C35. Bit of a treat.
We like them apples.
It's the last day of the after-show party, so all these little offers are coming through.
Is that why I'm so tired, Dave? All right, let's have a look at that main card shape. Let's see how it comes together and all the mats and layers. And we're going to have a little look at the nested title shapes as well. So as we go through, we'll do the same demo in one in case we don't have time for more. When you cut your main large die out of your floral gatefold card shape, this is what appears. It has these 2 apertures already in it for you. You don't need to do anything else. 2 score lines there as well, so all I need to do is burnish those score lines down to create my gatefold, so nothing difficult here, and anyone can obviously do so. I'm coming in with some perfect papers. I'm using that honey tone, that caramel tone for these ones, taking this halfway down, up, and then just making sure I can layer that down as centrally as I possibly can. Take more time when you're at home to lean over and just make sure you're getting it exact. Up. And so we're just going to go in and layer these on. Your perfect papers are so beautiful with this collection. I can't even begin to tell you. I do know that there's some carnation people sitting at home who have already received Tides of Joy, Tides of Colour. Why I've got that in my head, I don't know. If you've received it already, and you're sat at home with it, please message the studio and say how incredible it is, because you've already had the chance, and it is so pretty and so lovely.
If you've made anything already, because the intention and the inclination is as soon as something arrives, you want to play with it straight away. If you've made something already, take a picture of it, email it in to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. You'll then go into the draw for Share Your Makes. You could win yourself a £100 credit, which will almost pay for your collection.
That's true. Yeah. We like that, Dave. Right, we've got all your mats and layers here as well. So as you can see, I'm working through and I can build this in. And they're so pretty. Now, I have dropped one on the floor, so I will go down in a second to get it. We'll get the camera to move at that point, because nobody needs to see a creaky old lady trying to get back up after she's bent down. Get that there, and then you can see how all your mats and layers come in. We're just simply putting them on. I would secure it with the 2 extras for the show, for demo. I'm not going to, just because of time constraint. With you guys at home, I definitely would. Look how beautiful these go together. Those perfect papers with that very, very beautiful pattern. Just seat it in and place. Now what I'm going to do is cool that tone down with that white on top. So I'm going as quick as I can. I think you all know the process of matting and layering, but I do want you to see it in full vision because it's so blooming pretty. Let's have a look. And just go down and seat. Okay, so that's the one side done. Now I have got the other side to do as well. Wait. I'm back.
That was impressive.
Did you like that? That was quite quick.
If I'd have gone down there, that would have been it. I'd have been...
There'll be some painkillers later on, Dave. That's a lot of movement. Right, let's get these on fast as we can. Just place in. I love the way this comes together, and I love those pre-shaped apertures for us here. And I think when we close this as a gatefold card, they're so pretty. Remember, your mats and layers that I'm putting on now, you can also put on the exterior of the card, so when it closes, they're the same. I'm not going to do that in demo because we don't have time, but please do, obviously, go the extra mile when you're at home. I'm just going to place this through. So follow that on. Right, we're nearly there on your mats and your layers. Oh, Dave, it's not like me to be going this fast.
Not like you to be what?
Going this fast. You know, I was built for comfort, not speed. Right, put that there. Now, I want to talk to you about those nested tidal shapes, these, because they're really, really important, and I want to talk to you about visually how we impact with them, whether that's going to be sort of layered apertures, whether you're just going to use them as layers themselves. I love them as apertures. I love the sort of peaky, hidey holes that we create when we're using them, where we can just have that sort of peekaboo moment that gives us a flavour of what's to come when we open the card. Now, what I'm going to do with this one, I've got that floral palette. Got to tell you, I am in love with that. Isn't that just so divine?
I think it's the
so
colours.
pretty.
It's the colours, isn't it, that do it for me?
Yeah, I think it's summer. It does smack of summer, and I mean, tides of colour. It is exactly what it says on the tin. It's tides and tides of colour. It's modern but classic. It's beautiful. It's delicate. It's all of the things. So I'm going to pop this down. I'm just sort of haphazardly putting some adhesive down here because I'm going to pin it in a second. So I'm not worried about where I put it. So I'm going to place this just there in the centre. I mean, that's a card, guys. That's just a card right there. It's so pretty. Just beautiful. Sentiment in the middle, we're done. However, I am going to go in and I want to show you where we've cut those panes with that nested tidal shape. And it's so pretty. So as I take off my bodgum stuff there, whatever it's called, red line, the words went away. Right, this is where we go into something extraordinary. Look how beautiful that is. As we just cool those tones down, and we give a hint of something delicate and pretty, and we give ourselves white space to play with visually. And I think that's so important. So that's using 3 of those elements on one matte layer. Now, you could do that as a nested, so I could have gone through 2 layers there. I could raise it up on foam tape, but I think that is absolutely extraordinary.
No word of a lie. If you went into an upmarket department store or card shop and saw that card, you would expect to pay £7, £8 for that, without any exception.
Easy.
And where would you find a card like that? I've not seen a card like that at all, ever, anywhere.
It's just so pretty, isn't it? Now, I've got 2 taller elements here, and that's my medicine bottle and it's also my tulip. So I'm going to work with my tulips at this side, and I'm going to raise them up, and I'm using them at this side because I've got the tool variation there. So I am going to put something on that side as well, but I just want to play on this side for now. So I'm going to come in with my silicone gel glue. This will dry in 24 hours, solid, but it'll allow me to retain that dimension that I've just done by curving it round my hand. So I can place that down. It just gives it a bit of dimension and a bit of shadow. Same again with the medicine bottle. But the one thing that I don't want here is the cap, because it's going to overlap too much. And everything with carnation is designed to have a snippability factor on it. So all I'm going to do is just cut exactly where it says on the tin. I'm sort of directed where to cut it by Nick's pip lines, so I don't need to worry about getting it wrong. From there, I can just use some more of that silicone gel glue, and I'm just going to place this in on the side there. Really pretty, right? Really delicate, really soft. Now, I've got the teacup here, which I love so much. It's so pretty. And from this, I'm just going to use one of Carnation's ball tools, and I'm just going to go round the edge, and then I'm going to take that centerpiece, and I'm going to bring that round and just draw around the saucer. That's going to give me the perfect shaping. I can then use my hand just to break those fibres, okay? So now I've got something really round, really sort of rotund, which I love the shaping of. The handle is facing in the opposite direction.
You can almost hear Angela Lansbury saying, "Time for bed, Chip."
Or Murder, She Wrote.
Or well, yeah. She may use cups like that in Murder, She Wrote, but certainly...
You don't know. You don't know. Now, what I'm going to do with these florals, you've got various elements that you can do here. But I can tuck them into the cup if I so chose, or I can use them as decoupage. Because I've got my elements sitting there, I'm going to use this as a decoupage element on top of the one that's hiding behind. So can you see, I'm just going to snip away that stem, just cutting in to this die cut. I'm going to take my flower, use my ball tool again, this time to shape it into a cup. So it's that sort of bowl shape. Use my silicone gel glue just inside, and I'm going to place this directly on top of there because I've got my wee hidey hole. So my decoupage will just sit beautifully on there and it will close over. Now obviously I would decorate the outside of the card as well, but we don't have time for that right now. From my teacup, I'm just going to place through a floral and a leaf just behind, just covering up a little bit more of that white space as well. So it's got a fuller design to it. Just on a composition level, it will just increase the design sort of space that I'm using. So one there, and then the little foliage piece behind. Tiny amounts of wet glue here. You don't need much. Glue is sticky, so you don't need masses of it. Little bits thither. Stick this through just behind that spoon, way up, and just in. So I'm using my tuck-ins. I'm snipping in. We've got all of the elements that for card making. And all I'm going to do now is break the top. And I'm going to do that with a sentiment. But I can break across here. And actually that may be where I go with it. Because it's so pretty just breaking up that white space. Because we've got that floral panel that's giving us that vision. For these, I like to take it where my finger is, roll it down. Take the other side with my thumb and roll it up. So I'm basically, you know, sort of pinching it that wave. And then once I've got that, I can fill the deeper curvature with my silicone gel glue to keep that sort of dimension there, that shaping that I've worked on, small piece on the other. Don't need much because I want the height on the bit that's curved. And once I've got that in, just place it on and make sure the adhesion has held. And that's something really beautiful.
Stunning. Absolutely
really
gorgeous.
Easy.
Now, today is the last day of our after-show party. It's our birthday celebrations. Today is the last day of the celebrations. Deals galore right the way through until 8 o'clock. There'll be more deals coming tomorrow, but it's the last day of our party celebrations. Let me remind you of the cut tidy quickly as well, because I've just grabbed it, got it here. This is what it looks like. It's basically, it's an envelope flap of plastic. Now already a quarter of the stock of this is gone. Now in the early days of Cut Tidy, it didn't have printed or pictured instructions as to how to use it. Nowadays it does, because there was some confusion how you used it, what sort of layer did you use it for. It literally cleans your die rather than having to get a brush or a pokey tool to try and get all the elements out. It means that everything is contained in the Cut Tidy. All the cutouts are contained in the Cut Tidy. We can put it in the bin, so it goes in the bin rather than on the floor. It cuts down the amount of time it takes. It also helps to cut the die properly as well, and you get 10 sheets of A5 in there for $9.99. Now normally that's $9.99 for each. If you buy 3 today, you're going to get one of them for free. You can multi-use each sheet of Cut Tidy. I've used the same sheet at least half a dozen times on most occasions, so you can get an awful lot of cuts out of 10 sheets. But if you buy 1, it's $9.99. If you buy 2, it's $19.98. If you buy 3, it's $19.98. So 1 will be free. It's a great deal. If you've never used Cut Tidy, it's going to be a game changer. It saves you time, it saves you frustration, it saves you cleanup, and it enhances the quality of the cut of the die as well. All of that for £9.99. Deb's in Derbyshire, Karen in Greater Manchester, June in Cheshire, brand new crafter coming through as well. I only about a year ago started to use this, and it's a game changer. When you follow the instructions and use it properly, it really will transform the way you think about die cutting. JS9C35 3 for the price of 2.
Use it till it's like a dirty dish rag. It should look grey and nasty when you get it. Yeah, it kind of disintegrates into itself. So use it until it looks like that. I always used to use it for one use. It's not for one use.
Now, just a quick word about how we work here at HobbyMaker with Carnation Crafts. If you're new to us, you may not know the way it works. We've got this deal. We've got it on 4 split pay, okay? So this is a brand new launch for us at HobbyMaker. Brand new from Carnation. It's only been out a couple of days. This is the beautiful Tides of Colour collection. You're going to get all of these dies that you can see. You've got the main card-shaped dies, the elongated numbers, the cup and everything else, the squiggles, the medicine bottle, the tulips in a vase, it's all there. The memory, the thought bubble and the speech bubble, the fuzzy Ted character is there as well. The banner, which you can print off either blank or with words, it's entirely up to you. The bottle of wine there too. All of those dies with us today are $134.99. We give you four-way split pay, and that's basically something that as a business we can do, okay? So if you've never shopped with us before, doesn't matter, call the call centre. All you've got to do is just say, I'd like split pay, and they will take a quarter of the cost of this off of your debit or credit card today. Automatically then in 4 weeks, 8 weeks and 12 weeks, the next three payments will come at this time of the month off your card. So next in April, May and June. Now in the bundle, 30% of the entire stock of the offer has gone today. Nowhere else gives you four-way split pay. We do at HobbyMaker. And of course, Carnation get your order. They will send it to you tomorrow. The orders go in overnight tonight. Your debit card won't be charged or your credit card won't be charged until midnight tonight. You get an email confirmation overnight of your purchase. Carnation will get it out to you tomorrow. And remember, all the artwork is free to print off. All you've got to do, once you've ordered it from us, go to carnationcrafts.co.uk and then just go to downloads, free downloads, and there's the artwork. Print it off as many times as you like. You won't get that from our website, you get that from carnationcrafts.co.uk. Right, Carla?
Yeah, also join the Facebook group Carnation Crafters, where you'll get lots of inspiration as well. Right, quick demo for you, looking at those gorgeous nested die shapes that you can get today as well, because they're so pretty, and we'll bring that in with the collection. I've cut one and I'm using the square label shape. Now it normally has a point at the bottom, as you can see here, but I don't want the card to rock, so I've just cut the edge off. Because of that, I'm just going to place it down with that edge just hanging over itself so I don't get taffled before I'm ready. Then I can shunt those together, she says, just there, and then I can commit that stick through. Let's go perfect papers. 1 and 2, and I'm using a foam tape here. I've got a 3mm. I'm just creating a little bit high. Let's get some shadow play in, and then those softer dots. And this will be a super quick demo because I want to show you the boards again, if that's okay with Laura. So I'm just going to place this on here. There's so much to see in this collection. You are getting so many dies in this collection that I think having a reminder of what you get is really important. Let's place that down there. And right, let's play that teacup. Okay, you saw the teacup earlier. Now, I have used my pokey tool because I don't have a craft knife with me, but this is how clever they are. Just my pokey tool to just run along this line here. Just there, and it's released it. So because it's released it, I've now got a gap. Can you see?
It's held in with little pips, isn't it?
It's just held with pips.
Yeah.
So I haven't torn anything, I haven't damaged anything. Those pips are there for me to use. And I'm going to build a bouquet behind it. So the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of the spoon, because that's not going to fit in with my florals. So I'm just going to cut along that top line because it's going to be hidden. Now I'm going to just turn that round on my hand to get a little bit of shaping coming through, a little bit of dimension there. And I'm going to use silicone gel glue. Really important here. If you want to do this demo and you want to use foam pads, put one right at the bottom before you go anywhere else. Don't get it near the top. You need to tuck those florals in. So hold your horses on putting foam tape near the top until you're ready for it. If you're using silicone gel glue like I am, I can put it all over because I can steal that to use for my florals. I'm going to use my grounding device just down here, which comes in both in the cup itself and in that dashed edge shape that we've got here. Now I've got that little hole, remember, so I can use that to tuck in. Now I don't need all of this stem. There's absolutely no reason for me to use the whole piece. So I can just take this, and where that rim of that cup is that I just cut into, I can now start to build. And I'm stealing that glue from inside that we just used. So I'm going to put two of these together. So I'll place one over a little bit and one here. Look how pretty these are and how quick this works up as a gorgeous card for somebody you love, to just say, joy is back, colour is back, celebration is here. We are in love with this collection. It's so pretty. Let me just tuck this through, building up on those pinks and those oranges and that really vibrant, it's almost tropical colours, aren't they? They're so pretty. Let's place those in so we're seeing height come through, dimension come through. I want to just break up those colours here with this piece. I will put a little bit of wet glue on this because the stem's not quite so long. So I just want to make sure I've got my adhesion there. I'll tuck it behind that one and in here so you can see the difference between the two flowers. They're just saying in the gallery, colour shift. Your head's in the way. My noggin's always in the way. Move your head. I think my mum used to say that to me when I was a child as well. And what? You've got to be professional. When did that happen? When did that mandate come out? Nobody sent me that email. Right. Now we've got our sentiment. So same thing. Over one hand, over one finger, up above the thumb at the other. So we're getting that beautiful rotund shape. And then I'm going to fill that just here. A little bit there. I love you.
And those banners, remember, you can print them off plain or you can print them off with all the sentiments on in different fonts as well. But look at that, using those nesting dies that we've got in the show as well. The main collection, though, is absolutely flying out the door. It's $134.99, which, when you consider how many dies you're getting, and you're getting the artwork for free now and in the future for this. You know, if you want to print off 100 sheets of that fuzzy bear, you can do that. If you want to print off 150 sheets of the main card blank, that floral panel, you can do that. What we recommend you use is Pro Print paper, which you'll find on our website in the Carnation Crafts you know, in the actual kind of brand shop. That will be there for you, and that is going to give you the best reproduction, the best printing experience. You don't have to have an expensive printer. It's the quality of the paper you print onto that's absolutely crucial. And today you're going to get it with 4 split pays. Not only are we giving you the best price, everyone pays the same final low price. There's no promo code. There's no club to be a member of. Everyone will get the discounted price. That price will go back up to £150 in a few days' time. Today you're getting an extra £15 discount down to $134.99. That will importantly lock that price for you. So if the price goes up in 3 or 4 days' time to $150, your split pays are on the $134.99, not the $150. They will stay the same, okay? And that's important to point out. We do get questions about that. EL9C10, £33.74 is all you pay today, plus your P&P, unless you've paid it already, of $3.95, and that's 1 P&P for the whole day's orders. If you want the 3 for 2 cut tidy, please fill your boots with that. That's $19.98 for 3. You get 1 worth $9.99 free, but you've got to put 3 in your basket to qualify for that 3 for the price of 2, okay? And it's a game changer. If you are a die cutter and you've not tried cut tidy, just believe us, trust us, get this, and it will just change the way you feel about your die cutting. If you hate cutting or you hate cleaning your dies after really intricate cuts, that's going to be your saving grace. And this is what's in the collection.
Yeah, let's go back through the boards because there's so much. So just a reminder, I will go quicker this time though. This is your gorgeous floral gatefold card shape. Stunning. You've seen it in use. So many different ways you're going to be able to use this. It's glorious to look at and it's something different for us to see. From there, you've got your colourway on that. So just to remind you, that floral panel, that is going to be your best friend for the longest time coming. I honestly can't imagine how many cards are going to come from that, because you can literally make it to whatever you want it to be. You snip into that a million times. Each card you make can be different just with that one panel. Then you've got your gorgeous slimline numbers here with your ordinals and also your matte layers as well as the numbers themselves. They're beautiful and elegant and very, very soft looking, and I love them very, very much. It's nice to see different types of numbers come in. We can never have enough. Your textured scribbles to give yourself a different advantage on the back of your card, so that beautiful texture that comes through on your backgrounds, which is so important for your composition and beautiful to look at. Thinking out loud, you've got the thought bubble and then you've got the speech bubble. So you've got both going through together, those layers that come through. How big do you want the speech bubble to be? What do you want it to say? Answers on a postcard after 9 o'clock. Then you've got your beautiful classic cuppa. Gilded cup. You've just seen me use it. Yes, you can have it exactly as it is. You can cut into it and create bouquets from it. There's so many ways of playing with that. That's going to be another favourite of yours, I think. From there, we have got your beautiful spoonful of goodness. This is your medicine bottle. Are you okay? That's the cards we send, isn't it? Best wishes. I'm thinking of you. I hope you're okay. It's a hug in a bottle. And that's what we're trying to send to people when we're trying to say get well soon, maybe in careful ways. You've got your gorgeous classic vintage. 3 different colourways here, green, pink and purple. You can choose which wine is your favourite wine, Dave, out of those 3.
Blanc.
Is that what you'd start with and end with the other? I know him so well. All 3 would be Dave's favourite. Then you've got your towering tulips here, that beautiful vase that we can decoupage up. Then your florals. Are you going to cut them away and make a different bouquet, or keep them and add and tuck in? Or are you going to keep it exactly as it is? The choice is all down to you. Our beautiful fuzzy friend, who is just the most handsome. He's very, very handsome. He's got his own mat layer and he's got the banner he can hold. You've either got sentiments that you can print out or you can stamp on that. It's entirely up to you. And your pile full of presents, which is your gorgeous snippable set of gifts that you can cut into. You can keep it exactly as it is. You can decoupage and you can build. Tides of Colour is an extraordinary collection. It's also huge. The value in this collection is just insanely good, and I know you're going to love this when you get home. So happy crafting to those of you who were lucky enough to buy it this show.
Now, whatever you do, if you are buying this collection today, congratulations. It'll be on its way first thing tomorrow. Carnation will send it out. You probably get it the day after. That's how quick Carnation are at picking, packing and posting. Do join Carla though for another show this evening at 6. Is it? 5. At 5. Another view of this
that
collection.
when I'm itching my ear.
At 5, okay, so more inspiration, more ideas, more ways on how to use this collection. There's loads of you with it in your baskets right now. And remember, the way it works here, in case there's any confusion, we've got lots of new viewers. Buy the collection from us, enjoy up to 4 split pays, then go across to carnationcrafts.co.uk, go to downloads, click on free downloads, and you'll see all the artwork for this collection. And you can print that off as many times as you like, free of charge. That's their gift to you for buying the collection, okay? So your artwork and your cards are always going to look very, very professional. There's no colouring in needed or anything like that. I know lots of you like to colour in, that's fine. But for those of you that just want to have that beautiful, finished, artist quality card, that's what Carnation delivers. And do remember the perfect papers. They're available. They're going to be the perfect combination to work with the printed out artwork. No colour clashes. Everything's going to coordinate beautifully. That's only $14.99. And all the other goodies that you can see, if you go to our website, they'll be there, which of course is our website, hobbymaker.co.uk. Thank you, Carla.
Thanks for having me, Dave.
That's great, brilliant. And don't forget the Cut Tidy, 3 for the price of 2. That was a last-minute addition to the show today. Stock up on that, you will not regret it. Coming up next, more end-of-party celebrations with the fabulous Debbie Moore. She's flown over to be with us, and we've got a brand-new collection from Debbie. Yeah, it's our last day of our after-party, so still more bargains to come. See you in a minute.
The after party here at HobbyMaker is continuing on Wednesday. We've got Debbie Moore joining us with a new collection. We've also got Carnation Crafts, they've got a brand new die launch, and there's a Faber-Castell masterclass with plenty of demos. Plus, there'll be lots more, so make sure you watch it.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Every day our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
HobbyMaker's now available on Virgin Media, channel number 754.
Morning everyone, HobbyMaker's birthday. What an incredible event it's been. We've had prizes, we've had customers, we've had guests, but unfortunately it's come to an end.
What? It's not over yet. We've got so much more. It's the HobbyMaker after party. We've got great products from great brands, including Visible Image, Zila, Debbie Moore, Faber-Castell, Carnation Crafts, Hunky Dory, and so much more.
Welcome back to HobbyMaker, our after party. It's the last day of our after party, and we have got so many more special offers, so many more special deals to come from some of your favourite guests and suppliers here at HobbyMaker. One of them being the lovely Debbie Moore. Welcome back. How are you?
I'm very well.
I saw your Facebook post that you jetted off coming back to us the other day.
Yes. It was very strange actually.
Was
it was because that's the first time I've flown over.
Oh, is it?
I've normally drive, so it was very strange, but it was really, really relaxing. And then obviously had to have a little glass of wine.
Absolutely. Now, I'm really excited that Debbie is here today because we have got for you an unbelievable collection. Birds of a Feather is what this is called. Now, as ever, with anything that Debbie does, whenever you buy the full collection, she always gives you what we call a forever code, which basically means once you've bought this, you're never going to run out of any of the elements ever and ever again, because you go to Debbie's website with the forever code that will be in your packet, and you can then print off elements that you've already run out of and you've used up. So it's basically a collection that just keeps on giving.
It is. I've kind of gone a little bit crazy. I think I always go crazy. But this, I was like, I need to do this, I need to do this, I need to add this, I need to add this. So it's actually split into two different, actually you're going to get 3 different kits. But the physical kits you are looking at, one side, this side that I am on is the concept card.
Yep.
Kit. So these 3 are the concept cards, and then you've got the card making kit. And when I say concept cards, these are not hard, everybody. Everything's done for you. You've got those beautiful dome cards that we're looking at the moment. You've even got, as you go through, so you've also got on there side scenes, you've got rocker cards. What we're looking at is part of the card making kit options that you've got on there, and that you can fussy cut them out, or if you've got any of my nesting dies, they'll work with that, or if you have a scan and cut, we'll give you permission to use it with that.
Okay, now, the concept card kit should be $19.99, and that's over here.
Yes.
The card making kit over here should be £17.99. Now, you're going to get both of those. And as it's our birthday and the finale of our birthday, we are giving you a free, or Debbie is giving you a free birthday gift. A download of inserts and envelopes worth $17.99. Now, that download information will be in your parcel when it arrives.
Yes, definitely. You get the little free, well, you get all the information. But don't forget, you also get the forever codes for all the kits.
Exactly.
So you have this forever.
So that combined value is $55.97. Remember, the envelopes and the inserts are a download. So the download code will be in your order when it arrives physically in the next few days. You can then go onto Debbie's website and print off the inserts and the envelopes completely free as many times as you like. As you use up the physical card kit, which lots of you love to receive, and I get that, you can then, if you've got a favourite sheet that you use up straight away and you think, oh, I want to do that 3 or 4 or 5 times, just go to Debbie's website with the forever code that will be in with your order and print it off as many times as you want on whatever paper or cardstock you want. 3 seconds, and we're going to give you our finale of birthday deal. £55? No way. $29.99 for the whole lot. And this kit, when you've got it, will never, ever end because you've got the forever code. The envelopes and inserts that complement the kit, free. When you get this, it'll have the download code in it.
It is. I mean, it is a birthday celebration, birds of a feather. It is spring in a box. essentially everybody, but with a twist, because I've given you what everybody loves, the cards and the toppers, ribbon strips and the backing papers that you see all on the left-hand side just over there. But then I love dimension, and I've made it easier for you. So just to show you some of the finished samples of the dimension. So as you go down here, you have got, how about creating this?
Oh, look at this. If this isn't spring in a card, I don't know what is.
And look, it goes completely flat.
I saw one of those this morning in the bird feeder, just outside where I stay up here, little blue tip. Yeah, they're out there.
And then you have got the dome cards. Look at those.
Oh, wow.
So
that's one of the concept cards, yeah?
That's one of the concept cards. So you've got the dome cards in there. And then you have got the rocker cards. Let me just reach over here. Look at that.
Wow.
How gorgeous is that?
Now, I love the fact you get the forever code. I love the fact you get downloads as well, because then you can choose what you print onto. If you want the same paper that Debbie uses on her card kits when they're produced and printed, we've got that paper for you in the show. So you can keep on using the same quality paper that Debbie uses in her kits. If you've got other papers you want to print onto, if you want to print onto vellum, you want to print onto fabric, that's entirely your call.
It is. I mean, by having the forever code, that means this is an endless kit.
Yes.
You have got all the sheets on here, you have got the 3D effects on there, but best of all, I've given you the finished touch, which is the inserts and the envelopes you're never going to lose.
And remember, as an extra special bonus, you're going to get $17.99's worth of envelopes and inserts that you can print off. So they are going to complement the cards that you put inside the envelopes, basically. You're not even paying for them. We can't physically show them to you here because they're a download, and that will be available for you to put onto your PC when your card kit arrives. Concept on this side, card making on this side, forever codes for both included, so it's the card kits that will never ever run out, and you've got the download. And it's a great way, actually, if you've never experienced downloads, going for this kit with the downloadable inserts and envelopes is a great way of dipping your toe in and trying downloads. It's the way forward, because you know it's always going to be there for you to print onto whatever you want to do. But if you're a Debbie fan, this is just too good an opportunity to miss out on. Hello to John in Hampshire, Christine, Maria in Warwickshire, Jennifer in Bath, Stephen in Somerset, Elaine in the West Midlands checked out already. Coming through, we've got Shelley, Lois, Mary and Jerry, Emma, Elizabeth coming in as well. If you love spring, it's one of our favourite seasons of the year, I think, for many of us, because it's all about a new beginning. Things start to grow, things start to bring colour to our gardens, to our worlds. After a bleak January, February, things start to get a little bit brighter, the days get a bit longer. It's Easter. Very, very soon, this is the perfect collection called Birds of a Feather, our feathered friends. We love them, we look after them, we feed them and that sort of thing. Well, here you're kind of really celebrating spring in one purchase at less than £30. And I've said it before and I'll say it again, Debbie's one of the most generous suppliers you could ever have on a channel, because you know, most designers and most suppliers want you to use the kit, run out of it and then buy it again.
But I want you to buy the next one.
Okay. But the thing is, because you've got the forever code, you're never going to run out of that artwork. And there's nothing more annoying than if you've got a favourite topper and you use it and then that's it, it's gone. You can print it off 20 times if you want.
I am a crafter first and then a designer. And I drive the office mad, because I'll go, actually, can you just fit in that extra sentiment in that gap? And when you look at the sheets, they are jam-packed.
They're jam-packed, yeah.
You know, and so I wanted a kit that gave you the flexibility. Yes, you've got some Easter sentiments in there, but they're great for birthdays, thinking of you, even sympathy, as well as just obviously the different, you've got retirement in there as well. You know, it is a beautiful collection.
And as I said before, if you do want to recreate the quality paper that Debbie uses in her physical kits, we have got that paper on the show, on the website.
Now, just to let you know, because I know you've seen it done before, the candle is on the next show. Sorry, Dave. I'm sorry. But I couldn't squeeze everything in, everybody, in this first hour. So make sure you record. But, you know, we're doing that. We've got the gloss paper on. We've got all the different elements. So you've got plenty on this one.
Okay, good.
So we're going to do a demo. And one of the things that I'm totally in love with is creating apertures. Okay, so this is not an aperture card. This was just an ordinary piece of my card stock that we have on today's show.
Yep.
So we have got the card, and all I've done is I've fixed one of the backing papers and used the die that's coming up and made an aperture. Yes.
Okay, so if you want the card.
I think you get 2 packets of card, is that right?
I think you're right, yeah.
Yeah.
So A4 packs, you get 15 sheets in each, so 30 sheets of the A4. That's on the website if you want it. That's what Debbie's using at the moment, OK? So 2 packs of that available for you, totally printable, and it's a crazy price for this, actually. We're going to get it on the screen for you. This is new, I think, isn't it?
No, that one's not new. The pearlised, we've got new pearlised.
OK, so this is the printable A4. There we go. So if you want that, 30 sheets, we'll get it on the screen for you any second now. 2 packs of 15, and the GSM is £2.50. £2.50 GSM, £7.98, £4 a pack, FH6123. We'll get to the new one a bit later.
OK, so what I want to do, so what I've done, we'll have a look at the apertures in a second. So all I've done, you will recognise that you've got the shapes in this kit. If you collect my nesting dies, you can actually use them as a standalone. So what I've done is I've just die cut that shape on that paper. So this is my layout. And then you'll find that in the collection, there obviously, don't forget the USB keys coming up. You've got different colours in there that you can actually work with. So I'm going with these pink tones. And the other thing that you'll find is, what I love about this, is I've added all these extra flowers that you can just create extra embellishments on here. And it's very pretty and very gentle and springy kind of effect. So you can see that I'm just laying out the outside. We've even got lovely little bunting. So all I do to start off with is start to lay out what I want on things. And you can see, you know, you've got lovely sentiments on there. And all this is from one design sheet. So I've got 1 backing papers, okay, and then I've got 1 design sheet is the sheets that we cull, where it has all the toppers. And look, even the ribbon strips are coming in, so I'm going to bring that in as well. And it just brings it all together. And I will be finishing off with, because we've got a bone maker on today's show.
We have.
So I'm going to stick this all together, make sure I've got my taping glue.
Now, we do have the actual dies in the show that match the printed shapes on the card kits as well. So we've got the ovals, and we've also got, I don't know what the name of that one is. Has that got a name, that shape?
So you have got the, do you know what? My mind's gone blank. So it's 2 aperture shapes. So there's the ovals and the step rectangle. Step
rectangle, OK. So that's your step rectangle. That's the ovals. Today, as it's our after party and the last day of our birthday celebrations, you're going to get £10 off, which is basically about 28% off the price, down to £25.98. And these will cut out the shapes in your main card kit today perfectly if you don't want to do them with scissors. A die is much more accurate, is much more easy to use as well, and much safer too.
I've just realised my glue top was not off.
Ah.
Have you all done that before? Trying to think,
Yeah.
why is the glue not coming out?
Yep.
And I've got glue everywhere. So, we're a true crafter. Glue everywhere. OK, so all I'm doing is sticking this all together. The kit itself is jam-packed, everybody.
It is.
And I will say, they're all different. Every sheet is
different, right.
It's not a duplication of design. So
it must take you forever to put a collection like this together.
We've been working on this since last year. I mean, my life, everybody, is a bit crazy at the moment. For those people that don't know, I am in France half the time and in the UK the other half.
How's chateau life?
Crazy. It's very busy. It's not as everybody thinks, oh, I'm just put my feet up. I have bought a chateau in France and I'm doing it up, and it's full at the moment. I'm learning all about DIY. And honestly, it is fun. But when you think, oh, I've done that job, and then there's another job. So, but I'm really...
Never ending.
No. But I think, do you know what? If you get a chance to do something like this, I mean, I'm loving it.
A moving house is usually the most stressful thing you can do, but then a move into a house that needs doing up is extra stress.
Well, the chateau was empty for about 4 or 5 years. So I have literally got lots to do. So here's a top tip. I tend to use a bit of plastic, put the glue on there, and dip it. I know people use their hand, but I don't. I prefer doing it this way and just dip it on. And all I'm doing, everybody, is bending certain different areas like so. And I mean, look, I've still got elements that I can use. and I'm just literally laying it all together.
I mean, if that isn't the best money spent, if you think about it, because, you know, you buy a collection once, normally it runs out, and then you've got to buy it again. So you're constantly forking out for the same collection again. But once you've got one of Debbie's collections with the Forever Code, that artwork is always there for you. You can make and sell what you make as well, provided it's something you've made from scratch.
You're exactly right. You can make as many of these cards in your lifetime, but how sweet is this? Yes, you do need the aperture die, but it just finishes it off beautifully. And all I'm doing is laying it all up, and it's pretty, and it's also spring, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
You can mix in all your different elements.
It feels like it now. The days are getting longer, aren't they? Lighter mornings, lighter afternoons.
It is. It is just. I mean, look, I've even done faux buttons.
Little buttons. So cute.
They look real, don't they? But it is not. It's a faux button. Because, you know, when I was doing the card samples, I was thinking, I can't find a blue button. I was like, do you know what? I'm going to put a button on.
Yeah. So it cuts down on bulk as well. If you don't want bulky cards, then have the card buttons.
So I've actually just put these on. So I'm just going to create a layered effect up here. And then we've got the bow to go on. There we go. And then I need some foam pads and a pricking tool. What do I do with the foam pads? There we go. Now, next to you, can I just borrow that tool next to you? Because I don't know what I'm doing with mine.
Which one? Oh, yep.
So we have a tool. There we go. If it wants to come off. Do you know, I had to... this is what you shouldn't do. Put foam pads next to heat. There you go, have that like that. And then let's layer all this up, a bit of glue. I mean, don't forget, you have different colourways. I think you have about 4 different colourways.
The colours are magnificent. They really, really are in the collection. I don't know how many pages or papers you get in total, but there's an awful lot. And when you've got the Forever Code as well, and you've also got the bonus download. Now, that should be $17.99 on its own for the envelopes and the inserts. You're getting that as an extra free gift, and the code for that will be in the packaging when your product arrives, OK? SM6170. When that arrives, the download code will be there. So you just go to Debbie's website. All instructions will be in the packet, and you can then print off all of the artwork for the envelopes and the inserts as well.
So what I've done here is I'm just finishing off with a sentiment. And what I'm doing is got live, love, laugh, and then the bows. If you've never seen these bows before, all it is, I've die cut the corresponding paper, and simply just use your thumb and your second finger, or you can use a stylus tool.
I've just been told you get 42 sheets in both physical collections.
Yes.
And then in the download, you get 27 sheets in the download for the, so 69 sheets in total.
I went a bit crazy, didn't I?
No, we like it. We love it.
And every sheet. So you don't get a duplication. You might get a duplication in the design, but in a different colour. But I wanted you to have choice.
And the thing is, you choose what you print those images onto. This is the lovely thing. Everyone's different. You know, you can print on fabric, you can print on vellum and parchment, you can print on all sorts of things. So you don't have to stick to the paper that Debbie uses, but if you love it, and why wouldn't you? Because it's gorgeous quality. We've got that in the show, plain as well. So.
We've got the new pearlised on today's show as well.
OK, great.
Now I just need to decide where I want to put it. I think it looks lovely there. Let's have that on there. And I'm going to have the button in the middle. And there we go, everybody.
First card done.
The aperture, honestly, the aperture really does make it stand out. And then have this. Another top tip, because this is 250 GSM, if you bend it and put the... you can use a foam pad, but I tend to use glue quite a little bit, or double-sided tape. Put it on either side. It will keep its shape, like so. There we go, and then I have a little with love coming from here.
Perfect.
And then we're done.
Excellent.
There we go.
Now, a quick reminder of the dies. If you do want the dies that will match perfectly with the elements that are in the kit, like on that card, for example, that oval, cutting out the oval from the paper or the card, cutting the aperture so it's the perfect shape and size to show the beautiful image inside it. So there you go. You've got your ovals, and you've got, what was that one called again, Debbie? Was it
stepped aperture?
Stepped aperture.
Sorry, stepped nesting die.
Yeah, step nesting die in the rectangles. We've got those for you, remember. So if you want them both together, they will cut out the beautiful images on there. They're $25.98 for both of them. And they're a really, I mean, that one down the bottom there is a really unusual shape. So.
It is. So you'll find that across in some of these designs, but if you bought, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, my Art Deco collection, that design wasn't there. So the nesting dies, so if you have a look, I've done, with the help of Bella, we've done some boards to show you what you can do. So they are actually matte and layering, and then you can do frames. Now, the other thing is you can do, depending on how wide you are, you can have as wide as you want on your frames. And then the third way of using well, actually two other ways of using these, is to create a nesting somewhere under here. Is gone, the cards, I don't know what I've done with them, is the actual aperture cards.
Here.
Oh, right under here. So you can create the aperture in whatever you want to do, and also whatever size you want. And It's not just my nesting dies, everybody. Everybody's nesting dies can do the same thing. But what I've done is I've taken it one step further, and then you can do different shapes. So you get that, and then with the oval, so if you have a look on that, so you've got the mats, different sizes, and then you've got the frames, and that's the one that I've just done this with. Okay, so then you know that you've got shapes that match it, but then there's another collection that's coming out soon. Okay, so you can see that you can create different effects.
Brilliant. Okay, so bear in mind, not only are those dies great for apertures, also great for frames, but also they're going to cut out the shapes that you're going to get in your card kits today as well. Now, the bows that we talked about and touched on, these dies are perfect for making different size bows. Now, these are going to go crazy when you see the price of them. They're only £14.99. WT6120 is the product code. You need never buy a bow again.
Exactly, and there is two different sizes there, but there's two different ways of doing the bow. So I've done it this way, but then you can cut the tails, point them down as well. So it is a bow, and then you can do double bows and treble bows. There's so much you can do with that.
Excellent. So that price, £14.99, is an absolute snip. It's WT6120 if you want that. WT6120. So you get a lot of dies in there for your money. And again, how you want to make them, what you want to make them out of is entirely up to you. Hello to Kim, hello Jackie, hello Margaret and Dumfries of Galloway. Yeah, bows themselves, they couldn't be easier. They're so simple. And that little rectangle, if you're wondering what that is, that's actually for you to wrap around the middle of the bow when you're putting it together. So it kind of locks it in place, doesn't it?
So even though I put a button on top of mine, I mean, we'll be doing another bow later on, okay, you can actually use it in the middle bit, or I've actually, you can just, if I can lift it, I can't. I'll do it on the next one. But essentially, look how that ties in beautifully, because it's to do with the colourways.
Excellent. Now, another die that I know is going to be absolutely hugely popular is this one, and we've got a really good birthday price on this as well. This is our wonderful floral flourish. That's
yes,
it.
It's gorgeous.
Swirling flourish. It is beautiful, and it's a big die as well, as you can see. The detail in it.
So I die cut it out of the papers, so they're the papers in the kit. But look, Lois has actually just used some distress ink to blend in to go with that.
Beautiful, isn't it? And look at the price. A big die with lots and lots of potential for £6.99. That's all this die is. And you can use these flourishes in all sides or all types of card making, in all designs. It's not just for Debbie Moore designs. You can use it in everything. Flourishes you can never go wrong with a flourish, basically. HD 6126, £6.99. Okay, now the pearlised paper we talked about, we've got lots of people asking about this. So you get
two packets of, is it 15? So you get two packets, and look, pearlised.
Printable pearlised.
Printable pearlised, brand new. That's an amazing price. I don't know if it can see.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Look at
that. That's a stunning, stunning effect. And it can go through your printer so easily. If you struggle with, like, really thick cardstock going through your printer, it's not always that easy. But paper like this, it will go through a dream, and will take the ink a dream as well.
Yes, and the thing about it is, it used through the printer, but stamping.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And depending on what inks you use with it, you can also blend with it as well.
But also think about what you're going to be printing out. When you've got the Forever Code, you can be printing all those images onto this, so you'll have a pearlised effect to the artwork, not just for printed words and that sort of thing, and for documents. So you can use it, obviously, for printing just words and letters and things like that, but also think about it from a perspective of the artwork that you've got? I mean, those could be for the inserts, or the envelopes could be made out of that.
Yes, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
So I think the GSM is 120. Actually, it tells you on the packaging. 120.
120 GSM, yeah. But they've got 30 sheets, remember, all with a pearlescent finish. Multi-order if you want to. If you want maybe 60 sheets, then feel free. That would be £16.60, that would be, if you wanted. Oh, no, £15.60. £15.60 it would be. XE6187. Now, the digital download and the USB we've got coming up next. Now, the digital download, I know lots of you are very, very, very familiar with digital downloads. What we've got for you is the opportunity to purchase it now from our website. All you've got to do is go to hobbymaker.co.uk if you're not there already and click purchase. Now, there's nothing to go into your basket. There's nothing for you to wait for in the post because basically this is an instant download. Now, what you've got here is a download of Birds of a Feather, over 2,500 printable elements. So if you thought there was a lot of elements in the physical card kits, then think again. 2,500 elements.
That is a lot.
It's £14.99. Now, there's no P&P, there's no returns policy because basically once you've purchased it, it's yours, it's on your account, and then you can choose to put it wherever you choose, whether you want to put it onto your PC, onto an external USB, or just keep it there. It's entirely up to you, but it will always be on your HobbyMaker account. So if you accidentally delete it, which I think it's virtually impossible to do, or maybe you change your phone or you change your device and you think, oh no, I need to download it, it's on your account, so you can just download it again if you want to, for a one-off payment of $14.99, and you'll have access to 2,500 elements. So just go to our website, you'll see the download, click on it. It doesn't say add to basket because there's nothing physically to add to your basket. It's a literal digital download which will appear on your account a few minutes after you've actually purchased it. Yeah. Okay? It's just that simple and dead easy.
It's there, and it has all the instructions on how to use it. It works on PC, Mac and Linux, and the best thing about it is got the JPEGs and PDF, which means you can use it with a scanning cut, and you also can use it with other graphic packages, or it's a standalone.
Fantastic. So, yeah. That is £14.99. Now, if you're the sort of person that likes to have a physical product rather than a download, well, we can offer you the same contents, 2,500 elements, but on a USB. So you're getting the physical stored images on the USB that you can plug into your PC. Over 2,500 elements. You've got so much content on here. Unbelievable. And again, it's the Birds of a Feather. This is flying. Now, obviously, you've got a PC at home. You've got a printer at home if you're buying this. If you haven't, you wouldn't be buying it. But it's got to be the most economical way of getting so much artwork, so much content, and you choose when you print those sheets. You haven't got any storage issues. You choose when you print the sheets. You choose what you print the sheets onto, how many of one sheet you want, how many of the same thing you want to make again and again and again. And provided it's something that you make, you can sell it, okay? So the USB will arrive. So there is a P&P on this of $3.95, unless you've already spent your $3.95 P&P already. Otherwise, it's a delivered price. It will arrive in the next few days. Plug it into your PC, and you've then got the access to all that artwork. CJ6120 is the product code. Hello, Norma. Hello, Margaret. Hello, Daphne, Janet, sorry, Jenny, Jean, and Veronica, all coming through for the USB.
I mean, when you get it home, you're going to love it. I mean, we'll have a look at it now. It is, every time I do a new collection, I'm thinking, oh, I need to add this, and I need to add this. So this is why it keeps getting bigger. But with the USB key, the flexibility is endless.
Yeah, and your kind of homepage, when you go onto the kind of landing page of the USB, same with the download as well. Debbie and her husband make it easy. I mean, it's like a little filing cabinet system. If you have a little look at it, it shows you design sheets, papers. It's self-explanatory.
It is. I mean, it's award-winning. My husband wrote this when we very, very first started the program. We've obviously upgraded it over the years, but we wanted it so anybody can click into a section. So we're going to go into the design sheet straight away. So if you click into the design sheets, the first one, this is the main section. By clicking on the design sheets, what you'll find is that you have them in different colourways that you haven't seen. Mm-hmm. And we'll just click on any of them. I mean, you've got from the lovely purples to the blues. Ooh. Now, look at those die shapes, OK? So those, you can fussy cut them. And what we've also done is said you can use them with a scanning cut. So if you've got instructions on using the PDFs or JPEGs with a scanning cut, you can use it with a cutter machine. Mm-hmm. Or if you've got the nesting dies, you can cut them out as well. So there is so much different ones on there. Now, to print that off, all you need to do is go to the top right-hand side.
You always make sure that your images match the dies that you supply, don't you?
Yes.
So if you've already got them, you know that they're going to cut out a dream.
I mean, look how easy it was. You would just click on print. But if you think, actually, I want to make a smaller card, because obviously the American market always say to me, Debbie, can we do smaller cards? Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can.
And also, don't forget, if there's any American viewers, we ship out to America.
That's a very good point. So if you are watching us in the USA and you're a Debbie fan and you want to go for anything in the show, please do feel free. Remember, our shipping and handling for you, in the UK, it's £3.95 per day, pounds. If you're watching us in the USA, it's $12.95 capped from midnight to midnight each day. Now, when you bear in mind how much it costs to ship things from the UK to the USA, that's an incredible deal. If you've tried to do it the other way around, you'll know how expensive it is. So to get your shipping and handling capped at $12.95, no matter how many things you buy between midnight and midnight, there's only certain suppliers here at HobbyMaker that will ship to the States, but Debbie is one of them, so you can fill your boots.
Definitely. So let's go back to the USB, because I've only shown you one sheet, and I've got loads to show you. So if you go back to the menu, you need to click on the X at the top. It brings you. Now we'll go to the next page, and I just want to show you the next page design sheets, because this is the main section. You keep going one more, and then choose that middle top one. It's one of my favourites. It is, you've got gorgeous. So you've got things for new home, for anniversary, and just thank you in all those different colourways as well. And yet again, there's the oval. So if you're going for the aperture oval, you'll notice that you can use it on here, but you may have got all the other nesting dies. Check out the website for that. Now we're going to close this down and go on to the next one, and I want to show you the spring colours. So if you go to the next page, at the bottom, that yellow one, you can see that what we try to do is give you. So that is the yellow and green option of the blue card I just done.
Okay. Now, 10% of the USB, and we did have a big stock of this, it's always popular, 10% of a huge stock has already gone. So that's the yellow version, yellow and green version of this, which was the first demo. So
this is from the card kit, but the yellow version isn't in the card kit.
Gotcha. So by going for the USB, if you're buying the card kit today, you're going to have the forever code with that, but that will be for the colourways that, of course, you're buying in the card kit. If you want other colourways, go for the USB as well for another $17.99, and you've then got all the other options.
It is. Now, we're going to keep on going because I just want to show you two more sections, then we'll do another demo. So by keep on going, this is only one section. We keep on going to the next page. Okay, and then you can see you've got more options. We're going to jump to the papers. Now, the papers have been designed for spring. So if you keep on going through them all, you can use them with any of your crafty stash. They're great for scrapbooking, card making, and really beautiful colourways. And the bunting, I mean, that's for anything, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
You know, you keep on going as well as the floral, but then you keep on going to, we've given you the pastels and the darks. Now, if you want to go, the dimensional cards is one of my favourite, and we're going to do a rocker card in a second. So you can see you have got rocker card size scenes and also those dome cards. You click on one of them, and then up will come your choices. Choose any of those. And up will come the elements. So you've got the first, this is the rocker card. So you've got it's actually a rocker stepper, because you know me, I'm different. And then you've got all the different extras. But can you see how full the sheet is? You won't need all that on one card.
Full to bursting.
Yes, you can use it more and more again. And then we come out of that, I'm going to show you more elements. We have also got on here matching boxes. So you've got the bags and boxes. Now, I don't know if you can reach, but we'll go to a pillow box and show you. Right at the bottom there's a tiny pillow box. And just click on any of those. These are the pillow boxes. And they're done, so you just print off. Oh, that was really good. You picked the one that Dave's got.
Look at that.
So,
planned, rehearsed.
So that is being printed. Does she put what size? 60%.
Yep.
This one here that Jeanette's done is full size. So you can make them whatever size you want.
I'm just thinking, if you're a jewellery maker, I mean, these are perfect to putting gorgeous handmade jewellery pieces in. You could put anything in them, obviously, but you're in charge because, you know, normally you're dictated to by whoever has printed out the collection. But now, because you've got the artwork, you can increase the size, decrease the size. So you're making for exactly your needs, and you haven't got any storage issues.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is, if you decide that actually I want it just like this. You print it off twice, and you don't have to have the birds on.
Ah, gotcha.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
you become the designer. Now, I just want to show you one new thing that's on here, and it's our mini sentiment strips. These are my new favourite thing. So we come out of it, and let me see where they are. Sentiments, we're going to sentiments, the bottom one. So if you click on that one, yes. So there's hundreds.
Oh, wow.
Okay, there's a green one in the kit. I think it's the second sheet on the top there, Dave. Keep on going, the second sheet.
Yep, got it.
So that is something that you will use all the time. Okay, the green, and And what I've done is I've done the writing in white so you can colour it with inks.
And it's so easy with the trimmer to trim these out. And you've got probably hundreds of different verses on
Loads
each
of
sheet.
loads of elements on there.
Yeah.
Absolutely loads. We've done them in different colourways. That's just one thing that I've added now, because sometimes you want that extra little sentiment for your scrapbooking, card making, or memory books, and you've got it on there. So this USB kit, or this collection, whether you go for the USB kit or the download or the card kit, is jam-packed.
Well, the USB always flies, and that is what's happening today. You're going to get the physical storage USB in the post. You can plug it into your PC. Also, it kind of solves any storage issues. If you're thinking, have I got enough, a memory on my machine or anything like that, it's on the USB, and that's where it will stay. And it's printed, so you know, what would you rather do? Store a little USB that takes up an inch or two, or would you rather store, I don't know, 2,500 sheets of paper and cardstock, because you've got 2,500 elements on that. You print off what you want as you want it. Most people's craft room, when you go in there, it's full to the ceiling, floor to ceiling, of card, of paper, of collections you bought over the years. So there is an element of storage about it. With digital crafting like this, with a USB like this, all of it's there for you to print off as you need it. And it's sometimes just nice to sit there and flick through on your computer and just see the artwork that's there for you to use. And it's never going to disappear. It's not like it disappears off the USB once you use it once. It stays there. You can repeat and repeat and repeat if you want to.
There's so much on there. I mean, we're going to quickly, because we can run out of time, we're going to do a rocker card.
Oh, I like
this one here, this is a rocker card. Jeanette's done this one. I have to say thank you to the design team. They've made some fabulous designs. So obviously that is spring in a card, isn't it?
It is, totally, yeah.
Now, with a rocker card, yes, you can rock it. But if for some reason you didn't want it to rock, all you need to do is chop it on the back with a straight line. But why wouldn't you want it to rock? It's gorgeous.
Yeah, and when you walk past it, you just have to tap it each time.
It is.
Yeah.
And you can put, all I would recommend, we're going to put it together now, it's a stepper rocker card, everybody. So when you actually get it, now this is in the main bundle.
Right.
So if you were sat at home thinking, I don't do digital yet, but I love the kit, go for that card kit bundle, because for that price, for all those, it's amazing.
But then it lets you dip your toe in with the Forever Code, and also the bonus birthday Prezi, really, from Debbie to you, is the $17.99's worth of envelopes and inserts that you're going to get, and the code for that will be in your main card kit when it arrives, OK? So whatever you do, we've got the details of the USB on the screen at the moment, $17.99, but if you want the main card kit today at $29.99, you buy it once, you need never buy it again, plus the extra birthday bonus.
Right, everybody. So what I've done is you've got broken lines there, broken lines there, broken lines there, but this line in the middle is straight. The best way to cut it is to fold this in half like that, and then get your scissors and simply cut. And that's how easy it is to create a rocker stepper card, because all you then do is push this down, fold that in, get your bone folder, recrease that line.
That's as easy as it gets.
Okay, and then what I'm doing now is laying everything out. I'm a layout person, and then I'll actually stick it, because I will change my mind 3 times.
That's fair enough.
You're
the designer, you can do what you
want. Oh, do you know what? I always say women make decisions very quickly, but when it comes to laying out, I must lay things out a different way until I'm happy with it. And look, you get all these beautiful elements for you to be creating. Beautiful, you get these extra flowers that you can just add in. And I've given you butterflies that you can add up to wherever you want it. And you've even got sentiments that I'm going to put on there. But look, you've got all this left. You can do a sympathy, you can do an anniversary, just thinking about you, thank you card. This is what's left. So whether you're going for the card making kit, this is in there, or you are going for the USB kit download, you'll be able to create this.
I'm just wondering how many people are watching us today, maybe on Virgin, who've never seen Debbie before, or maybe you've missed seeing Debbie for years and years and years. We're now on Virgin 754. Did you know that?
Yes.
So lots of brand new viewers every day, lots of brand new customers. So if you've been without Debbie for a little while, here she is. She's back. She's living in France now, but comes over. Is it once a month you come over?
A couple of times a month, yes.
Okay, cool.
Because I do a Sewing Street as well as HobbyMaker.
Okay. Our sister channel next door.
Do you know what? I've just realised these would make a lovely fabric, wouldn't they?
They would make lovely fabric.
Yeah,
all your designs would make lovely fabrics.
Yes. So, I mean, this is really, I keep saying it's spring in the box, because essentially that's what it is. Now, when it comes to a rocker card, my top tip is don't put too much foam pads on. The reason being is weight. You
want to
need
try and
to
get it
make sure
balanced
it's
as well, don't you?
balanced.
Yeah.
So what I tend to do is I put the main areas that I want on, okay, and I will use some foam pads, and then I will then, you know, it's like getting the scales, and then deciding, I've lost that tool again, there you go. This is one of the tools that is on today's show, and simply just balance it. So at the moment, I've done this. So it's more this side, which means I now need the weight distribution of it all.
By the way, the piecing tool, which I know we often sell out of, this is the perfect way of getting those pesky backs off foam pads, is $4.99 in our show today. It is in stock. We've got a few hundred of them. So if you've been wanting one of those and you've seen Debbie use it before, go to the web.
So this is where now it's starting to balance out, and this is what you do. You constantly, when you're doing the rocker card, don't go ahead and put on all the elements with the foam pads, because then what will happen is it'll be one-sided. And I just find it easier to start off with one side, and then...
Doesn't that tool make it easy?
It does. Believe in yourself, dream for tomorrow, live for today. See, now it's
Perfectly
balanced.
balanced, yeah.
And then all I need to now do is make sure I balance everything, so I'm not going to put any more foam pads on, and then get my butterflies on.
Fantastic.
And
so you're
then
going to get the physical version of this in the concept card kit, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is in
You've
the
got a
concept
couple,
card kit.
yes.
You're going to get the card collection, the concept card collection, and you're going to get the free extra bonus, which is basically the download of the envelopes and the inserts, worth $17.99. We'll give you details of that collection again in a second. But the USB for virtually everything you could ever want, from birds of a feather, the USB is loaded with everything. And it's just simplicity itself. If you've got a computer, but you've never used a USB collection like this from Debbie before, trust me, if you can open an email, you can use this. It's going to transform your crafting. It's going to give you the freedom to look at the artwork wherever you are, wherever you've got a PC. Even in your lunch break at work, you can take your USB with you, pop it into the side of the computer at work, and have a little look at your artwork that you've maybe not even seen yet. And then choose what you want to work with, print off what you need. It's the most economical way of crafting. And of course, you're in control then. You can change the sizes of things, you can change the effects, you can choose whether you print onto fabric, whether you print onto vellum, whether you print onto cardstock, whether it's pearlized cardstock or whether it's plain. You know, when you buy a collection that's pre-printed, you are dictated to. That's what we've done, that's what you're buying. With a USB like this, you've got the freedom to do what you like and make it as big or small and print on whatever you like.
Definitely. So just very quickly, I want to add some glitter, and I just want to add a little bit of ink, because we have got a set of 4 glitters and some blending tools.
Okay, now the glitters we've got in the show today, we've got the silver, we've got the AB.
So we've got chameleon, we have got silver gold, and you've even got champagne.
Champagne as well, okay. So those 4 pots available.
And
all shopping list at the end.
All I'm doing is just adding a bit of glitter. I think on that that lovely rocker card has got some.
Oh yeah, it has. Look at the flowers on that rocker card. Look at that AEB on the wings of the butterfly and the petals of the flowers. Isn't that beautiful? Cool.
So I'm just tapping it off. I mean, look at that.
Beautiful.
The glitter just sparkles on the flowers. Okay.
And if you can't have a bit of sparkle in spring, there's something wrong.
It's gorgeous. And then I like, at the moment, because the material is printed on, you've got that 250 GSM, you've got the 150 GSM for the paper, which is £62 for our American viewers, and £92 for the card. But you can use your blending tools, which we've got, and I tend to use something plastic to tap off the excess and just rub it in.
Now, bearing in mind, if you are a fan of Debbie's gloss paper that she prints a lot of her collections on, if you want to recreate that same luxury, we do have the papers in the show today where you get 25 sheets in each pack, and they're 150 GSM, but they're gloss paper. So you'll get 50 sheets of it. And I've got it here actually to show you. So if you want to recreate exactly the same quality as Debbie brings you in the papers, There we go. So you get 2 sheets of that, or 2 packs of that, sorry. There we are. 50 sheets in total, but it's got that beautiful gloss. You can probably see it through the plastic. I know the plastic's glossy, but that is in the show. If you want it, it's available. How much is it, actually? I can't remember. £9.99, 50 sheets. Brilliant.
Right, so I just need to, because I've been opening up, I need to reinforce the back, and there you go.
Isn't that lovely? So you can now make your own spring rocker cards.
I would probably finish off with a bow, but we'll do a bow later on. How are we doing on time?
About 15 minutes or thereabouts. OK, let's run through a few of the bits that you may well want to purchase that Debbie's been using in the show. So this is the champagne and gold, silver, and what did you call that one, the AB one?
Chameleon.
Chameleon, OK. And that's the one that you used in the
Nigel
demo.
named it.
Did he?
Yes.
There we go. There's your chameleon.
About 10 years ago.
Oh, OK. Long time ago.
Yeah.
So there you go. 4 pots of fantastic Debbie Moore glitter, and they're only £8.99. So that's basically £2.25 per pot for the finest glitter, all branded with, of course, Debbie's logo on the top. £8.99, brand new today, these actually, the Stardust glitters. LW6174, if you'd like to go for all of them. I'll put all the colours up so you can see them easily. And the champagne and the gold are ever so slightly different to each other, one slightly lighter than the other one. But at £8.99 to get the whole set of 4, that's great value, LW6174. Now, the piercing tool, this is a real unsung hero from Debbie. Whenever she's had this in the past, it's always sold out, I think. So it's back today. Now, obviously, you can use it to pierce holes in card as well, but it's perfect for lifting off the backs of things like foam pads, backings, and like foam on a roll, that sort of thing, where you really struggle to find the end, or even off the back of red liner tape.
Yes.
Things like that. So it's got a really fine tip to it, so obviously be careful because it is quite sharp. But it's a piercing tool which is perfect for taking the backs off all of your foam pads and that sort of thing. £4.99 in the show today, BN6141. Just a real kind of problem solver. It's just going to kind of, you know, if you get frustrated not being able with your nails to pick off the backs, then that's the tool you need. BN6141, the item number there. Then let's recap the big card making kit, shall we? It's over here. It's been really, really popular. Have a wander over, and you can see that here we are. Look, well, that was clever. You've got the concept card kit, and you've got the card making kit. Now, they are coming together, but what you are going to get is not only a discount on that price, you're also going to get a birthday bonus from Debbie as an extra present from her. You're going to get a download. Now, the download is for the coordinating inserts and the envelopes that go with this. Now, if you bought that, it would be £17.99. But Debbie is going to give it to you, and that will be in the packaging with this collection when it arrives. Also in the packaging will be your forever code for both the concept, that one there, and the card-making collection. So all of these elements that you will gradually cut into and use and would normally disappear after a period of time, you can then... what I'd do is I'd use a sheet and then print the same sheet off.
Definitely. One thing I just want to stress, when you said it will be in the actual kit, the download sheet will be in the kit. So just so you clarify, the picture that we're going to show you is the download, that you're going to get.
Yeah, not the physical inserts.
So you will get the physical sheets that you see in front of you, and also you will get a download sheet.
Yeah, so you can print those
and
off
also
yourself.
2 forever code sheets. So that means you get all the artwork forever to use.
Yeah, once you bought it, you'll have it forever. How about that? And the initial cost is only £29.99. It should be £55.97. So many of you have taken advantage of this. And there is something really nice about having a physical card collection to hold, isn't there?
It is. I mean, at that price, everybody, you know I've given you an extra special because you are getting those 2 physical kits and also that bonus for that price. Now, they're all different. So we're going to be looking at the dome cards in a second. They're the dome cards, and they're all different. So Jeanette did one of them, which she's done the pink one. We'll show you in a second. But what I mean is everything that you see in here, there's loads of inspiration. You can check the website. We've got loads of different pages. This is a dome card. So if you've never had a go at doing concept cards before, what you have in this kit, yes, you've got all the toppers, but then you've got 3 different types. This is the dome one. Then this is the side seam ones, and I'm going to be showing you how to do a different... Sorry, Dave. Next hour. You've got loads on this hour, but in the next hour, I'm showing you how to do a double using the same elements. You're going to be doing...
What time's your next hour?
7.
7 o'clock, OK.
So we're doing a candle, and I'm going to show you how to do a double side seam. So using the materials that you have. And it's a new concept. And then obviously you've got the rocker card that I've just shown you what to do. Everything that you've seen has been created from the card kit and also the USB
and
key.
Whether you do it like I would, I'd use a sheet from the card collection and then, as I've used it, print off another one to kind of replenish my stock. That's what I tend to do. But if you've got a particular favourite, like for example, if you like that little family of birds there, and you're thinking, I want to do maybe some notelets using that, or I want to do, print off the same sheet maybe 20 or 30 or 40 times, you can do that. What you've got there is absolutely phenomenal value for money. You've got the physical card collection, you've then got the forever code, and then as an extra special treat, you've got that download code from Debbie that's worth $17.99 of the envelopes and the inserts. You won't get the physical envelope and inserts, you have the download code to print those off, but that would normally be $17.99. And then the forever codes for the whole collection, so you'll never ever run out of this. What other card collection do you know that you can buy and never run out of? It doesn't happen.
Well,
it does
I
with
like
you.
to spoil you.
And you are. OK, SM6170 is the product code today if you would like to go for that at less than £30 with the extra birthday bonus. Free phone number if you want to call us, and also if you want to go on the website, it's hobbymaker.co.uk. Either on the phones or on the website, it's free to order. And if you've never ordered anything from us before, if you are brand new, just call the call centre, free on a mobile, free on a landline, and they'll give you an account and set it all up for you. That's what I do. OK, enough time to do one more quick demo, I think.
We're going to mention the pop-up stencils first.
Now, we've done these in other sizes before, and they've been massively popular. This is the first time we've ever done the A6. So these are we doing the stencils first? OK, the pop-up A6 stencils. So $9.99 will give you three stencils?
3 different stencils, yeah. OK. And what I've done is, we're doing it in the next hour, but this is what you're going to create. But by having the stencils idea, they're really good size, and they come like this. So this is what you get. You get all the instructions on how to actually use them.
So the Mylar, yeah?
So the Mylar. And not only do you use them like so, you can use them this way. OK, you can then use them in opening portrait and landscape. And the beauty about it, how it's been designed, is they stand up. I'll be showing you later. I've also created double ones as well. Now, somewhere here, once you get the idea from it, you can then increase it and make it larger. So, for example, on here...
So is the idea then that you put an insert in to make the pop-up? You put a piece of paper inside the card bag?
Like this.
Oh, wow, look. That's a pop-up and a half.
OK. So it's showing you how you can take your cards to the next level. So we've run out of time, so sorry. We're going to be doing this in the 7 o'clock show. So it's showing you how you can take these. We've got the different sizes on the website, but these are brand new today. And we've given you the 3 different, well, actually, I'm going to be talking about this later. You have got 10 different configurations in there.
Oh, wow. 10?
Yes.
Oh, OK. Yeah. Oh, by using them together with each
other.
I see what you mean.
Yes, you've got different ways of using it, and it will tell you all in the instructions that you're going to get and how to actually put it together. In the next hour, we'll be showing you how to do it, but you don't need a die. You only need a pencil and a pair of scissors. You don't need anything because it's all there.
It's such a clever... whenever we do any of the pop-up stencils, they always go mad because now you can make any card you wish into a pop-up. These are the A6. Hello, Jackie. Hello, Lorraine. You're coming in for this. And basically, where you've got your lines, the straight lines, that's the cutting line.
Are you wanting me to do a quick demo?
And when you've got the dash line, that's where you score. So when you actually physically put it into your card and open it up, you get a pop-up. We can quickly... I think we've got enough time. 2 or 3 minutes.
OK. Right. Let's move all this out the way.
So, when you see it, it'll become obvious how it works.
I will show you in the next hour using the inserts because we have a pop-up kit on the show as well. So essentially, this is my insert.
Yeah.
And all you do, let's do a, let me do this one, which is the one that Lois used. So I'm going to put this on here. And then you do need a pencil or pen. See this, I was organised for this afternoon, so just bear with me while I find a pen. Now remember, once you've got them, you can use them with every collection. Has anybody got... Oh, there. Right, I'm using a pen so you can see what I'm doing. So essentially, in the crafting world, straight lines mean cutting, broken lines mean scoring. So all I'm doing is doing this.
Yeah.
OK. Do the straight lines first. And this is the spine, so you need to do it at the spine. And then essentially do your dash lines. And it really is this easy. In minutes, you can create a pop-up with nothing but a bone folder and also a pair of scissors. Then, can you see this is the spine of the insert? And then where the straight lines are, you need to cut it exactly up to that line. So cut up to there. You don't want to cut it any further because it's been designed to fit in that insert. And because what you're going to do is cut up to that point, and then from there, all you're going to do is score.
It's so simple, but so cool.
And then once you've actually done this part here, you then turn it this way and bring this like so. So you are making sure that you cut, see I haven't cut up to that line because it won't actually fold. There we go. Fold over, then you fold these bits over, and then you fold this over. So once you get the idea, you then use your bone folder, and this is very important, I'll show you why, and then you open it up like so, and then bring it forward, position it so the spine is against you, and then bring it forward. So start with the middle, and then press down, and then push this one in, like so. You bring it forward, you press down.
And then anything you attach to those little areas will pop up.
And then you, once you've actually done it all, reinforce it, and it opens up.
Magic.
And it stands.
And just stick that to the inside of your card blank. I mean, that doesn't have to be an A6 card blank you're putting it in. It could be a bigger card if you want it to.
Whatever you want to do, you can put it in. So you are going to get 3 physical stencils with 10 options.
Yeah.
And I'll be going through them all in the next hour.
OK, fantastic. So make sure you're tuning in at 7 o'clock to find out how you can use these together and have various different pop-ups inside your card as well. But if you want to get the stencils, lots of you have come in for them. Hello, Margaret. Hello, Helen. Hello, Yvonne, Gloria, Karen, Josie, Anne, Jean, Karen, Jackie, Lorraine, all going for the stencils. And loads of you going for the USB, loads of you going for the papers we've got in the show. That new pearlescent paper, remember, if you want something really exotic and luxurious to kind of print onto. And when things are in your basket, remember, with us at HobbyMaker, you might anywhere else think, oh, it's in my basket, it's mine, I've reserved it. No, you haven't. It's not yours until you check out that basket. That's why we say to you, it's free to use the phone, it's free to use the website and the app as well. So it doesn't matter how many times you check out during the day, it's not costing you anything. But that reserves and confirms your purchase, OK? So thank you ever so much, Debbie.
Thank you.
Back at 7 with more demos, more surprises, and don't forget, if you've missed anything in the show, have a look at the website and it'll all be there for you. Francois is waiting in the wings. We're going français. Oh, that's quite appropriate.
It is.
Yeah. After a short break.
Morning everyone, HobbyMaker's birthday, what an incredible event it's been. We've had prizes, we've had customers, we've had guests, but unfortunately it's come to an end.
What? It's not over yet. We've got so much more. It's the HobbyMaker after party! We've got great products from great brands, including Visible Image, Zila, Debbie Moore, Faber-Castell, Carnation Crafts, Hunky Dory, and so much more.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
The after party here at HobbyMaker is continuing on Wednesday. We've got Debbie Moore joining us with a new collection. We've also got Carnation Crafts, they've got a brand new die launch, and there's a Faber-Castell masterclass with plenty of demos. Plus, there'll be lots more, so make sure you watch it.
When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker.
Hi everyone, it's our last day of our birthday celebrations today, the last day of the after party. So we've still got lots and lots of great deals coming between now and 8 o'clock. Yeah, there's loads of great deals from the likes of Francois and Debbie Moore a bit later as well, and of course Carnation Crafts too. Francois, we were talking about Norman and Norma earlier. We're going completely kind of off-piste now in a different direction. Because you've designed these with a French twist, haven't you?
I have. I just didn't want to just call it the garden collection. And that little pinch of French that's in me wanted to sort of give it a French name. So I went for Mon Jardin, which is just basically my garden in French. And it's quite a vogue in sort of vintage stuff, which is French as well. Mm-hmm. A few of my teamies have done things in a similar vein. So yeah, this is really completely different for me from
it's gorgeous.
Norman.
Yeah, total contrast.
I like to stretch my imagination, and I like to do fun things and cute things, and then I like to do slightly more serious stuff.
Okay, now just to explain to you, we've got something hopefully that will appeal to everybody, because we've got the big bundle of everything, which I know is always going to be popular, but we've also got some slightly smaller bundles as well, where you can get the stencils on their own, certain stamps on their own, and you can buy them individually and cherry pick the ones that you like as well. But the big bundle is always going to be where the best value for money is. But let's break it down and show you some smaller collections to start off with. This is our first collection of stamps. So these are basically the 4 by 6 inch, aren't they? These.
I call them A6. They're A6 in size. That's the easiest way to sort of.
They're going to get 10 stamps in total, a set of 6, but they are the ones down. If I just angle, pesky lights. There we go. Turn it that way so you can see them. But look at the detail that's in this. These are big stamps, and there's so much detail in them. Hang on, just trying to get it so we can see what you're looking at. There we go.
That's it.
Maybe you could talk us through these, Francois.
So you've got, on those ones, you've basically got images that are ready to go, in a sense that everything's there. It's one big image, and then you stamp it, and you can choose to use the whole image, or you can use just a section of it. And it's all to do with flowers and nature, has the collection name hints. So you've got at the top, you've got a sweet pea image, you've got a magnolia flower, you've then got a great background border, which I'm going to demo with in a minute, which has got all the flower names on it. And then next to that, you've got what I've called them grungy borders, but they're really useful to make, obviously borders, but to make frames as well.
Beautiful.
And then going down, you've got the viola or violet. Some people call it a pansy as well. So you've got that, which looks a bit like it's on a notebook page.
Absolutely.
And then you've got actually a nature page, which has got a little bit of everything on it, a feather, butterfly, and a bird, and a thistle on it as well.
Now, obviously, that is going to be in the big bundle if you want everything, but if you just want those 6 on their own, we have got a deal for you as well. It should be $43.50. Today, they are $37.50 for all 6 of them. Great saving on that as well. So that is an option if you want those 6, okay? UX2871. Basically, it means you're getting 1 stamp set free if you buy all 6.
I mean, it is excellent value. It really is good value.
And gorgeous artwork too. Stunning artwork. So that's the first option. Now, the second option are these stamps that are over here. Now, these are slightly smaller, aren't they?
These are called our minis. And what I try and do with the minis is to give you extra images that you can coordinate with the bigger stamps. And you've got my sort of famous postmarks as well. So this is the second set of postmarks that we've had in stamps.
Yep.
You've got an extra pansy there, you've got a bluebird, you've got a smaller sweet pea, so if you want to extend and work with the sweet pea image, you can. And then you've got this wonderful big set, which is actually A5 in size, so it's double the other stamp sets, and it's all about tags, garden tags, and you've got all sorts of flowers, hollyhocks, freesia, and you've got a butterfly, and then you've got a separate hydrangea flower.
Gorgeous. And in total here, you've got 28 stamps here. Should be £30.50, but we're going to give you a special price on those as well. I love this artwork. You can do so much with it and lots of inspiration as to how to use them and colour them coming your way. $25.50 is the price for that. That's RG2889. And that works out basically to less than £1 a stamp.
That's excellent.
28 stamps for just $25.
There's just so much there. And you'll see from the design team, some of them, we give them a selection of stamps. We don't give them the whole collection. So some of them have been purely working, say, for instance, with the mini stamps. And it's that you can create quite large pieces of work with just the mini stamps if you want to as well.
Sure. Now, also, in the collection, we've got the stencils. Now, again, we've done a bundle of the stencils together. If you just want the stencils on their own, you're not interested in the stamps, you are going to get all 3 of these stencils. But look, in one case, you've got 4 different designs in one stencil. The other one has got 3, and so is the other, actually. So you've actually got 3, 6, you've got 10 designs.
Yeah, so it's like getting essentially 10 stencils, really. People know from what I work that I don't often use a whole stencil, so it's quite nice sometimes to actually have 3 patterns or 4 patterns as opposed to just getting one whole pattern on one stencil.
And look, $11.90 for all 10 designs. So it's like just over £1 a design, but so useful. Stencils really are, I always say this about stencils, the unsung heroes, because you can spritz through them, ink through them, put your texture paste through them. You can emboss using your embossing and die cutting machine with them as well. And all those different patterns, so handy and so useful to have. £11.90 if you want those on their own. But if you buy the big collection, they will be in there. Everything will be in there. And then we've got a couple of extra things which you can buy individually as well. Now, we've got the Lost and Found craft die. So here we go. That's the Lost and Found? That's the Lost and Found.
That's the Lost and Found.
So
the name is a bit... The reason I came up with that name is I didn't know what to call it because it's a real mixture of things, but it's basically what you find in the drawer when you go rummaging around.
Right, gotcha.
And you've lost your paper clip or you're looking for a paper clip.
Your bulldog clip, the paper clip.
And then some keys that you don't know which keyhole they go into. And I wanted some things so that I could sort of almost get a 3-dimensional look on my cards without the actual 3-dimensional look. So you got like the faux paper clip and the faux bulldog clip.
I mean, if you're into journaling, and I know many of you since the advent of the thermal cinch and that sort of thing have started making your own books and journals and scrapbooks, that sort of thing, then these dies are going to be absolutely invaluable because you make flat but instantly recognisable additions.
And you can have a paper clip in whatever colour you
Yeah.
want. You haven't got to go out and buy a box of 100 in yellow when you only want maybe 2.
Excellent. So £10.99, but again, that will be in the big bundle if you go for the I Want It All. And we've also got a paper pad as well, the Mon Jardin paper pad. Now, let me have a little flick through this if I may. I'll come down here if I can. So that, there we go. Let's look at this. Now, this is going to be right up my street. I just know it.
It's in the format that we do the... I've done my woodware pads. So you get a background on one side, and then you get sort of images with bits of colour on the other side. And they're all to do... You'll see that some of the stamps that appear in this collection are on there. And
I thought I recognised some of them, yeah.
And as a hint, some of the flowers coming in part 2 of this collection, which comes out in May, in the paper pad as well. So if you're buying that, you're going to have it to straddle both collections eventually.
Okay. So watch out. If you are buying this or you've bought it previously, we have had this on air before and it was massively popular. There will be an add-on to it and an additional collection that kind of follows on from it in May. Okay, now loads of you are putting the I Want It All bundle in the screen, in your baskets right now. Let's put a clock on the screen for you and give you an opportunity. Now, if you were to buy all of them on their own, you would be charged £110.48. I can't remember where we're going to go on this. Oh, yes, I can. You are not going to be disappointed. You're going to be very, very, very surprised. All of those stamps, all of those stencils, and you've got the dies, and you've got the paper pad as well. If you love France, if you love the artwork that Francois has done with this, with a French twist to it, you're going to be in your element with this when we show you the price. In 3, 2, 1, £110.48 disintegrates, and we can let you have the whole lot for $79.99. And it's on a 3-way split pay, everybody, too. So, $26.66 is all you need to give us today, plus your P&P unless you've already paid it. And then $26.66 in 4 weeks, and the same again in 8 weeks' time. You're going to get all of these stamps, all of these stencils, and the dies, and the paper. If I just have a little look at some of these finished samples, I'll let you pick which ones you want to show.
Okay, so it's so difficult because I love them all. But we'll start off. This is a sample by Diana, which is really,
wow! Look
really
at this.
beautiful.
Using the dies, the bulldog clip and the paper clips.
That's why I thought I'd bring that in as well, so you can start to see what I mean when I say if you want a yellow paper clip or a blue paper clip.
Look at that.
And she's used the grungy borders around the edge of the main panel as well, so that shows you how to use those, and the postmarks that we've got on the show today as well.
I love the post stamps. I really do love them. I love anything to do with postcards and franking. It just looks fantastic. Look at that.
And I have to say that I know I've mentioned it quite a few times, but there's some of the postmarks are from old letters that I found going through my parents' boxes of papers that I was given from my parents, and they're from like
because your family history is French, isn't it?
Yeah. They're like letters that my father, who's English, my mother's French, but my father wrote to his mother, and it's like the postmark from the letter.
Oh, wow.
So it'll like say 1952, for instance. So there's a little bit of me that's gone into my family, which is a really nice little note.
Let me just carry on showing you some finished samples to give you some inspiration. If you want to record this show, please do feel free, or you can watch it back a little bit later on, maybe when your parcel arrives in the next few days. But this is stunning, isn't it?
So this is with the garden tags, that big A5 set that you get. And you can play around and make sort of loads of different tags to your heart's content.
I love a tag. I can't beat a tag, whether it's on a gift or whether it's actually on a card.
You'll notice as well on the stamp set that the tags don't actually have holes, which is really good because you can put your hole where you want to, or you don't have to put a hole in if you don't want to. And then it means you can either put a gem if you'd rather have a gem rather than a hole in a tag.
Do you know what? It's so interesting. Every time you look at these cards, you see something different. There's so much going on, isn't there?
There is. I mean, you can just create so many different looks as well. As you'll see from the design team, there's been loads and loads of looks.
Look at the bird here.
But he's proved really popular. He's actually a bluebird.
Wow.
And he actually looks like that. He has blue plumage. He's an American bird, but I think with a bit of twist and colour, you could probably just about get away and make it into a robin for Christmas.
I think you could. Yeah, good idea. But look, I mean,
all the different styles are just amazing.
When you've got stamps and artwork like this, you're never going to get bored. You're always going to think of new ways of actually using it, if you love your journals as well.
Journaling has become really, really popular, and sort of doing little booklets and things. And I love this by Diane. I mean, it's just stunning, the colours, and she's used all the stencils as well. But you see the colour, it's not a bluebird anymore.
No.
And it looks lovely on there. Really, really beautiful.
And then we've got some of the florals as well. And by the way, I said this in the earlier show that Francoise did, and I'll say it in this show as well.
Upside down.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
But everything is put in the show by Francoise. She selects all the products that have been used to make these fantastic finished samples. So if you're looking for the colours, for the products that are going to deliver the colours that are on these finished cards, we've got them in the show.
I mean, essentially, at headquarters, they call me the colourist, which is because I just love colouring in.
Yeah, why not?
And they often say something. They often say that when you're small, you're probably home in on something that eventually will become something in your future career.
Mm-hmm.
And I always loved colouring in. You know, I was at my happiest with a colouring book and pencils and felt tips.
I think a lot of us are like that, to be honest. Maybe you can relate to that as well. I mean, this stamp collection, isn't that just beautiful? And that's using embossing powder, gold embossing powder.
So that's using the gold embossing powder, which I look at those and I think, oh, I must go back to my gold embossing powder because I don't use it often enough. I think this is, it's by Emma Kemp, and it's a lovely, more delicate. And you see, this is me. I need to be quite bold when I colour in.
Absolutely. And I just love that you can add and take away, you know, just adding a couple of the keys, make them vintage, adding the paper clips as well. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a die that cuts out paper clips before. That's brilliant.
So,
but this, again, could be a little journal.
So this is what I was playing on, and I sort of demoed how to create that last time I was on. But it basically uses all the stamps in the collection. So you've got everything from the collection all sort of bundled together into a mini journal, which I've got to do some covers for.
It's so interesting. And again, not just card making, it's much more than that. And to be honest with you, wall art as well. Yeah. I mean, all of these images are so stunning. In a picture frame on a wall, they'd look amazing. But of course, you can position the artwork where you want it, put the stamp where you want it, colour it how you choose. So you're not buying someone else's interpretations, although, of course, Francois has designed these stamps and what have you, but you can colour them however is right for your room, for your wall. $79.99, remember, down from £110.48. It's the last day of our fantastic birthday event, so all of these deals are going to come to an end. More and more of you are putting these in your baskets. It's going to appeal to, I can't imagine it not appealing to everybody, because you get so much in there, and all you have to pay today is that first split payment. And if you're wondering, oh, will I be approved for split pay? It's something we do. It doesn't go to a finance company or anything like that. It's basically our Gemporia Craft group of channels offers split pay. We say to you, okay, you give us a third of it today, and Creative Expressions will send this straight out to you. You'll get it in the next few days, and then we'll automatically take the next payment off in 4 weeks from your card, and then the final one in 8 weeks. Alison in Essex, Barbara in Conway, Diane in Essex, Karen in Greater Manchester, Wendy in Virginia, all of you, fill your baskets, fill your boots, enjoy it. And it's UZ2891. That's the product code, UZ2891. And we've got loads of things in the show that, of course, have been used making the finished samples. We've got the brand new dyeing pads. We talked about those in the earlier show today from Simon Hurley. That's part of Ranger.
We've got, which is brilliant we've got this Gilded Touch, which I've used for the keys and the paper clips. In there as well. Mm-hmm. We've got
distress watercolour pencils.
Yeah, you've got some wordies which are really good for the journal because they're they're not sort of like sentiments as such. They're more sort of I'm trying to think of the words for when you want to sort of infuse somebody to do something, like dare to, you know, it says like dare to dream.
Inspire.
Yeah, inspire, stay positive. They're positive statements basically. Inspirational. That was the word I was thinking of.
All right, well, what we'll do is we'll let Francois do a demo, and then we'll, as we use products in the demo, come back and remind you of the products that she's used. But if you want the main collection, it's only been on a couple of times before. It's back by popular demand after being so popular first time round, and it's on 3 split. And yeah, the biggest saving and the best value is the big bundle, and it all works together so well. And you've got that little bit of Francois' history where the franking marks came from her parents' letters and that sort of thing. So, you know, there's a little bit of Francois in there herself. So UZ2891 is the product code. Okay,
You're going
to wander over and we've just been rearranging your desk for you. So.
That's what I wondered. I thought we were doing a whole furniture...
furniture removal, yeah.
Removal.
What do you want to show us first?
Okay, so I'm going to work with the background word stamp that we've got, which is all names of flowers. So what I did is I did my research and I looked up what were the most 10 popular flowers that you can find in the garden or that people really like. And I picked those names and I created a background from them. So before I start to demo, I'll show you some extra samples quickly just to show you what you can do with this stamp. Because
and just to let you know, as we're going through and using individual items, Laura, our producer, is going to put the individual item on the screen. So if you want this stamp on its own, £7.25 it is individually.
So I think what I like about it is that you can use it in lots of different ways. So here it's been stamped and embossed with white embossing powder, and they've used a bit of vellum and one of the hydrangea out of the garden tags to sort of finish it off. Here I've used it behind the violets just as an addition to the card. And then Christine has done this card where she's stamped the whole thing in with and embossed it with white embossing powder, but then she's blended her yellow and carried it through, so you just see part of the stamp. So there's lots and lots of different ways of using this stamp.
I mean, I'd be so excited to just experiment and have a play. Sometimes you buy a product and it can only be used in a certain way, but any of this collection, you can do so many different things with it.
With this, it's, I mean, I've seen people that have already bought the collection, and for instance, they've taken die-cut flowers and they've used this as a background for their die-cut flowers as well. So lots and lots of potential. And like I said, they're not sort of flowers that you won't know the name of.
No.
they're, you know, literally the most sort of like 10 popular flowers that you can get.
Sure.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of the Simon Hurley dye ink pads. I'm going to take the Guppy, which is a sort of golden yellow. So these have got a dye-based ink, and a dye-based ink is a liquid like a water that's coloured.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not like Versifying that has sort of oil in it and cream consistency. It is a coloured water.
Am I right in saying Simon Hurley is a relatively new newcomer to Ranger?
He's a new, young, very young designer. I look at him and he's got a very young, fresh face. And he's done extremely well. And with Ranger, he's got obviously his stamps and stencils, and he's got his range of
well, if you want to try them, they are from Ranger, as Francois said, and we've got two different sets for you. We've got the Remember Me, which is that lovely kind of blue, and we've also got Guppy, which is the one that Francois is going to use. And then the other ones are Overzealous and Triple Berry. This one, first of all, if you want both of these, they're $11.99. Great price from Simon Hurley of Ranger. Do a little bit of a Google, find out more about him, but they are great quality ink pads in brilliant colourways.
I think what it's made me do is it's made me go back to dye-based ink pads.
Right.
Because I was saying earlier on in the show that we had at 1 o'clock that when I first started stamping, the only thing you could get was dye-based ink pads. There was nothing else on the market. And if you wanted to do some embossing, you had to be real fast, more or less throw your embossing powder on and hope for the best. Hence why they developed other inks that could stay wet for longer.
Cool.
So, but this is really nice because we can work with water with it. So all I'm going to do is literally cover my ink pad with ink all over. Now, it looks a bit as if I'm inking up with black. I'm not. It's because this stamp has been well used.
Right.
And however hard I tried to wash the black ink off, I couldn't. So it looks a little bit like I'm going to ink up with black, but I'm not. So all will be revealed in a minute.
It doesn't matter if your stamps discolour with age.
No. Apparently, some stampers don't clean their stamps at all.
Yeah, I know a few.
So, and then what I'm going to do is just literally spritz a little bit of water over the top of my stamp. And then I'm going to, this is a really random technique, I'm just literally going to go for it. And so I'm stamping on actually smooth white card for a change, as opposed to coconut white. And that's my first stamp. And then I'm going to go in and do another stamp.
To really kind of grunge it up a bit.
Yeah, so I'm going to grunge it up, literally. And you can see it's already starting to dissolve. And I can put a little bit more water on here. And will sort of work and really get all the ink that you can off the stamp.
Mm-hmm.
So I can go back in.
You must have good fun making up these names. Guppy.
Yeah, I don't know where he gets inspiration from.
I don't know.
Because we sometimes get asked as a team with creative expressions to come up with names, you know, so that we can help, because everybody has different ideas. And I always really struggle.
And again, just by adding water to the actual stamp and the design, it kind of interacts with the ink.
So you can see, that's the beauty of dye-based inks, is that when you spritz them with water, the colour will run, because they will sort of, the colour doesn't, it dries, but it doesn't actually set, so you can always reactivate it.
Yeah.
And then I can go and press in. And then what I would do is I would actually leave that to dry, but it's a really random, and every background that you do will be different. So if this is one background that I've done, and then
that's a lovely colourway as well, isn't it?
It is, and then I was experimenting. So this was a second one where I used the triple berry.
Do not adjust your set.
Yes,
it's not your eyes; it's the effect.
It's the effect. So that was with stamping with the triple berry and the guppy, and sort of moving the stamp around, but keeping it sort of quiet. So like you said, it's a little bit sort of like makes your eyes sort of go up and down. And then I did another sort of experiment where I sort of overstamped it, but more or less directly above the yellow. So that's the triple berry over the guppy, over the top there. So you can play around and you can create lots and lots of different backgrounds.
Now, just so you know, the overzealous and the triple berry, they are a set of two, and we're going to match that price that we gave you on the guppy and also the Remember Me. I mean, they're £16 normally, so £8 each, down to £11.99, and they are new. So if you want to try them, dye ink pad from Simon Hurley Ranger. Overzealous is the green, and the triple berry is that lovely purple. HM2818. Perfect.
Okay, so what I've done, I bought one that I've already done at home, and it's dried, so you can see, quite different to the one I've got. And then all I've done is taken a black alcohol marker and gone around the edge of the card just to make it pop. So that's my background ready. And then what I want to do is, like on this card here, is I want to add some tags from the garden set on there, sort of still carrying on with the theme of the ink that we've got there. So I've pre-stamped a couple of the tags from the set.
Yep.
And I'm going to show you another technique. So we're going to take the same ink pad, but this time we're going to actually run some colour onto our blending mat. If you want any of the blending mats, we had them in the show at 1 o'clock.
We did, yep, set of two for $3.99, I think they were.
Just going to move these out of the way for a minute because I'm going to spritz a little bit more. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to spritz a little bit more water.
I beg your pardon, I overcharged you. £3.25 for the two blending mats, and we only have a few of them left.
Okay.
A few left.
So I'm just going to do that, and then I'm just going to dip my tag into there. Oop. And so both of them are going to go into the ink.
So very random, but sometimes that's the best way to do things.
So you'll get a different look each time.
And the colour kind of intensifies, doesn't it, and gets weaker. So it's not just one block colour, it's light and dark.
So at home, I wouldn't, in fact, I'm going to leave that, but I wouldn't waste that ink at home. I would actually sort of put some more card into it and use it up. But what we're going to do is just get my brushes. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a little bit more colour to the tags, just to add that little bit more detail. So if I bring that there along there, you can sort of see where I'm going. And again, we're going to carry on using the ink, but I want it to be, obviously I've watered it down, so I'm just going to put a little bit of it back in full strength.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to dissolve that, but obviously not quite as much as I did with the spray. And we're going to go in and intensify the detail that we have in the flowers.
So, yeah, you can paint with the ink pads as well.
Yeah, so it shows you all the different techniques there. You can stamp with it, you can make a wash background with the ink if you want to. And all we're doing is, obviously what we're doing is, where we want the colour to be darker, maybe the stem would be darker, you just add a little bit more colour onto your image.
Perfect. And they are water-based, so they're very, very user-friendly, easy to use.
So anyway, you want it to just be a little bit darker, you can carry on and do that. And we can do the same as well over the butterfly.
Lovely.
As well. This is just a way of showing how what mileage you can get from just one ink pad.
Yeah, absolutely.
And obviously, you could take any of the ink pads that we've got in the show today, and you could do exactly the same thing. So if you wanted pink, if pink is your colour, then just use the triple berry. If you want a blue sort of look, then just use your Remember Me.
And I know lots of you are Ranger fans through and through. Well, this is one of the latest designers and one of the latest artists to join the stable. He's a very, very young guy, a very talented guy. So if you'd like to try his ink pads, I'm sure it's a range that's going to develop a bit like Tim Holtz has over the years. This is going to develop. Simon Hurley's his name. Have a little Google for him on the internet and you'll find out more about him. But his brand new ink pads are in the show today. And they are, what were they? What did we do them for? $11.99, was it? Yeah, £6 each. For a set of two, which is good. Really good.
So I'm going to bring in... So I'm already starting to build the card just to show you how it sort of goes together. Obviously these are a little bit wet. Now at home I would sort of carry on working into them, probably add a little bit more detail and leave it to dry. But what we're going to do to the background is we're going to add one of the postmarks from the postmark set.
Is this one of the 1950 ones, or?
No, this one, I'm trying to think. What's the date on that one? That's a 1956.
1956.
So.
Now that set of those stamps, the postmark stamps, that's only £4. And if you're like me and you love the kind of postage and the history of postage, and really cool, £4 for that one, XJ2874. Whereabouts is it in front of me? It's this one here, yeah? That one. So that one there, if you like the look of those.
You've also got a couple of words in there. You've got mail card and you've got printed matter as well. So you've got some, and then you've got one for the, the mark that they used to put on the back of a postcard.
Yeah.
Where to put your stamp when you have your postcard.
Love it. So just those, if that's what appeals to you, and it does me, I must admit, £4, and they are yours, and that's a delivered price if you bought something already.
Okay, so because I'm sort of showing you the bits that go with the card as well, I wanted to talk a little bit about the die set that we've got on the show today.
I like this.
So I've die cut them all out of black so that you can see what you get in the die set. Okay, you get these two tabs at the top, which you can cut on their own, but if you actually fold a piece of card over and place your die with the edge at the top here over the fold, so it's sitting above the fold, you can then cut a double tab if you want to as well. So it's great because it meant that in the die set I could have two tabs as opposed to one, because you'll see some dies where it's like this, and it takes up a lot of room really when you can just fold a piece of card and die cut it.
But I love the fact you've got the bulldog clip in there, the paper clips, the keys. You've got bolts and nuts and bolts in there as well. It's a really cool little die set. Now, that is only $10.99. Now, I can imagine that appealing to all sorts of you that love to do your thermal cinch creations, your notebooks, that sort of thing, because they just work in that environment brilliantly. You don't necessarily always want to have bulky bulldog clips everywhere because you can't shut the book properly, but for effect, I mean, if you've got a scrapbooking page, you've got a bulldog clip on the top.
And you can die cut out of lots of different card. You can go for a really shiny look and die cut from mirror card if you want. So if you want silver keys and gold keys, what I like to do with the mirror card to give it a slightly sort of worn look is I sand the mirror card back down.
Yeah, more antiqued.
Then obviously you can use the gilded touch that we've got on the show today. And what I chose was 3 colours that really work well with metal. So you've got a bronze colour, you've got a gold colour, and you've got a silver colour.
Now, the gilded touch is this. It's like a paste. It's not like gilding wax per se. It's more like a cream, but it has a similar effect to gilding wax, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah. And it's what I like is it comes in a tube, so it's dead easy to use. Yeah. And you just squeeze a little bit, and you can even use your finger to apply it. So whenever you'll see my keys and the paper clips, all I've done is put a little bit on the end of my finger, and then just rubbed it over the key,
like
or
that.
Yeah, like that.
So let me show you that one. That's
I sort of like to leave a bit of the black card showing underneath so that it looks a little bit worn and old.
So just a tiny little bit of the silver, but it makes a paper clip actually look metal. Really cool. So we've actually got the bronze, silver and the gold, and we've got a great deal on these. You get all 3 of them for $14.99, so basically a $5 per tube.
And you can use them as paints as well. You can water them down with water if you want to, and use them as a paint as well.
Terrific. Well, I know we've used them a fair few times in shows over the recent weeks and months, so if you fancy dipping your toe in and trying those, £5 each if you get all 3, AD2851 for the gilded touch.
And again, if you don't want to have to buy lots of silver card, gold card, copper card, this is, and you can have then just... You've got it there instantly. Oh, I fancy a bronze card, bronze key for my card, so off you go.
And I'm just seeing here, lots of you coming straight in for this. There is a protective cap on the top, which you remove, obviously. But yeah, there we are. Look, you can see the consistency of it. I just lifted the cap off there for a second. So it's rather than it being a wax, it's actually a cream that just comes out the nozzle at the top. So if you fancy giving that a go, and also there's no nasty smell with this either. Sometimes.
No, there isn't. And if you get it on your fingers, I use my fingers, like I said, it washes off dead easy.
Absolutely.
And you'll find that when you've used it and you've got a little bit on the tip applicator of it, you can just rub it off and clean it off, and they don't dry. And they don't take a lot of space either.
No, they don't.
It's really good.
And also, remember to put the cap on, and it keeps it nice and fresh. But you get all 3 colourways, £14.99, AD2851. Now, I've got some on my finger there, but you know what? I can just wash it off under the tap.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's,
brilliant.
It's a water-based product, so
lovely shine to it.
It's really nice. It really is lovely.
Yeah. Brilliant. So those 3 for under 15 quid. Lots of you coming in for that.
And the last little tip I'll give you for these as well is if you want something a little bit more sturdy on your card, then what I do, like I've done on this key here, is I've stuck 3 keys together, just with a bit of glue in between, and then you get more of a raised image. And if you're going to sort of stick the key on so that it's slightly raised, it makes it stronger.
Right.
So that's a nice little tip to sort of know.
And also, if it's going to be like a free hanging embellishment or something, better to have more strength with a couple of layers or 3 layers. Perfect.
Okay, so while I was dipping, I forgot to dip my label. Now, this isn't a label that we've got in the show today. It's from a previous collection, but some of you will probably have these if you've bought some of the previous collections, so you can see how they work with the collection that we've got today.
Perfect.
And the nice thing about having the little paper clip is if you want that to go on your card, you can use that to actually sort of put it in place if you want to. So you can arrange your elements on your card, and you can then just stick them into place. And what I've done, I've just taken 1 tab, I didn't do a fold, and then I've taken the Mon Jardin from the garden tag set, and I would stick this behind here so that it creates an interesting little tab.
Well, more and more of you are coming through for the big collection, the I Want It All, which is, remember, a massive quantity of stamps. You're going to get the stencils as well, and you're going to get the dies, and you're going to get the paper pad too. All of that coming your way, and all we ask for today is $26.66, the first payment of 3. Incredible value for money. It's got great character. You've got a bit of wildlife in there with the birds. You've got the postage, kind of historical postage stamps in there as well. Some beautiful florals with a nod to France. And those stencils are great. You've actually got 10 different designs of stencil in the 3, and they're all available individually on the website if you want to cherry pick what you want. But the bundle seems to be the most popular. Everyone is going for that, I think, at the moment, because you get all of that for $26.66, the first split payment of 3. And one thing I've just noticed as well, Francois, something that I didn't realise was going to be in the show. I love these. Now, these are the Tim Holtz Distress Watercolour Pencils. I had no idea that these were in the show today. Now, I did the first show when they were first available here at HobbyMaker, and they absolutely flew, because you know what? These are watercolour pencils that correspond to the famous ink pads. So you've got Tattered Rose, you've got Candied Apple, you've got Crackling Campfire, Wild Honey, Crushed Olive, Rustic Wilderness, Peacock Feathers, Tumbled Glass, Faded Jeans, Shaded Lilac, Frayed Burlap, and Hickory Smoke. That was the new one, wasn't it? That was the new colour, the Hickory Smoke. I'm sure it was.
No.
Oh, wasn't it?
No. It's scorched
you're right.
timber or
Scorched
something.
timber. Yeah, you're right. So you've got all of those. Now, these are not in a wood carrier. This is actually edge to edge. Edge to edge, you've got all of that colour. There's no wood carrier on this whatsoever. Basically, the actual pencils themselves are wrapped in paper. So the whole thing is colour right the way through, aren't they, Francois?
It is. So you're not... it's sort of like more eco-friendly because you're not having to use any wood at all. And also, it's great for you because you're getting just more colour.
Yes.
You know, if you imagine you've got a pencil, which is a wooden tube with a bit of colour in the middle, this is the whole thing, is colour.
Now, I've got some good news for you. This is any day of the week, $29.99. This is our last day of birthday today, OK? This is the birthday after party, final day of it. We've never, ever done this less than $29.99. Look at what we're doing today. $24.99 for all of these. First time ever we've been able to take that price down, and you're getting basically £5 off the price, which more than covers your P&P. Karen is in Greater Manchester. Hello, New Crafter coming through. Diane in Essex is in as well. If you've wanted these for a while, today is the day to buy these. Now is the time to buy these. They're really cool. Tell us a little bit about these, because are they a wax or?
They are basically the equivalent of a watercolour crayon. So they're not wax because they're meant to be for watercolouring.
Right. Gotcha.
So you can do all your watercolour techniques in terms that you can fill some spaces and then you can drag the colour out. You can scribble colour over a background and then wash it out if you want. But it's everything and anything that you can do with water with it.
So you could squiggle a colour down, let's say Wild Honey, and then you could pick it up with a water brush.
Yeah.
And then
you can do... I'm going to show you, and I'll bring it over. Okay. So this is a really great application for them. Okay, and so that you can be a little bit more sort of careful about how you use them, so that you don't waste them.
So what if you squiggled the pencil into?
No. So what you do is you get you get one of these containers, which I believe is a Tim Holtz product as well, but you can also get empty pans for watercolour boxes that you can use.
Right.
And all you do is actually sharpen your pencil over the hole, and then the sharpenings, you just spray some water or drip some water into the hole and it dissolves it, and then you make your little colour pan.
Cool.
So.
Well, I'm not surprised you've been waiting for these as well. 30% of the stock of this has gone. Mine's still in its wrapper and I'm itching to get into it. Because I'm known for this.
Shall I get mine that's already unwrapped?
Oh, go on then. Yeah, you get yours. Are you able to give us a little bit of a demo with it?
I am actually, because I've been using them for my next demo.
Oh, great, OK. So if you want these, how to use them, coming up with Francois in a second. You've got, this is set 3, so there are obviously 3 sets to choose from.
OK, so that you can see. Mine are really, really sharp because I've sharpened them and I've put the shavings into my container and then turned them into a little pan.
And they're all numbered or labelled. Tumbled Glass is this one. But can you see, it looks like wood, but in actual fact, it's a paper wrap. That is just solid colour all the way through the pencil.
Yeah. So what you can do, which is tempting, when I first got these open, because I couldn't find my container, I was taking it straight off the stick, but I don't think that's a good idea personally. I think it's better to try and get somewhere where you can sharpen it over something and you can keep all the sharpenings and use those.
Use a conventional pencil sharpener.
Because if you start using them with a brush, they sort of will dissolve to a funny angle, if you see what I mean, or
right.
If you use your paintbrush direct to the pencil.
I'm a massive fan of Ranger products and a massive fan of Tim Holtz, but to get these edge-to-edge colour from tip to base, completely solid colour core, water-based, so you can use them as almost like a pen paint palette.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
you can. I mean, so you've got different ways. Like I said, you can work straight with them, straight from the pencil, straight onto the paper.
And they've never, ever been reduced here at HobbyMaker. They've always been $29.99. Today, we are doing it as part of our birthday. Brand new low, first time ever, $24.99. 30% of the available stock has gone in the last few minutes. But treat yourself. Or maybe you want to get them for someone's birthday in a week or two's time or a month's time. Get them today while we've got these deals. And also, of course, there are other colours in the sets too, which you can invest in.
I can make an appeal to my hubby. I've actually got 4 of the sets at the moment.
Have you? How many are there then?
He recently bought out 4 more. He started off with 3 and then he's bought 4. So now you can get every single colour of ink pad in one of these pencils.
Right. And that's great because, I mean, most of us have got the ink pads. Let's face it, over the years you've probably built up your Ranger ink pad collection. Now you can get the pencils that correspond to the ink pads as well. $24.99, what's that? It's a percentage discount. £30 down to 25. That's about... No, it's about a 15% discount, something like that. OS 2836. OS 2836. If that's your first ever purchase with us at HobbyMaker, welcome. Nice to have you with us. It's a free phone number to call the call centre. It's 16%, nearly. 1% out.
Okay, very
0800 001 4433. It's also easy to order on the website and also on the app as well. If you go to the app, just tap the HobbyMaker app and it suddenly pops up with our programmes and then you can see all the items that are in the show. And you can message the studio that way and also via the website as well. Do you want to go back to do...
I'll go back to this.
Okay.
And I'll pinch my pencils back just in case, because I can see you've got your eye on them.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. $24.99 first time ever for those. And yeah, you can add to the other ones in your collection if you want to by just checking our website. If you go to Creative Expressions brand shop on our website, that's where you'll see all the Ranger and Tim Holtz and all the other Ranger goodies there as well. All right, friends.
Okay, so I'm going to use the Sweet Pea stamp that we've got on the show, which is the A6 in size, and I'm going to do a little bit of colouring in with the Distress watercolour pencils that we've got on the show. So in a way this is similar to the technique I did with our Norman at 1 o'clock, but I'm going to use some of the paper that we have in the paper pad to actually stamp on and to work on, because that gives me that sort of instant background. So I've got my Sweet Pea ready and we're just going to ink that up.
And this time you're using a VersaClair?
VersaClair, which is similar to a VersaFine. I just picked it up actually. I've got both in my stash and I use both as well. And we're just going to press that down onto the background paper. Mm-hmm. I'll get my little... The only reason I use this is because I've been crafting for so many years now, I'm starting to get a little bit of dexterity problems in my hands.
Yeah.
Plus, unfortunately, I've got a little bit of arthritis developing in one hand as well. So
well, these tools, we sell a few of them on the website, actually.
They're they come in different colours, different shapes. I just discovered it, and it's really helped me to sort of save my hands, because I'm not pressing down on my hand
even
all
to
the
get
time.
the pressure going on.
And also, I think it's improved my stamping even to make it even better than what it was.
Okay.
Because I find that my pressure is more even. So this is going to have stuck a little bit. So you can see how beautiful that Sweet Pea.
Yeah, lovely.
The detail on that is absolutely lovely, and the lines. I'm forever having to, you know, we have this sort of continued back and forth, like oh no, you can't, you got to, you thicken up the lines. No, I want thin lines, I want thin lines, because when you manufacture the stamp, obviously if the line's too fine, then the polymer just can't.
Right. And do bear in mind, although we're giving you the best discount with the big bundle, there are individual stamp sets and the individual stencils and the individual notepad or paper pad, all available on the website. So we're not saying you have to buy the big bundle, we're saying that that's the best value, but we have options. We have smaller bundles, we also have individuals. So if it's just one stamp set you like the look of, that's absolutely fine. There's something for everybody's budget. We don't want to assume that we're expecting you to spend £80. You don't have to.
And some people might already have a few of the stamps, and they might be wanting to add to their collection as well. So I've just covered that with clear embossing powder. And we're just going to heat that.
And the clear embossing powder obviously gives it a shine, but also intensifies the black. It really does make it pop, and you can see it really well at that angle, actually. As it heats to the right temperature, it just suddenly goes from being opaque to being jet black and shiny. Still my favourite technique.
I love embossing as well.
I think that was the first demo I ever saw that made me think, I like craft, I want to do craft. That's what convinced me. Perfect.
And a little tip as well is when you emboss, I find the most giving thing is the black ink with the clear powder.
Yeah.
You can actually get black embossing powder,
yes,
but you do get more speckling. Although you need to make sure to use you can get those little chalk bags, which we've probably got on Creative Expressions. That
the
you
anti-static.
can, the anti-static that you can rub across. But if that frustrates you, if you've been using black embossing powder and that frustrates you, then the next best thing is to stamp with the VersaFine and put clear in powder over the top. Loads of people come up to me and they say, "Did you use black embossing powder?"
Nope.
No. I just use clear.
And the clear is a dead must, absolutely.
So we're going to bring in our colours from the Ranger.
These are from the Ranger pencils.
If I can get the box open.
Are the Ranger pencils still available, Laura? Ranger pencils still available? Yeah, they are. Yep.
Okay, so I won't colour the whole thing, so so that you can see. But I'll colour some of it so you can see how it works. But I then chose, obviously, I mean, if you struggle with painting flowers, obviously you can go online and you can look at pictures of flowers and see what colours you should choose and stuff. Sometimes I've been quite pleasantly surprised to find flowers which, I didn't realise you could get a magnolia in that colour, or you could get a sweet pea in that colour. So it's worth investigating and looking at your colours as well.
So these, remember, are just basically fragments of the Ranger pencils in a little palette, because what you've got in those pencils is edge-to-edge, end-to-end colour and pigment. And it's water-based as well, so you can literally use these pencils as watercolour pencils and paint with them. You can go directly onto the card if you want to and colour that way. A third of the stock gone on these. Didn't realise we had them at a special price. It's the first time they've been down to $24.99, OS2836, and it's all of those colourways. If you've got any of the ink pads in those colourways, you've now got the pencils to match. There we go. Fab.
So I've actually found my sharpener, so I can actually show you exactly what you mean, because some people might be sort of randomly thinking, what on earth is she talking about? So all you do is take your sharpener and just...
Oh, look at that. So you're not sharpening wood, it's pure colour.
And then, as you get down, you'll need to obviously unpeel the paper, but I won't do it too much. And then all you do is... rather than spray in, if you've got a little bottle with a dropper at home, use that, because that will be a lot easier. And because you don't want to put too much water. There I've put a little bit too much, you see. So, but that's how that works. And then that will dissolve. And then if you leave it overnight, if you've got too much water like that, eventually it'll all sort of soak down and evaporate, and you'll get this.
But then it comes back to life when you put water on it.
And then it comes back to life. So all your colours come back to life when you put your water on there. So I'm going to choose to sort of a little bit of some of the red here, and I'm just going to mix it up just to make it a little bit more delicate. I can't, off the top of my head, I can't run through all the colours. This is tattered rose.
Got tattered rose, candied apple,
Yeah.
crackling campfire, wild honey, crushed olive, rustic wilderness, peacock feathers, tumbled glass, faded jeans, shaded lilac, frayed burlap, and hickory smoke. So if you've got any of those as ink pads, now you've got the pencils to go with it.
So I basically mixed the candied red with the salt toffee, which is a very delicate pink. And then I can begin to fill in my sweet peas. So with sweet peas, essentially, you can't go far wrong if you stick to pinks and purples and mauves, so violet, mauve, all shades of pinks and purples that you want to have.
Remember, these stamps are part of a big collection which you can get on split pay, and you can also order them individually. If you just want maybe one of the stamp sets, you just want the paper pad, you just want the stencils, they're all there for you. Cherry pick what you want, but if you go for the big collection, you'll get it on split pay if you want.
So I think I actually chose some different colours at home for some reason, but it doesn't matter. This is what I'm saying with the sweet pea. So you can see one that I finished at home and that I coloured it in completely. You've got some lovely greens. You've got a sort of olive green as well. And you've got the rustic wilderness, which is a really nice green. So you can mix those and get a nice sort of olive sort of green to go on the leaf. But what I like about stamping on the background paper is that you've got the background's already done for you if you don't want to. And then all I've done to make a tag is I've mounted it onto some coconut white card. I've rounded the corners, I've edged it with some ink, and I've used the tab that we have in the die set to create a little fold tab. I think somewhere, there it is. So I've created this, and then that just goes.
Oh, I see. That folds over the top, makes it into a tag.
Mix it into a tag and mix it into...
I love those dies, actually. They're really cool to get the bulldog and the paper clip as well. They're coming in the big bundle, but if you want them on their own, they are available. Thank you for your company. It is $79.99 if you want the big bundle. Francois, thank you.
No, thank you.
Love to Norma and Norman.
Thank you to everybody.
Well. Francois will be back soon. Now, Carla's here in a minute. We've got Carnation to come. It's our last day of our party, celebrating our second birthday, so still lots more bargains to come, lots more special offers. And I will see you tomorrow at 5, but I think it's Rosie next, isn't it? Rosie's on the way after a break.
The after party here at HobbyMaker is continuing on Wednesday. We've got Debbie Moore joining us with a new collection. We've also got Carnation Crafts, they've got a brand new die launch, and there's a Faber-Castell masterclass with plenty of demos. Plus, there'll be lots more, so make sure you watch it. HobbyMaker's now available on Virgin Media, channel number 754.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
To watch HobbyMaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Morning everyone, HobbyMaker's birthday. What an incredible event it's been. We've had prizes, we've had customers, we've had guests, but unfortunately it's come to an end.
What? It's not over yet. We've got so much more. It's the HobbyMaker after party. We've got great products from great brands, including Visible Image, Zila, Debbie Moore, Faber-Castell, Carnation Crafts, Hunky Dory, and so much more.
The after party started. Why are you giving me a withering look?
No.
She just said to me before we came live, I'm not dancing. No one
You can play a
wants to see
disco
me
ball,
dance.
but this ain't moving.
I'll do the dancing for you. This is officially the after party
So
for
exciting.
HobbyMaker's second birthday. And, you know, it's wonderful to be back here with you. It was very sad to miss the second birthday celebrations. But
It was a really lovely day as well.
Yeah, it's just been incredible, hasn't it? I've
yep.
been sort of looking in on Facebook and Instagram and catching
It's been
bits on
amazing.
YouTube, and it just has been wonderful. So massive thanks to all of you at home, of course, for being part of it. The great news is it hasn't ended yet.
Not yet.
Because this is the after party, and I have to say, I think we have saved some of the most incredible shows for tonight. Carla,
this is amazing.
It's beautiful, this collection. This
Yeah.
brand new launch. This is launch of Carnation Crafts Tides of Colour, and it is just out of this world. It's joyful. That's the word we kept on saying upstairs, isn't
No,
it?
because I keep calling it Tides of Joy, and I think because in my head that's exactly what it is. It's Tides
So
of
what makes you
Joy.
feel?
It is called Tides of Colour, so please do ignore me, but I can't stop calling it Tides of Joy, and I think just because when I literally feel joy when I see the colour from it. It's all about summer coming and celebration and family and giving to loved ones and all of the just the really beautiful stuff that we've got coming up. It's all on its way, isn't it?
Yes.
Summer barbecues, family, friends, all of that joy that comes forward. So that's why I keep calling it Tides
Aren't we
of
ready
Joy.
for it as well?
What I think is a
just
really good
gorgeous?
idea for you at home, for every time I say Tides of Joy, just notch that down on a piece of paper
We'll
and
play
then
bingo.
tell me how many times I've done it, and I'll give that amount in pounds to charity.
Oh, that's a good idea. I like it. Right, Alex is poised, ready with his pen to take a
Okay.
tally. There's 7 so far. So
I don't think you can use that until I've actually said it.
Oh, we can. We're doing it for charity.
It's a
fine.
guesstimate.
But this is what it is. How ready are you for summer? How ready are you for the clocks to go forward, for the days to grow longer, for just all of the joy that spring and summer brings? We're all excited about it.
And also the fact that that's a joy to start off with, but the fact that Tides of Colour is so big. There's so many dyes in here. Some of them are just wonderful to use. Others are really strong tools for your crafting to go forward. So you're just going to use them again and again for the next 20 years. They're going to be assets in what you own for crafting, and that's a real, big part of what this is.
It's beautiful. I mean, it'll keep on giving back to you, and that's the beauty of it. I need to just let you know straight away, okay, over 50% of this has already gone. Yeah. It's been massively well received already because it's so huge, because it's so joyful, because it's so beautiful. And so, do you know what? Straight away, we're going to give you your amazing saving here today. It should be £177.90.
Yep.
Today, you're getting it for £134.90.
£22.99. Now, this is on 4 split pay for you, which is another little added birthday bonus for you as well. 4 split pay, which means you can get absolutely everything that Carla is about to show you home. My maths is terrible, but I think it's just going to pop up on the screen. £33.74. That's it. That is all you pay, and you're going to get absolutely every single element in this jaw-droppingly beautiful collection. You'll get it home straight away. This is the joy of it. It's completely interest-free. Not everybody does that, but we will always do that for you at HobbyMaker. So you can come in with confidence. You know it's only 1p and P as well. You might be thinking, crikey, this is huge.
I know,
it's
right?
Still only 1p and P. But I will warn you, oh my goodness, right, names coming through already. Over 50% has sold out. Yep. Do not leave this to chance. You need to come on in early. Let's see what's in here.
It's incredible. Prepare yourself for just joy.
Joy.
So, tides of colour. I'm going to be very careful now. Tides of colour. You have got your floral panel gatefold card. It's incredible. Excuse me, you get this large die at the back, which is your card base, and it creates a gatefold card, which has got these 2 apertures already cut for you. So already we're looking at something that's very, very different to our standard card shapes. So it's beautiful to work with. You've got mats and layers for each of the panels, so for all 3 panels. So it's going to build up to this beautiful card. These panels can be used both on the inside of the card and on the outside of the card. So when it folds, you've also got detailing there. Beautiful, right? Then we've got these additional florals that you see for decoupage elements or for tuck-ins. Tuck-ins being one of the most important things we have going forward in crafting. We love tuck-ins, right? They create corners. But this is where it starts to get really interesting. This panel has got to be one of the most versatile things I've seen. It's so clever and so beautiful. And you look at the colour on it. Wait, are you ready, Miss Rosie? Are you ready?
I'm ready. Oh my goodness me.
Look at that.
Oh my
Isn't that just, that's joy, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why I keep getting the name wrong. It's so glorious. It's so lovely. Now, with this panel here, you'll see all of the stems coming through. You've got long stems. You can use the panel exactly as a whole, or I can use these elements to decoupage that up if I so choose. But what it's designed for is this. If I want to just snip away at certain elements, I can create corners. I can create borders. I can use a circle die in the middle and create circles and various pieces, because everything we've got today helps to create apertures. So we create these insanely gorgeous cards. And I can choose to use that in any way, shape or form I choose, because we can snip into those stems.
It's
really
just
clever.
genius.
And it's so beautiful when it's done. You'll see the samples that we've got from the DT team, and you can see how excited they were because we've got so many of them. So we always know. And wow, is it incredible.
It's amazing. I mean, and also, and this is Carnation, so it's not such as a gatefold. Look at how impeccable and impressive this is. It's so beautiful. And talking about what you were just saying there about creating the different shapes, the snippability, take a little look at a couple of these examples, because they are just
really
so special.
Look at that.
And it shows you how unique they can be, how different they are, how you can use this, you know, birthdays, you can use it for different occasions, you could do it for weddings, so much.
Well, I actually think if you look at that card shape and obviously the panel as well, I don't know that there's an occasion much that it wouldn't work for. So even sympathy it can be used for as well. Absolutely. It will go across the board. That's when our dies become the most important, because when we've got something that covers every single event, every single, you know, love in our life, regardless of whether that's children, regardless of whether that's grandparents, etc. When we've got something that covers all of those, we're covered, right? Yeah. We're always going to produce something beautiful. And that's really important, because once we've got that kind of handhold, that's going to help us along the way. I will say, with Carnation, all of your artwork is absolutely free. It's all designed and drawn in-house. It's all then put into a digital format that you download for free, and you just pop your die on top of it and cut it. You can sell. You can make for charities. You can do whatever you want. That's absolutely fine. You'll need to go to the Carnation Crafts website. That's www.carnationcrafts.co.uk. When you go to that website, one of the options is downloads. You're going to click that and go to free downloads. When you go there, the newest launch will always be at the top. So right at the minute, we've got Tides of Colour. You want to look for your original collection colour download. Once you've got that, pop it into your basket and check out. You'll check out for free.
That's incredible.
You can
and you
also
can do this as many times as you like,
many
right?
times as you like. You can also get free backing papers. You can also get free inserts. So this is like the gift that keeps on giving. And so once you've got your dies, you are good to go. If you get those downloaded today and you print them out, at 12 o'clock tonight, HobbyMaker will charge you for the dies. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, Carnation will walk into your orders. They will pick, they will pack, they will post, and they will get them out by a courier to you. So you will have hold of them probably by the end of the week.
That's incredible, isn't it? And you get crafting straight away.
Get crafting straight away. It's just a joy to work with as well. You're going to love it. I'm so excited for you because every now and again a little set comes out that just makes us go, ooh. I want to play, and this is it. It's
but like
so
you
gorgeous.
said as well, it's never going anywhere. It's never going out of style. It's always going to be relevant to your life, to your friends, to your family. So it will keep on giving and giving and giving. Look, I could show through all of these, but there's so much to show.
So there's so many boards. So we've got your slimline numbers, graceful, elegant, tall, beautiful numbers that are just gorgeous. And they've each got their matte layer, every single ordinal that you could want as well. So you've got every event you can use. Wouldn't they be gorgeous as cake toppers? Especially if you're cutting them in those perfect papers or any cardstock that you've got. They're just stunning. And they're so graceful and elegant on your cards. And they can be the showstopper, or they can just kind of fade into the background. It's what you want them to be. But you can never have enough alphabets and numbers in your crafting stash because each one is designed to be different in composition. And this one is obviously very elegant, very tall, and very, very beautiful.
I need to give a little bit of a stock update because this is all happening very fast and we've got so much still to show you. So, you know, we started, over 50% of the stock had already gone. Yes. Now, 20% of the remaining stock has already gone.
Move.
You've got to come in, you've got to check it out. The graphics will be here for you. Just make sure you're dialing through on the free number. Use the split pay if you'd like to. You don't have to, but it's there for you and it's interest-free as well. So just do not leave this to chance. You've got to be tenacious. Keep on coming through.
Yeah, absolutely, because we've got so much more to show you as well, so don't wait for me. You've got your textured scribbles here, and I love these. So these are really unusual, but they're great. So what they do is they give us an extra little oomph on the back of the card, on the background. They give us a texture, as it's called, the textured scribbles. What that does is essentially makes the eye draw to what's in front of it, so your main showstopper, and it makes it pop forward. So we're getting this really beautiful aesthetic through the composition, and they look beautiful. Cut them in mirror card, you'll never regret it. Cut them white on white, they will look divine. Are you going to use them for card making, scrapbooking, journaling, for gift tags? Where are you going with them? What elements are you going to use with them? Or are you going to place them down and use a little sponge and put some ink on top of them to create background colours? It's up to you what you want to do, but they're beautiful. And that's your textured scribbles.
I love that. I love it. I mean, look here. You've got one with a teacup. It almost looks like white chocolate, like a kind of
Isn't
detail.
it gorgeous?
Yeah, and then here as well, just so beautiful.
Just that little bit of textural design that comes through, and you can see with the teacup there, the teacup kind of pops forward because that's behind it. We're drawn to it. It's not overtaking the card, but it gives us something else. So these are new techniques that even I'm learning in card making as well, is just how that textural detail will just change the way the front of the card looks.
Gorgeous.
Thinking out loud. Now, these are your speech bubbles and your thought bubbles. So you've got the thought bubble in that cloud formation, in that soft curvature way, and then your speech bubble as we would classically see it when we see it in comics or those kind of things. Each one has got a set of layers with it as well, so we can build up and we can create, you know, a little layered speech bubble, a layered thought bubble, and we can stamp on that, we can, you know, do what we want with it. But also this one, for instance, you've also got a cloud. You've also got all the snowballs, all the things going through. So cut into them and use them in different ways as well. But I love the idea of it because if you've got a character, and we do have a character in this collection, what's the character going to be saying to your friend? I don't need to know the answers, by the way. Some of them would be asking.
I want to know.
You tell Rosie. But the point being is it can be so bespoke, and you can either handwrite those, or you can print, or you can stamp. You can do all of the things, right? Whatever you choose to do, where there's a will, there's a way. So you can put whatever you want to say to your loved ones, which I think is really sweet, really, really gorgeous. This classic cuppa.
It's so beautiful.
This is so clever as well.
Gorgeous.
See how it's got these wee white line going across, and it's got little pip lines between.
Yeah.
Take a craft knife or even a pokey tool and just run along. So where this line is here, run along, and it opens those pip lines. Now, what that means is I can sort of open the cup and put florals through it and create a bouquet coming out of a mug, which looks really pretty.
Gorgeous.
And we do have samples where then that can be turned upside down as well, and flowers can cascade in a pattern down, so they're super pretty. So everything designed for you to snip. So you can snip away the spoon if you want, use florals instead. Keep it exactly as it is, because let's face it, it's divine as it is as well. And sometimes just saying to somebody, I'm sending you a cuppa, is like saying I'm sending a hug, isn't it? It's got that same element to it.
Look at the
gilded out.
dimension on this as well. It's so incredible. It looks, I mean, this genuinely, and look how close we are, it genuinely looks like you could pick that up.
Yeah.
That's the dimension you're getting.
Well,
it's
I think
so
it's
clever.
the detail that Carnation go to is second to none. They will really go to town, and it's because they create their own artwork, so they can, right? Because it's their drawing. It's they're sitting and they're drawing these designs, so we get that as a benefit to us when we're buying Carnation, which is really, really nice to have. But look at the little, using it as a teacup of florals, I think is really pretty. It's just that cascade, isn't it? It's just got something gorgeous about it. So those are just a boon to have in your crafting arsenal. Then we've got your medicine bottle, a dropful of goodness, a spoonful of goodness, which is just divine. So you've got the actual medicine bottle, and then you've got the spoon sitting on top, the little cap next to it. All designed. I mean, it's a get well, isn't it? Get well soon, but thinking of you, well wishes, best wishes. But the point being is, again, snippable. If that doesn't work in your composition for one of the cards that you might make, snip the spoon off, snip the cap off, maybe decoupage the cross on the front. Whichever way you want to work with it, it's always designed for your ease. That's the way Carnation works. It's also designed to be bespoke to you. So you're not dictated to, well, you've got to have it like this because this is how it's made. And we get a lot of stuff in the industry, in the crafting industry, where, well, this is what I've got to play with and that's it. Carnation don't do that, really. They try and take that away. They don't want to put you in a prison. They want you to fly with creativity. That's what we want. And so that's the idea with these, is that you can change and play and snip.
They're creating artists, aren't they, out of all of us, really, effectively. This is the medicine bottle here as well. It's so beautiful. And it all works together, Carla, doesn't it?
It's just so clever and so lovely, and something that, you know, I'll still be using in 20 years because it's not going to go out of fashion, is it? Classic cuppa is always going to be a classic cuppa. So it's always going to go, but look at the floral background here. It's so pretty. This is what we're bringing together, are the elements of design. Now, the next one that we've got for you is probably slightly more up Rose's street.
I don't know what you mean. What? No way.
A great vintage. No, it's not a haddock.
It's not a haddock,
It's not a haddock, no. A great vintage. This is your bottles of wine, and we've got 3 colourways for you here for this. So you're going to get the green, you're going to get the pink, and you're going to get the purple. Automatically, when you download that artwork, you'll get all 3 of those colours for you to play with. And they're going to match your perfect papers as well. So you're not going to clash. Everything is going to go together. You can have all 3 in a row. You can have them separately or individual. Who are you celebrating? Who's the next person in your life to have a birthday, an anniversary, even a wedding, you know, something along those lines, because this is going to go right across the remit, isn't it? Or you could send it to somebody like Rosie just because it will mean something to somebody like Rosie. That's entirely your choice. But that's the point of card making, isn't it? We make it for the people we love.
That's it. Look at the little tag. I've never seen dimension presented in the way that Carnation do it. It's absolutely extraordinary. And then the numbers, how they're coming through. Isn't that
such a beautiful example, isn't it, that card?
It's just lovely. It really is. And you can, like you said, you can see how much your design team love this, because we could literally spend 4 hours just going through the examples.
And literally, I've not finished yet. That's the point. We're still going on the boards. This is how much you're getting. It's extraordinary. We've got your towering tulips. I got to tell you, this I think is my favourite of the individual smaller pieces. I love it so much. I love the colourway. I love everything about this. It's just very aesthetically pleasing. I can cut away those flowers if I want and fill them with the florals that I had in the original gatefold card shape. So I can use those, or I can use the florals from the gatefold card shape as tuck-ins to tuck behind to create a big bloom. If I so choose, I could cut the vase twice and I can decoupage that up so it will seat further forward than the florals behind it. Lots of ways for you to play to find dimension, and also to note the lines that go across, which are your cut lines that come through when you die cut it, are there so that you can press that and it will immediately go into a round shape for you. No effort on your part at all, which means you can put a foam pad behind it, or you can put some silicone gel glue in there and it will stay in that rounded shape for you with no effort.
It's
Perfect.
gorgeous. I love how simple this can be. You can see this card just on its own, it's gorgeous. But what I also love is that you can then layer it with your teacup, you can layer it with your wine bottle, you can layer it with the other elements in this beautiful collection to, again, just keep on bringing joy. It's just so fabulous.
It's just beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely
wonderful.
Gorgeous. There's so much in this. Now, we've got your fuzzy friend. So he is just delightful, and he's been a very popular little bear. He's a very handsome little bear because he's wearing a bow tie, and he's just delicious. So he's sitting here with this cheeky little look on his face, saying, "Come here and give me a hug," because he's got his little paws outstretched in order to just draw in whoever you're sending this to into a big hug. But he's actually cleverer than that as well, because where his little pawsets are is designed so he can hold the banner below. The banner below is also cleverer than that. Now, it's here and it's plain. When you cut that on your with your die, with the vignette, you can see that there is artwork for it, and that's fine, and it's plain like this. Or Carnation have given you another option, and there's sentiments on these. Happy birthday. I can't remember all of them. There's lots of them. I love you, those kind of things.
Best wishes.
And best wishes. There's lots and lots of different ones, and they've got different fonts, which is just gorgeous. So you can cut them already with a sentiment on if you don't wish to do them, you know, by stamps individually. So you've got all of this stuff that you can do and have a joyful thing. Can I just say the one you're showing is actually for a different Carnation vignette. That's for Fire Hazard.
Oh.
Don't use that with this one.
Don't use that with this one.
But you can mix them,
You could
actually,
mix
very
and
true.
match, couldn't you?
But yeah, so your fuzzy friend is absolutely delightful. He's just a joy to have. He's been one of the most popular. No surprise there, of course. Carnation characters, always, always just cute as a button.
Look at these.
Your pile of presents. We're getting there. We're finally at the end. Your pile of presents, which I love. I love it because the way it's been designed, when we talk about snippability with Carnation, there's a very specific reason we talk about that. It's not just that I can kind of cut round and a little bit cut into it. It's because I've got cut lines that are very strategically placed. If I want to separate this out and just send that, if I just want that one on the card, I can actually just separate it because I've got the cut lines. Alternatively, I can cut it twice, cut these two away on the second one, and decoupage that tall one up. So again, we're getting all of that dimension and that really gorgeous joy that we get from Carnation of building and having these visually impactful cards, all with zero effort.
It's amazing.
That's the point of Carnation. This is Tides of Colour. Tides of Colour.
But that brings you joy.
That brings you joy, and it's just a huge, enormous collection, and you're gonna love it, and I'm so chuffed for you all because you are going to feel joy. It is Tides of Joy. Listen, it's Tides of Joy.
It's gorgeous. I mean, look, all of this, I don't know if you can see the entire collection here.
It's huge.
All of these dies, these are tools for life, which you will use again and again and again and again. We do need to talk about this just while we're in vision as well, because this is something else that you're bringing us today, isn't it? Which works beautifully.
It's separate, but it works symbiotically in the most beautiful way. So the nested tidal shapes is a really unusual looking die. And when you look at it, you'll be like, why am I getting an animal print die? There's a word for it, and I can never remember what it is, but it's something to do with maps. Is it
It's like the undulation, isn't it? It's like, what's it called?
Topographic or...
Contours, yeah.
Contours, but there's a map thing that you can get where you build it. Is it topographic?
Topographic, yeah, I think
where
you're
you
right.
build them up into layers, and this is, you know, one example of where we're building that up, and we've got those elements coming through, and we've got one there that Levi's putting on the screen for you, so you can see how they build.
Oh, look at that.
But they also work as apertures as well, so they're not just there as layers, they're also there to build in or build out. And that's really important for us, for our crafting. I'm just trying to see, there's a really good example of a green one somewhere with all of it. It might be over there. We'll find it in a second.
Oh.
And I'll show you where it's actually layered in.
There's
one.
is.
And then there's one
All
that
you
looks
need is
just
love.
like
It's
this.
beautiful.
But you see how this comes, look at that.
That's
With that floral panel there. but we can use it as an aperture too. Where's that one you were just looking at? Here.
There it is.
Right, see
Isn't that
this?
amazing?
Let me show you this. You see how that's got all of those layers in, right? Now, I don't want to destroy the DT card, so apologies to Janine, who might be watching and shouting. Where my finger is here...
Oh, yeah.
Can you see how that's an aperture? So that panel's sitting behind it. So we create apertures with it, and layered apertures with it, and then we create layers with it. Gosh. So which do you want it to be? It's such a powerful die. It's so clever, and what you're getting is an absolute ton of metal in here of different shapes. And they're nested, amazing. But you don't have to use them as nested. You could use them individually. You can use gorgeous layered dies. They're so pretty. Please, please have joy with this, because it's not like anything I've ever seen before. It is the most beautiful piece. You'll see a sample of this in the earlier show when we actually created a card with it and how it came to about. It's a joy. It's a pleasure to use. So please, please, please don't forget your nested title shapes. It's going very fast, of course, because it's something unusual. So there you go.
This is it. And you're getting so much metal for your money here. $27.99. CF9C07 is your code. Once again, you come on in. It's 1p&p. If you've already opened up your order today, add it in there because it works absolutely brilliantly with this collection, but also with other collections that you're going to be using it with as well. It really, really is fantastic. I just want to mention something really quickly because I know you're already looking for it, and I don't know if we're ready, but the cut tidy deal that you have got today, wow.
First of all, if you already know what cut tidy is, get it in your basket now. If you know what cut tidy is and you've already been there, done that, get it in your basket now. This is the day to do it. You already know, so you're fine. You go shop ahead. Then you go.
That's it. So, it's here. We're not going to talk lots about it now. No. Many of you already know about it. It's on a 3 for 2 deal for you today as a big birthday special.
Get one free.
So, yeah, it's amazing. And if you don't already know about it, then don't worry, I'll explain it. It's awesome. Oh my goodness, look how many of you are coming.
Yeah, no, just go, go, because you're getting one free, and it's obviously the best thing since sliced bread when you're die cutting, and we'll go through it in a little bit. But I do want to show you the board for the nested title shapes that we were just talking about, because I just want you to see the dimension that we're creating and the shapes that we're creating. Wow. So are these going to be apertures? Are they going to be layers? Which section are you going to use? Are you going to use all of them, or are you going to use maybe one of them, 2 of them? Are you going to have peaky holes coming through? How are you building? And then, I don't know if you'll be able to see this, but if I raise it, look at the dimension that you can achieve.
Oh my goodness.
Look at that. That is absolutely stunning. And that it can all be yours for your card making joy. Really pretty, isn't it? So, sorry, there you go.
Phenomenal. Don't apologise. Don't you ever be sorry. It's phenomenal. Come on in and get it. Just absolutely extraordinary. Little update once again. Another 30% of our remaining stock has gone. So you need to check out today on that wonderful Tides of Colour collection. It's there for you on the web. We also have this fabulous dashed edge. Right?
I won't be as long with this because we're talking nested. So each shape's going to have the same piece as such behind it. It's going to have the same detailing. So we will be a bit quicker with these because I do want to get to demo. But they're beautiful. Wow. So you've got, I called it a truffled edge. That's the best word I could think of. It's almost like a distressed edge to it. But then the embossing detail is just exquisite.
That's gorgeous.
So you've got lots of little dashes going across and lots of little lines going across. This creates a really beautiful texture on your eye when you're looking at the cards. It softens those edges. And we were talking earlier about when you use a punch and you create a corner on a card, it automatically makes it look softer. There's somehow more gentle, more romantic, that kind of thing that we're pulling in. And it's the same with this. Make it softer and just make it fluffy looking. It's just a delight to use. So we've got the rectangle. We've then got your circle. I'll run through them quickly for you. You've got your circle, which is beautiful, isn't it? Then we've got your square. This is, again, an enormous collection. Nested dies, always going to be your most important dies. Then you've got your DL. Love, love, love DL card shapes. I think they're exquisite. Then from there, we go to your square label, which is beautiful, isn't it? Isn't that so pretty?
Lovely.
It reminds me of the Yorkshire Rose. And then from there, you have got your rectangle label as well. Gorgeous, gorgeous card shapes. All of your apertures taken care of, all of your mats and layers taken care of, all of your card bases taken care of, labels taken care of, borders taken care of, and little stamping areas and places to put your sentiments. also taken care of. That's why nested are your most important, and these are stunning.
It's fantastic, isn't it? I mean, so many of you are messaging in as well, asking about, oh, where do we get these shapes from? It's here, it's in this set, and you can see, you know, here's that beautiful, like the Yorkshire Rose you were saying, this really lovely. And then, look, here's your round as well. So you can just see that softness of the edge, it's beautiful. Your DL as well, you absolutely have to get this collection home. They just go hand in hand. But the beauty of it is, of course, is you can use it with absolutely everything. Now, GH9C83 is your code. This is for the entire collection, okay? And that should be your price, but that's not where we're going to be stopping here today, okay? This is our finale of our second birthday here at HobbyMaker, and we've been delighted to share with you to celebrate with us. Look, here you go, $139.99. Phenomenal for so many
For a full
dies.
set of nested, it's huge.
Absolutely.
It's a really good price.
Your card shape.
Well, it's every
it?
card base, it's every mat and layer, it's every aperture or layered aperture that you ever need going forward. It's literally everything. It's your borders. It's everything going through. So nested dies will always remain the biggest resource you've got as far as card making is concerned, because it's everything you need going forward, right? So that's why nested are so important. And these are just really beautiful with that edge as well. So you get the added extra delight of the visual, so it going through.
Gorgeous. Now, I know you're eager to get started, and we're eager to see your demo. So
I was actually doing bits of it. Don't leave me to my own devices, because I just start doing the things. Right, I've cut out the main card shape from that beautiful gatefold that you're going to get when you get this home.
See, even just that element, just the fact that you've got a die which is cutting out straight away your gatefold card.
Well, those
is
really gorgeous
beautiful.
little apertures that we've got here, and obviously it's going to cut that shape out, those semicircles out. Don't throw them, they can be used elsewhere as well. And actually they can be layered up for different things. Create beautiful little arcs on the bottom of cards if you're creating a square, so don't throw them. But it's also got the score line embossed in there as well. As soon as you cut it, there's a score line down each side. Now, the reason that it's not like massively deeply scored, it's beautiful for folded, but you might want to create a card that's that big. So you might want to cut this twice, score at 1/2 inch, and put one on top of the other to create a card base. I'm going to use it as the gatefold as it was intended. So I'm just going to fold and shunt through, and then I'm going to start putting my layers on. So we've got all of the panel layers for you, and we have also got all of your midsection layers for you as well. That was the wrong one, Rosie. Bayek. Right, let's go for this one.
Here we go.
So as we go through, look how these seat. They are so pretty.
I love the colours as well. That
I know,
use
on
in
the
this
perfect
collection.
papers. I've just sucked that down. This is why we don't commit beforehand. Just let me very gently.
Stick.
You don't commit to the stick until you're ready. That's the problem. Right, so place that there. Okay, then let's get your next one. Place in. It's the joy of rushing on television.
Look at that lovely
I know, I love that. Wouldn't that be great fabric on a dress?
Yes. Oh, my goodness.
Really pretty
yeah.
on a summer dress.
Beautiful.
Then we're going to go in with the smaller one. So you can see how these are starting to build up in colour and stance, and they're really, really beautiful. And I love working with mats and layers, especially when something like a gatefold, when we see it all come together, because it's something visually a bit different, isn't it? So let's take this one off here and pop it on to thither. Really, look at that. That's a card already. I mean, it's
Beautiful.
so pretty. Now, I've got my green base here, so I'm going to lay this one down first, she says, and just place a ponce there, okay? Now, I want to work with my apertures, so I'm going to bring in those dashed edge, but I'm using them as apertures instead of using them as layers. So what I've done is taken my next piece and I've just placed the circle one. You can see that gentle distressed edging that you're getting through. Really pretty.
Fantastic.
So I'm going to place that one on first. Quick and easy card making, which I love.
Yeah.
Quick and easy card making is right up my
But the
street.
nice thing is, though, with carnation, your quick and easy card making still looks like it's taken
Doesn't it?
hours. The detail.
I know, it doesn't look like quick and easy card making. That's the joy. The joy. See, how many times have I used that word already? And you can't be charging me for that.
Yeah, no, I think so.
That's for the full title.
Thanks for all your lovely messages, by the way. We've lots of.
Thank you. We had messages.
Yes.
Lovely. I do love that. Right, let's just
He's
start
so
shaping
cute.
out
Or
Ted's
she.
head.
Be a she or a he. What do you think? Oh, hello, lovely Carla. I love watching you as you explain everything. Thank you. That's Sarah Newport.
That's not what my children say. They say, can you stop explaining everything? And I say no. Right, so I'm just shaping out his little head. Now, I've got to extract sort of his head from his body, so to speak. So I need to hold this here.
Take his head off his body?
Not in a Ted Bundy way. I've just got to pull this forward a little bit. So we're just doing that. And then I'm just going to place him down here. So he's going to seat and he's going to be coming out of this little circle, which is super, super cute. So I'm just going to put this here. Get a bit of wet glue.
Gorgeous. Thank you, Karen, as well, by the way. Lovely lady. You enjoyed the birthday celebrations?
It's been so much fun, the birthday set. I like it. It's like when, you know, when you're little and you get invited to a kid's birthday party and then you get all sweaty. Remember that?
That still happens to me. That's still... Alex did the same as well. We're still there. The kids get invited to way more parties than I do these days.
Right, so I'm just going to place his little feet. I'm basically seating his tum almost on that circle line, as if he's sitting on it.
Yes.
And I'm just going to place that down there. Then I'm going to take my next layer here. So I've got my next aperture, and I'm just going to whack this here and place over, up and again. So just getting his little feet. So he's sitting there as if he's on a little swing. Isn't he delicious?
He's so gorgeous.
He's so cute.
What I love about him as well is he's for everybody. He's not too kiddie. He's for grown-ups too. He's for everyone. You know, we all love him.
Look, let's put some little flowers in his arms because he's very excited. Actually, no, let's play. Right. I love it when I get to play. Let's take this. See how this has got the lines down it? Let's do this. Let's shape it around my hand. Because it's immediately going to bowl out for me. No problem on my side. I don't need to do anything. Take my silicone gel glue or a foam pad. Chuck this on.
I'm just going to mention while you're doing that, because we've obviously just seen that your colour is on both sides. Your beautiful
mirrored
vignettes.
Vignette.
This is a mirrored vignette.
Look at this. This is what Carnation give you. So see, this is what we mean about being boxed in with crafting, when often we get designs from companies. That's a die. My die faces that way. When I cut out my piece of artwork, that's the cut I'm going to get from it, and that's it. So any composition I want, that label has to swing that way, unless you're working with Carnation.
Then it can swing both ways.
It'll swing both ways. So it can now go on either side, which is ace, right? Because suddenly my options double, but also my value for money double, because it means I can have it facing either way.
Perfect.
Love that for all of us.
So good, isn't it?
Well, it just makes a difference, doesn't it? Right, let's go in. Smaller ball tool on the neck of the bottle, just going down to create that curvature, and around the edges of that bottle. I'm just breaking the fibres of the paper so that I can then bend it without creasing it, and that's going to allow me to create that dome shape. Breaking fibres of paper is always a joy. Did you hear that conversation in your ear?
I do. It sounds like they're underwater, though. Something going on with my talkback.
All I heard was,
bubbling away there.
Guess who's on the next show? And then somebody said, it's Carla and Rose, and they went,
I think you sounded a bit more excited than that, but you know. Dan's actually just full on party mode now.
At least it wasn't fear like last time.
Some people do fear us, don't
all
they?
The time, Rosie.
Especially when we're together.
I fear you constantly.
I don't fear you, actually.
Do you
I
not?
feel at home when you're here. Yeah, absolutely.
I fear myself most days. I'm a danger.
I fear nothing. That's it.
Is that the line you're sticking with?
Yeah.
Place that in there. Let's build up these florals. Where's my other flower gone? Have you just stolen it? I had one.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't steal anything, babe. I promise.
Right, let's place this here.
Oh,
Honestly.
Levi knows where
there
it is. There it is.
Thanks, Levi.
Total star.
In unison.
I know. Oh.
Right, let me place this in. I just want to break up that colour in the middle of these two pink flowers, just so that visually I've got a little bit of a difference going on, because otherwise it's going to merge. So breaking that up and just building that colour in that corner. So it's so pretty. We still have a lot of white space, and white space is so important when we're crafting, because visually we have something else that we're kind of designated to look at. I've got a well done here, and this is going to see. Now, when you're working with these, if you didn't see the earlier show, what I've found the easiest to do, where your finger is, take it on the edge, pull it down, and then where your thumb is at the other side, pull it up. Okay, this will give you your wavy banner. That's going to make everything really easy and seated, so you get your S-curve. And then on the back of that, I'm going to fill the biggest curvature with some silicone gel glue. That's going to give me lift and rise on that part. And then just a tiny piece on that one, because all I want is the adhesion. So from there, to keep its shape, all I'll do is place this just next to that bottle. Well done.
It's gorgeous.
Really clean. Really clean lines. Now, obviously, I would put panels on the outside, but the joy of this is they already know what's coming inside. They already have an idea of what will happen, but maybe they're not expecting Teddy dancing.
It's just such an incredible collection. Genuinely just exceptional, and it's going to keep on giving and giving and giving to you. It's so big. I mean, what did it take? 25 minutes to take you through all the boards?
Listen, it's
huge. If you want to see more demos as well from this collection, after 8 p.m. this evening, you can re-watch Carla's earlier show. Was that 1 o'clock, wasn't it? With
2 o'clock with Davy B.
2 o'clock with Davy B. There we go. So you can watch some more demos on this as well. Look at your saving today, though. It should be $177.99. You're getting absolutely every single element from this collection for $134.99. EL9C10 is your code. Massively popular today. I think the thing is aren't we all ready for spring and summer? We're all sitting here just feeling it coming. We know it's getting milder, and you see this collection and it just brings pure joy. I think everyone feels it. You look at every single card and you feel that joy, you feel that sense of, yes, it's coming, it's on its way.
Well, it's spring forward. Is it 2 weeks? Spring forward?
Spring forward,
Last Sunday of
yeah.
the month, so we'll be at Clocksford. And it's so nice getting up, because I get up about 5:30 in the morning most days, and getting up and seeing just the sun coming up at that time is a joy at the minute. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Isn't it? I know, I love it. Such a gorgeous time of year. There we go as well. I'm just showing you some of these beautiful cards.
The perfect papers in this are just exquisite.
yeah.
Look at that fuchsia colour, really vibrant. If you're checking out, please, can I just honestly, while I'm here, advise you to put the cut tidy in while it's 3 for 2.
Yeah.
The reason being, for those of you who don't know what cut tidy is, can you just pass me it, Rosie, and I'll just explain it to you very quickly. I'm not going to harp on it. I'm also going to open it, which they love it when I do this in the studio. They don't.
I don't mind.
They always say,
mustn't
stop
touch those.
opening the things. And I'm like, okay. So, cut tidy. It's a piece of plastic and it opens. You can see that it's got a line down the middle, okay? That's because it's a sandwich. So think of this as a good piece of bread.
Oh, nice.
So you've got this piece here. It's like a book sleeve. So you've got this piece here and then a piece over the top. What you would do with it, effectively, is you would take your cardstock or your vignette, if it's a piece of printed artwork from the Carnation Place, place it inside. Think of yourself as doing a magic trick. We're placing it inside completely and closing it. You'd then put your metal die on top of that piece of plastic, and it will cut through anything that it's under. Now, what that means is, first of all, we get a super sharp die cut. Really beautiful. It's going to give you gorgeous beveled edging. It's going to really, really give you that compression. But more importantly, let's face it, the die never touches the cardstock, so you don't have to weed your dies out anymore. That's more important.
No more weeding.
Don't need to weed your dies. Because once you take your die cut out, if it's really strong filigree, you might have to weed a bit of your die cut, but your actual metal die, you know this business that we all do when we're trying to get all the bits of paper and it's flying all over your craft room.
You get all over your floor. All
the dog's got half of it stuck in his fur. The children are wearing it to school. All of that over, because all of your pieces of paper are encased inside the sandwich when you take it out. So it's doing loads of jobs for you all at once.
It's brilliant.
If you haven't put this in your basket, I know pretty much most of the crafting demonstrators that I know, this is my trade. Like, with all the demonstrators, they're all like, have you got any cut tidy? And I'm like, what's it worth?
There you go, mate, yeah. How many chocolate bars are you going to give me for this?
How many steak bakes are coming out of this business? I'm just asking for a friend.
And it's on a 3 for 2, so you basically get
which
one
you
free.
don't see. So grab it. I know loads of you already know what cut tidy is, and I know you've already gone. I know, because we're not daft. We know what cut tidy is and how brilliant it is. Everybody loves cut tidy. Once you've used it, it's very hard to go back to not using it. I use it with every single time I cut a die. I use it. Unless I'm necessarily on air. Sometimes I can't if I'm here. But as a general at home, and I can literally show you it, I literally use it till it's dead. So
how many times do you use each one?
Until it dies.
Wow. How do you know when it's dead?
Because it's just tears to ribbons.
Oh, wow.
Once it's grey and it looks like, you know, when you've got kids' socks and they're kind of grey and you're like, that's enough with that one, let's get some new
it's like their
ones.
school T-shirts.
Like their
as well.
school T-shirts,
Okay,
sort of that
enough.
chewing gum colour. Once it's gone there, you need to be putting it in the bin and getting your next one. That is a bargain. Grab it.
And right, just so you know, there are so many of you coming through. You need to put 3 in your basket to get the deal. So check 3 out. You're basically only going to be paying for 2 of them. So it's a fantastic saving, mega deal. Basically, $19.98 for 3 sets, okay?
Yay
and
for the
each
after
set
party.
has 10 in.
Yeah.
Brilliant. You're getting 30 for the price of 20, basically. You're getting 10 cut tidies completely free.
Well worth it. I promise you it's well worth it. I love it.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Just order your 3. They're going to go, so I don't know if we can get more on it, but just grab them. Grab them while you can. Loads will be there. Right, demo number 2.
So you have now got, we're having a look at those gorgeous, gorgeous nested. I'm going to look at the DL because it's my favourite. But I also want to look at that floral panel and how it's been cut into. So I'm going to show you the piece that I've got that's been cut into. I won't spend the time actually cutting it because we haven't got long left. But I will show you how that has come about. Now, on my perfect papers, I'm using a 5mm foam tape. We're going for big, chunky height here. I love chunky height on a card. And so we're going in for that. So I'm going to place that down and I'm going to watch my shadows grow. So as I go here, I'm starting to see beautiful shade lines coming through. We're looking for that as a visual impact. Again, with my 5mm, we're going in with height on here. This is a super chunk. Now, the reason this one is so chunky is because I'm going to work on the horizontal, not on the portrait. So it can take more of the weight of the front, so I can put more chunk on it. So 3 of those 5mm coming in to give me height and shadow. What that's going to do is going to make the floral panel pop when I place it on, because I'm creating a big platform, a stage, if you like, for them to sit on. So it's almost, think of it of the layers, the tiers of a cake. That's where we're going. We're creating that sort of canvas to work with on the top. So when I swing that way, obviously it's seated, it's going to be able to hold the weight.
That's great.
So I can hold the 15mm I've got of foam tape there. So I hope that helps somebody at home.
Yeah.
Just
I
to
also
work out
like
height and
seeing,
depth.
so even if you're doing a horizontal card, you still laid it out vertically because of that.
Yeah, my brain won't do it the other way though.
No, it makes sense. It's good though because you see that little trick with the
I have
tape.
tried because I know the proper telly thing is to do it the way you're doing it, and that's how you're supposed to demonstrate it, but I can't do it, so I just do it that way. Right, we've got a little bit of the floral panel. Now, what I love about this floral panel, I just wanted to see if I'd got my other envelope here, which has got my bits and bats in. I'll find it in a second. Right, just show that for a second while I just go ferreting in my bag.
Okay, here we go.
Let me ferret.
So what you've got for your demo is snipped out of this beautiful, beautiful panel, which is amazing, isn't it?
Show
you can
you
use
it
it fully or
its full
snip
glory.
the bits out.
Let me show you it in its full glory.
Okay.
It's gorgeous. So, panels.
And they're all double-sided, of course.
Mirrored vignettes.
Yeah.
So we've got it on both angles.
Wow.
Now, if I've got let's just play. Let's play for a second because I've got about a minute that I can just use. There's my DL shape, okay? Now, if I want to place that on top of there, I now know exactly where to cut because I can just cut around that shape. Now that also then goes, I can use the die of course as well, but if I want to cut into it in a different way, that's going to be an alternative. So I can start to maybe work and go, oh, well, I'll have a semicircle, and you can start to visualise, well, I love this corner, so I can put this here. We're looking at the versatility of how this comes in. It will also fit that full circle too. So loads of options, right? But I have wanted to use it to create this elongated span. And the joy of it is, it's got straight edges. And because it's got straight edges, I can place and hold because my straight edges are going to ground that floral out, and I want that. I want it to be grounded. So what I'm going to do is weight my card over to one side, and I'm going to leave some white space. So composition-wise, we are free and easy.
It's what we love, by the way, and I hope you're hearing what they're saying in the gallery right now.
No, because I was waffling.
Because a lot of people at home echo this, and it is really wonderful. What you really focus on and what we can really appreciate with you when you're demoing is the fact that you really focus on the composition, because it is so important. You don't just plonk it on there. It's all laid out, and you create. And this is what you were saying earlier about making us all artists. You know, it's beautiful.
Well, I think the point, the very reason you're watching HobbyMaker at the moment, for literally the majority of you, let's put it that way, is because you're already artists. You might not know it, and you might not think it. You might think of yourself as a crafter. If you're a crafter, you're an artist. You already have an eye for colour and an eye for composition. You might not know what that is. You might be sitting there going, "Oh, I'm useless with composition." You're not. Take it from me, you're not. The reason that you know you're not is because you can put a card together and you can work out your sightings. The only time cards fail, as a rule, and they tend to look off, is because your colours are off. And so you can have a really beautiful card, and you know it's right. You know the pieces are in the right places, but it's not working. It's usually one of your colours, just one of them. The hue might be slightly askew. So just take one piece off at a time and work out which bit it is that's occurring, that's causing the problem, and then you know you're there.
And that's the beauty of carnation as well, isn't it? All
you don't
of
need
the
to
colours
stress.
work. You've got your perfect papers, you've got all of those stunning coloured vignettes that are completely free. On the website, you can download those right now, actually.
Oh, you can go and
still
play
there.
it. It's a joy. Now, I've got this laid down, but, and we're talking about composition, I've got a working at the end, what I would call my workings here. It's naked and I don't like it. It needs a finish on it, and so I'm going to use a floral to do that. So I've cut some of this floral out of that panel. So I've just chosen a piece that's right for it, and I'm going to use that. Now, I could have just used the decoupage pieces, which is just one floral, but I love this spray of pink that comes off. So I chose my own. I selected it off the panel, cut it out, because it's mine to play with. This is the most versatile piece. It's so crazily clever and beautiful. So let's get rid of that working, because I don't like it visually. And this is what we're talking about, composition. This is why you know exactly what I'm saying. We know it looks pretty, but we don't like that. You can see it as well as I can. This is fine because it's a finished flourish. So let's finish it. Let's just put a decoupage element on with some shadow.
Wow.
Let's play in. If you want to take up the white space, you absolutely can, and create a corner. How do you want to play it?
Gorgeous.
Where does your versatility come in, and how are you going to control it? It's yours to own. From that, we're very, very simply, I'm keeping this as naked and as plain because I love clean cards. So from this, I'm going to take my teacup. I'm just going to shape very quickly just around the edge of it, around the rim, then around those sides, coming down and across the saucer and around the bottom edge. Now I've got cut lines very clearly placed in all the lines of this cup that separates. What that means is I now have...
What? Wow!
all of my playway to create that 3D artwork. Just break your fibres and you have created a 3D piece from this gorgeous cup, and that dimension is going to be enough for me to seat this just next to that flower with those florals coming over. And that, my friends, is my card. I don't need to go any further than that, because sometimes less is more. Visually, white space is always going to help. If you're finding it hard to create a card, if you think maybe it's a little bit too busy, leave yourself a corner point of white space so you've got this really clear, beautiful visual at the side. And we're just going to place that in and tuck that flower over as if we're putting it in someone's hair. So you've got this pretty finish, and you don't need to do anything else. You can put a sentiment on. Sometimes less is more, sometimes white space is important. When you're working with carnation dyes and you're working with the colour that Carnation procure, it means that we have got elements that we can use that are just really visually pretty without us really trying. So when we use less, actually it looks more as well. So you can go for those mad showstoppers where we're looking at heated design, beautiful built-up design. We can really, really go for it, you know, where you've got that visual smack in the face, which is just beautiful. Or you can bring it right back, pare it right down, and go naked, naked, naked. And every time it will still be as beautiful because the artwork is that strong.
That's it. It's just beautiful, isn't it? I love this.
Look at
well.
this. Look at
you've
your
got
easels.
The number, you've got your character, you've got the teacup here, just have a little, and then he's holding the flower. It's so versatile. So there is just and you'll have fun playing with it. That's the beauty of it as well. It's a joy to look at, but it's also a joy to enjoy playing with.
I think it's one of those things, you know, I'd never made a card before I came into contact with Carnation. It's just something I'd never done. And I was terrified of the process. I'd never used a die cutting machine, and I've broken so many of them, and that's fine as well, because it's a journey that we have to learn on. The point being is, you know, you think back to the first time you ever made a card, and even though you'll have been really proud of it, you'll look at it now that you've sort of gone further on your journey, and you'll go, I maybe would have changed this. I might have changed that, because we can now see it differently, because we're getting a trained eye. We train our eye as we're going, and that's what you're doing at home, and that's where Carnation is going to take you that little bit further as well, because now you're designing those elements in 3D. You're doing all of these things with Carnation that you can't necessarily do with others, because we've got mirrored vignettes, we've got cut lines that allow texture and detail. So just enjoy the journey.
It's utterly gorgeous. And you know, even if you are a beginner, maybe you've never crafted before in your life, you might be looking at this and thinking, whoa, this looks so impressive, I could never do this. You absolutely can. You know, this is perfect for beginners. It's perfect for the more established crafter.
You've made stuff with Carnation.
And
you don't make
like
cards.
you, I've never, until I came to HobbyMaker, I'd never seen a die. I didn't know what a die was. I'd never seen a die cutting machine. And it's really fun to use, and it makes it easy for you. In fact, you just can't make a bad card.
And I also
with
love
Carnation.
seeing
It just
stuff
is perfect.
that you guys make, because Carnation have got a Facebook group called Carnation Crafters, which is a lovely community. But when people post in there, and I'm just like, I know you felt the joy. You know, that's the thing. We see the passion in those cards come out, and you see people's progression and journey, and that's a really beautiful thing as well. So get in that group, get your cards posted so you can see your own progression and your journey. This collection, Tides of Colour, is literally, it's going to hold your hand, but it's going to love you just as much as you love it. And every card you produce from it, you're just going to feel a sense of pride, a sense of accomplishment, and a sense of joy from it. And I love that as well.
It's wonderful. And just don't forget to add this one in as well, okay? So you've got the full collection here, absolutely everything that is just so beautiful. And if you add this in as well, the tidal shapes, this is just going to give you more dimension as well. And it works wonderfully with this collection, but also with others from Carnation and beyond. So just make sure you check it out today. This is the code for Tides of Colour, EL9C10. It's on a 4-way split pay for you.
We like.
We love this. It's all part of our big birthday celebration. We turned 2 last week. Yes. Oh my goodness, and that. Guys, there's so much in the show today. It's on a 4-way split pay. It means you're getting the whole collection home for £33.74. You don't pay any interest on that. You're not having to wait till you've made all 4 payments to get it all home. It will all be posted. Tomorrow? They're so fast.
Yeah, so they'll get your order at midnight tonight, and when Carnation walk into the office tomorrow morning, all the orders will be there. Carnation will start packing and posting. That will all be posted out by tomorrow's postage. So it'll be with a courier at that point, and it's up to the courier, obviously, how quick that gets to you. But the minute Carnation get your order, it's out of their office. They just post it.
Yeah. It's awesome. And
There's
it keeps
no
on
delay.
giving. I always think when you have a collection that you know you're going to be using year on year. Exactly.
This isn't something that you just put in a cupboard and walk away from. There's so many elements. The numbers, for a start. There's the slimline numbers. How often are you going to use those in cards? Loads. Cut a load of them out. Just sit for an afternoon and just cut them out, and then you've got them when you need them.
That's it, exactly. Look at this, is just how you can play. Oh, I could keep on showing through. We've got more messages coming through as well. Everybody, it's lovely having you here. Natalie says, it's impossible to make a bad card with Carnation crafts. They are elite. Absolutely, Natalie, you know, it really is.
They're a
just
cut
gorgeous.
above. And what I'm really excited about,
So
and I
did
think
that.
what's really interesting, is finding out new crafters who have a go with Carnation, having never used it before, and suddenly, and we know because we see it all the time in the Carnation group, where they're just like, oh, why did I not know about this before? Just insanely good. Insanely good.
So wonderful. We've got another lovely message as well, talking about that cut tidy deal.
With an offer.
The amazing offer. Hi, Carla and Rosie. Thank you for the cut tidy deal. It's an amazingly magical product. There you go. It's
That's
on
someone who
3 for
knows.
2. Yes.
Thank you, Susie. That's a really important message. Thank you.
It's just fantastic, isn't it? No more little bits all over the carpet, hiding under the skirt. I mean, just you keep it all together. We've only got 19 chances remaining. Oh, hold on.
Of the cut tidy.
Of the cut
Grab
tidy.
it while it's 3 for 2. Grab it while it's 3 for 2, because they don't do it. They don't do it.
No.
Carnation don't do it.
You're
very
getting
often.
1 free. You're basically getting, so hold on, you're getting 30 cut tidies for the price of 20, basically, which is extraordinary.
That'll
You
keep you
think,
going
oh,
for
that's
ages.
Yeah.
It'll keep you going for ages, but you are going to love it as a product as well. Finally, no bits of paper in your shepherd's pie. That can never be a bad thing, right?
Wow, exactly.
It's
now,
great.
just bear in mind, we've only got 14 left. Everyone's buying in sets of 3, obviously, because you need the 3 for 2 deal. So really, we've only got 4 opportunities left.
No.
So, yeah, just go grab it. It's going to sell out, so I think we're just going to remove that. But, listen, we've talked about the perfect papers as well.
Beautiful colours.
And just talk us through this, because obviously, if you missed what Carla said earlier on, you're looking at all of the artwork. Obviously, with the Tides of Colour, the incredible collection, that is for all of your dies, that is for your tools for life that you will use again and again and again and again. On Carnation's website, all your vignettes, all of your artwork is there
Free
for
to
you.
download. The perfect papers are colour picked from the vignettes, which we were saying a minute ago about clashing with your colours. It might be an issue. There you go. It's sorted for you now. Your perfect papers are 300 GSM, so it is in fact a cardstock. There's 48 sheets. There's 6 colour variations in there, and you'll get some block colours and some patterned. Perfect for every single mat and layer that you make going forward, and they're just a delight to use as well. Enjoy your carnation journey, because it's an impressive thing to do. Yeah. It's a lovely thing to do. Love it.
It's amazing. And how quickly is that hour gone? Listen, if you missed anything, the beauty of it is you can rewatch this show, you can rewatch shows that were early on today. We're live right now after 8 o'clock this evening. All of the shows from today will be on our website. After 7 days, they will be on YouTube forever and
We
ever
like them
and
apples.
ever. Absolutely. So just don't miss out on the savings you've got today. If you're just joining in now, look on our website, hobbymaker.co.uk, and you can see everything that Carla's just brought us from Carnation Crafts. Do not miss out. Great news. Do you want some amazing news? Carla's staying right here. We've got a whole other hour with our wonderful Carla and a completely different show altogether.
Entirely different show.
Yeah, and we'll tell you all about it right after this.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
HobbyMaker's now available on Virgin Media, channel number 754.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Hello and welcome to HobbyMaker. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited about this show.
You've not done one, have you?
No, and I love that. I've watched them and I've just looked in awe at what you create and what you do, and it's wonderful. So many of you have been asking about this show as well, and it's so exciting. We've got it here for you tonight on HobbyMaker.
Launch!
So I'm just going to let you know, first of all of your beautiful graphites, your tools, your everything you need, it's all on our website, hobbymaker.co.uk. We do have a focus today on these brand new polychromos colours. But before we go there, and polychromos, by the way, we have lost count of the number of emails, messages. Everyone has been talking about this launch. Everyone has been talking about what's happening.
It's so exciting.
It's so exciting. So please do not hang about. As soon as you see them, come on in and grab them. And there's a particularly special deal we're going to be talking to you about. But first of all, Faber-Castell, right? This is one of the most prolific, one of the most renowned companies in the art world. What does it mean for our viewers, for HobbyMaker, for you, for me, for everybody, that we have this incredible collaboration?
Well, it's one of the most important collaborations that I think HobbyMaker have. Faber-Castell is a worldwide, exclusively beautiful brand. Museum quality art toys, if you like. So the way the pencils are made is slightly different. I'll be very brief with this, but this is just a starter explanation. See when you sharpen a pencil and you get wood halfway down the lead and the other half's further up? That's to do where the lead is placed inside the pencil. If it's not central, you're going to get more wood on the height on one side, less on the other. And it makes it incredibly difficult because then we start to get scratches in our artwork. This is just one example. And so consequently, Faber, it's a German engineering, they place it directly in the center of the pencil. It's also very protected in there as well, so your lead doesn't break quite so easily. It means we can sharpen it to a really strong point. We need to sharpen the pencils. They need to remain sharp while we're colouring. They're not designed. We often see in the crafting industry, one of the things people talk to you about all the time, blendability. You can blend them. You can blend these to your art content. Brilliant. We don't want to do that when we're creating artworks. We want to layer. We want to layer because we want to produce colour from other colours. That's the whole point, so that we can get changes in hue and the integrity of the colour.
Does that create more depth as well?
More depth, it creates more detail. It makes it more vibrant. And so we've said this with the Faber-Castell before when we brought you the PIC graphites. How, certainly with hyperrealism, how that is a process that we learn over a period of time. And so it's a bit like doing a jigsaw. If you can do a jigsaw, you can create these art pieces. There's nothing here that you can't do. Nothing. Anybody watching this can do these.
And I'm just going to interject there because already Alex and Dan in the gallery, I mean, when you see what Carla has brought to you today, just look at this. It's the most beautiful drawing. It's absolutely sensational. And we're all sitting here going, I can't do that.
Yeah,
Alex and Dan are
can.
saying, I can't do that. But you're telling us we can.
100%.
This is a process.
You absolutely can do that. It's not difficult. It's not hard. Now, I can't obviously do that in this hour because that's not something, obviously, we can achieve. That's going to take you, you know, a week to do, where you're just going to sit and bring it out every now and again, do a little bit more to it, that kind of thing. And we're going to build colour. What I want to talk to you about today, which is more important, is how we can look at this. Can I just show you this? Because honestly, I know I'm not allowed to use the word, and I've been in trouble for using the word many, many times, but if something was sexy, it's this. Look,
it really
look,
is.
look.
Look how slow, oh my goodness, look at the point
I like a good point on my pencils.
Yes, wow. Oh my.
Can I just say, if that's not the most delightful thing in the world, I don't know what is. Why are they so important? Well, they're light fast for a start.
Tell us what that means. What does
light fast means that, basically it means that they're museum quality. So there is only one set of pencils on the market that is 100% light fast, and I will say that that is not polychromos. The polychromos, out of the big, I think it's 120 that they do is their big set. I think it's 12 or 13 that aren't light fast, but the rest all are, and you can get that list of them on the website. And that's just to do with certain factors with how you colour them. Other than that, these will stand the test of time for hundreds of years. Wow. Hundreds of years.
They won't fade
museum
at
quality.
all.
No, they won't fade. They're light fast. And that's really important to the integrity of what we make as well. You're working with artist-grade pencils. You're not working with crafting pencils. Why not go into Poundland and purchase a pack of pencils for £1? Well, because you won't get the same results. Can you colour with them? Yes. Will it be the same thing? No. Not at all. No. So,
well, they're scratchy as well. I mean, we've all tried
it's not
them,
the same
haven't we?
thing.
'Cause we sort of, but those cheaper, what we think are more cost effective, they're not cost effective because you end up having to buy again and again and again as well.
If I was to say to you, here you go, this is an awful example, but I'm going to use it. If I was to say to you, I'm going to cook you a beef bourguignon tonight, and it's going to be, you know, full of these incredible, we're going to put some truffles in there, it's going to be incredible, right? Or I say to you, I'm going to cook you exactly the same meal, but in the other one, I'm going to put some cat food in there instead of the beef. You're immediately going to go, no. That's what we're talking about. The difference between using something that is not designed for this process. It's not meant for that process. If you go into Poundland and you buy a set of coats, they'll colour. And if you're just wanting to colour in maybe a petal on something, fine. But you're not going to get to where I think you can go. And when I say that, I mean when I have coloured this in, that is literally not something that every single person watching this can do. Not just me. You can all do it. It's a simple process of layering. That's it. It looks incredible, right? You can look at that and go, well, I'd never be able to do it. Of course you can do it. Everyone can do it. It's a simple layer of colouring. A simple thing of colouring in layers. And I'm going to show you that. What I will say is the Faber journey has been an exciting one. As far as getting your hyperrealism concerned with your layers and your matte graphites, please do go onto YouTube and find the other Faber shows that we've done. I think we've now had 3 or 4 of them. Please do go and find them, watch them, and suddenly realise that you can do it as well. We set up a Facebook group on Facebook, ironically, called the Faber-Castell, the HobbyMaker Faber-Castell Club. HobbyMaker Faber-Castell Club.
Gorgeous community, isn't it?
It's only been there 3 weeks. We've already got like 130 members, something like that. Go and join it. People are starting to post their artwork, and if I can say to any of you that have posted, because I don't always get the chance to go in the group, but if I can say to any of you that have posted your artwork, you're fantastic, and you can see that you can do it, and a lot of you have said it. Oh, I can do this.
Can I ask you now, if you are part of that group, maybe you haven't joined that group yet, but you have had a go at your hyperrealism, please message in. You know that we've got this amazing competition running every single month at HobbyMaker. So share your makes with us. And if this is new to you, if this is something that you've really wanted to do your whole life, this is your show right now, so please do come and join. It's a really exciting thing. So just on screen right now, so here we go. You can win a £100 credit as well, which is wonderful. Send in your photos of your creative makes to be in with a chance of winning. And our next random winner will be announced on air at 7 p.m. on the 30th of March. Now, on screen right now, this is your set of 60 beautiful polychromos colours. 60 of them. So you've got, and you can still there. I mean, I'm just trying to think of how many colours you can make with this, with the layering.
Well, it doesn't even matter. If you go for the 12, if you go for the next one, if you go for the 16. Now, obviously, you're going to have more range of hue. You're going to have more range of other pieces. I'm just going to open the smaller pack for you. What you're really looking for is, can you make skin tone? That's the big thing. Well, what is skin tone? What is skin colour? What is it?
Isn't it?
It doesn't matter. Skin tone is what we make it. Is there a pencil that can give a skin tone? No. There is no pencil that's skin tone. We might look at a colour. I might go, oh, well, that's a skin tone colour. It might be a variant of a skin tone colour. Is skin made up of one colour? As in, is my skin made up of one colour? I can look at mine now and go, no, I can see loads of tones of colour in my skin. And that's the same for all skin tone.
Even without makeup, Dan. Dan said, yeah, because you've got makeup on, but even without makeup.
Even without.
Yeah.
So I can look at my arm and find loads of different tones in there. What we're looking for is, when I look at this palette here that I've got, the first thing I'm going to say to you is, if I'm going to do my skin as I'm seeing it in the camera, I'm going to first of all start with my yellow. That's where I'm going to go from the very beginning point. I'm going to cool it with some blue. I'm going to add in some green. Then I'm going to go in with some reds. And I'm going to start to layer up until I get a very soft piece. By the end of it, I'm going to burnish it with the white, which will bring it back to its pink. And that's going to give me loads of different variations on what I'm doing. And so never, ever am I looking for a skin colour. So if I go for this colour palette here, I can literally do every skin colour.
Wow.
That's the joy of using polychromos, right there.
It's amazing. Now, on screen, your graphics are for the 60 colours, right? With this, we have a little bit of a cheeky bundle deal.
We have and
it's amazing.
I just want to talk. Get the bundle. And the reason being is, you're also going to get one of the pads, the Faber-Castell sketchbooks with it. When I say that, and I'm going to talk to you about paper in a minute and why it's so important, but take it from me, if you're going to buy, get the bundle. Yeah. Well, they've got it at this price, because you're basically getting your pad for £1.
It's phenomenal. I mean, all of this, there's a lot of beautiful quality Faber-Castell paper here as well that you're getting. It is extraordinary quality. You're getting this for £1, and you're getting your set of 24 polychromos colour pencils. I mean, this is an exceptional deal here today.
It's an extraordinary deal.
Yeah.
Grab the bundle. That's my advice. Grab the bundle while it's that price. Why is the paper so important? Am I allowed to say?
Yeah, absolutely.
So when we're working in layers, I'm going to show you it in demo in a second, and I spoke to you last time we were doing a Faber show. Each piece of paper that you can buy, or each pad, company do it different ways. They're all different. And one of the things that we need when we're working in pencil crayon is a tooth on the paper, a high tooth. You need it to be a big, tall tooth. And what we're doing is working in layers. As I lay my first colour down, I'm starting to just press that tooth down. By the time I've got to my 8th layer, I've compressed the whole of that tooth. I've now got 8 layers of colour, which are creating a new colour. And then I've got time to burnish the top of it to create something that looks smooth, so it finishes it. That's your hyperrealism. That's where that comes in, is that smoothing tone. If I use a smooth cardstock to begin with, I've got no tooth. I can't layer. I can't lay a colour because there's nothing for it to grab onto. My first layer will go down, and I'll show you what I mean very graphically in a second, to a degree graphically. So we'll go through and I'll show you those elements. Levi laughing in the background. Not that graphically, we're not at 9 o'clock yet, and nobody wants to see that. But we're going to show you how that works up and how those layers build and how that's so important. So when we say to you that you're getting a Faber-Castell pad, that's what you want. You want that quality, and you're getting it for £1. You'd never get a Faber-Castell. Is it an A4 as well?
It's an A4 pad. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. I mean, actually, £10.49 all by itself, which is phenomenal value.
Yeah, it is.
Really, really good value. The pencils are £58.99, so you're getting your Faber-Castell A4 pad for £1 and a penny, which is just extraordinary.
Insanity.
Get these home. I will just point out, though, as well, I mean, you can see the detail on the front there. You can see so many images online. For hyperrealism, yes, but for your crafting as well, right? You can use this for everything.
Oh, yeah, you can use it for everything. And once you've got them, right? And they're going to take you through a huge journey. These pencils are just going to be a joy to you. And we're going to look today, this is just a kind of a rough idea of where we're going, but I just want to talk to you about layers. So we've got a cherry here, and I want to talk to you about colours. While I'm just going through this, I just want to explain to you all the first thing that I'm going to tell you, which hopefully will be a huge sigh of relief to you for those who have never done any kind of drawing before. First things first, I can't draw. I have no skill with drawing. I've never been able to draw, and I still can't draw. If you were to say to me, draw me a rabbit, I did say earlier it would look like it had been squashed on a road. I didn't put it quite as politely as that, but it wouldn't look like a rabbit. I can't draw. I don't have that skill.
So when you say that, are you talking about the composition, the outline, or because
I can't draw. If you said to me, draw a face, it wouldn't look like that.
So how do you do it?
So this is the thing. So this is what I want to get across to every single person who's listening. When I say everyone can do it, everyone can do it. It's not based on talent. It's based on practice, and it's based on time. Are you willing to put some time in? If you're willing to put some time in, you can do it. Of course you can do it. So what it is this. First things first. You can trace the outline.
Yes. And artists, by the way, have done this
trace
for
the
centuries.
outline.
Yeah.
We trace outlines.
Absolutely.
Go on to a website called Unsplash. UNSPLASH. Unsplash.com. There's a load of free photos in there. Just look for free photos of stuff. Print it out, okay? And then trace it and get it onto your notepad. That's your starting point. Done. Fantastic. So all I did on here is I traced his face, and then I put in my big, as such, milestones, my big points I want to make. So I traced his eyes, I traced the shape of his nose, put where the lips were going to be, and put where his hat was and where the folds of his hat were, where his lug was, just, you know, those basic points. And so I'm left with kind of a ghost image that I can then fill in. So I'm not putting every line in and every detail. I'd be there for hours. But I'm putting in my main focus points because then I can work it out from there. I've got some kind of a graph to work from where I can visualize. And that's all you need to do. So on a small scale, we've got the cherry here, which is the same principle. So I know I've got the stalk and I know I've got the cherry. Where did I get the image from? Well, I got it from, obviously, like Unsplash. Now, I've done it in big size for you here. The one I've actually done, you can see, I'll show you my tracing lines. There you go. Can you see underneath? Trace it.
Yeah.
So that's the small cherry that we're doing. But I blew it up big for you, and I blew it up big for you for a reason. So when you look at that, Rosie, what colour is it?
Wow, you've seen that lovely purpley red.
So your instinct is to take out your purple, isn't it? To just colour that in purple. Well, that is where we go wrong. Because the first colour that I see on that cherry is yellow.
Oh.
The first colour I see is yellow. And then you're instantly going to go, oh, well, look, I can see some yellow too. No, that's not what I mean. I mean here.
In here, yeah.
That's your yellow.
And blue.
So you've got yellow, you've got blue sitting here. You've got black here. Okay, now that might sound really odd, and you might be looking at it going, that's not though, that's pink. And that's because you need to just train your eye a little bit. That's why you blow it up real big first. Because actually, as you start to look at it, what I'm looking at, and if I had a magnifying glass, I would show you. But let me just point this out so you can see when you're working from these at home. I need a pointer. There's my knife. You see I've got some stripes here, a little line here, one here. Can you see those close enough? Can we get any closer on the overhead or not? Can we go real close in? Here we go. I just want to show you this because I think it's really important. You see here, I've got some little, almost yellow stripes. Yeah. Tiny, really tiny. But that's got to be my base colour, right? Because I've got to work around it. I can't lay light on dark. I can only lay, you know, darker on lighter. So I start with my lightest colour, and that's the first thing I'm looking for. My lightest colour is going to be my yellows. So we're going to guide ourselves first with that. So the first thing I'm going to do is look at my kit, and I'll just take a really light tone, a really light sort of cream, okay? So I'm just going to go over the whole element with this. Now, I'm going to have my pencil sitting like this, and I'm going to have it sat on my flat of my palm. I'm not going to hold it like a pencil. So that's the first thing I'm going to learn to do. If I hold it like a pencil, I'm going to press down. I don't want to press down. I don't want to break the tooth of my paper. So I'm going to hold it with that in the palm of my hand, and I'm just going to seat it through, and I'm going to hold it really flat, and I'm just going to work in a circular motion. And all I'm doing is filling in a base colour here.
So you're pressing really lightly.
I'm not pressing at all.
Wow, yeah. We've just got a little bit of breaking news.
Yep.
UAS 810, this is for your bundle. Absolutely amazing, because you're going to be getting your incredible set, 24 of the Polychromos colour pencils from Faber-Castell. You're getting 24 colours, and you're getting your A4 sketch pad as well, all for £60. And today it's on a 3-way split pay. So you'll get it all home for just £20
That's
here today.
incredible. Go.
Awesome. Go, go,
While
go,
you're
go.
getting it for that colour, go. Now, the stalk that I've got here, the stem that I've got here, I can see that it's green on the outside and I can see that it's kind of a yellow hue coming on the outside. The light source is coming this way, so I've got yellow here, I've got green underneath. We're never working with one colour, but it's a small surface area and I'm not worried about that as detail for the minute. So I'm going to place yellow on one side and green just down there on the bottom. And then what I'm going to do, just so I can register it in my brain as to where I want it to be, I'm going to come in with a really dark green and I'm just going to layer this down, but a little bit harder, okay? So I'm just going to place that in. 3 colours on that small point. That's just visually giving me a map, okay? That's where I'm starting. Now I want to start laying foundational colour. So the first thing that, now I've got that cream base going down and I can work with that, I need to start bringing in some softer toned pinks. So I'm going to come in with this one. The first one I'm going in with, let me read you the name so you've got it, is going to be the coral, okay? So I'm going to come in and I know that I want the most of my coral really to be seated here. Can you see there on my shine mark? That's going to be my lightest pink there and at the back. So I'm going to go with those. It's also along the bottom. Now, if I place that pencil right there, you can see they're the same colours, but you would never pick that out of the point for the cherry. So we're looking all the time, where is your colour base going to be here? So I'm going to work in small circles to start off with, just with this colour. And I'm going to start laying that down. Now, I may not get to the point of burnishing, but I'm going to try my hardest to get as much done as I can. So I'm just going to lay through, and we're going round and round in circles on this point just to get some colour. So you can now start to see I'm getting that sort of softer tone coming through, and it's working up the colour layers, but I haven't pressed, and what you're actually seeing is a load of white dots coming through. That's the tooth of my paper because I'm not compressing it. So the first thing I do is I teach myself not to press my pencil down. These are very light strokes going around in that circular motion. Now I'm going to bring in a little bit of a softer pink here, or a lighter pink if you like, a brighter one, because I need that shade mark to be there. So I'm still not working with any heavy colour here. I'm just working in soft pencil lines. No pressing. It's a real, almost like a lick of colour that's just coming through the top. So now that I've got my baselines worked out, I feel much happier because I've got a process coming through. Now I want to take a really dark colour. Now this would be the colour of the cherry, wouldn't it? We're working with the colour of the cherry there. So what I'm going to do is base out this line, because if I look at the cherry, the original photograph, let me try and bring this in so you can see it. This is black. This is a black line going there. I can see that that's a black line that is working through. I don't want to work up to black yet, though. I need to just darken out this line so that I can watch my pathway working. So I'm just going to base that there. So I've just got a line. That's all I'm doing. I'm just working a darker line because it's going to give me a nice visual cue. I'm also going to bring through a dark one just here, okay? So that's going to work, and then I can just draw around this shade line around here, because now I can work out my colours. So now I'm starting to see a cherry. It might not be visually perfect, but there is a cherry coming through that scene, right? We're starting to see the lines and the shapes taking form.
Fabulous. I'm just going to interject for one moment because we've got some more news for you as well. So those of you who want, very exciting. Those of you who are wanting to go for the full set of 60 colour chromos, grab it. It's on a 4-way split pay for you here today on HobbyMaker. Again, that is 0% interest, okay? So you're not paying any interest on that at all. £46.24, and you'll get the entire collection of 60 colours home. It's wonderful. It really, really is. We're also just getting, because you have obviously sharpened, you love the point, and that is what is so wonderful with Faber. Got some messages coming through asking, what's the best way to sharpen the tips? Do you use a knife like Samantha do, or do you use a pencil sharpener?
Knives are brilliant. If you want to get something where it's elongated, you want to release more of the colour core and get rid of the wood, this knife is a little beauty, and they should have some of them. I know that they didn't have masses, so this is going to be a case of rush, and the first cut, it'll be first come, first served.
Right, it's on screen now.
But the reason this is so great, and I will say, when you've done the hyperrealism before and we're working with graphite, the other reason this is, and I'll be really quick because we've got to get back to this one, but, no, it's okay. They're saying sorry in my ear, but they just ADHD'd my brain and took me somewhere else. You can't do that with me. So where I've got my
interrupted
pencils
the
here, one of these things that we can do with this is you can just shave so that you can get your graphite powder.
Oh, nice.
So as I'm shaving that down and I'm getting graphite powder into my tin,
right?
and then this then becomes a beautiful, gorgeous, so let me take my makeup brush. Hold on. Got my makeup brush here. I can use that powder. You'd obviously have more than that, but I can use that, brush it in, and I can start to blend out tone on my paper.
Wow.
And the more graphite you use, the darker the graphite pencil that you use, the more blending tones that you'll get through, and you can start to really build up your shadow play with them. That knife's a real boon in your pocket, and it will sharpen them to the point. But Faber also do a joyous pencil sharpener, which is a double sharpener. So it's got your colour pencils, your jumbo pencils, and your graphite. It will take care of all of Faber's pencils. That's going to be on the website for you as well. Grab hold of it. It's a fantastic one. It's made by the calibre of Faber, which we would expect.
Brilliant.
Beautiful pencil sharpener to have. Also, while you're there, just because my brain's doing the thing, grab your putty erasers as well. Grab them, because what they do is allow us to just take off little bits of graphite so I can get rid of my outlines. They are just wonderful to work with, and Faber-Castell genuinely do the best putty erasers I've ever used, so go there.
Fab.
Right.
The knife is fully, what's the word I'm trying to think of? Thank you, darling.
Grab it.
Fully allocated.
Check
it out. Really important. Back to you, my darling.
With my pieces, you can obviously see I use mine to death. I have got an you can buy extenders for your pencils, so don't think that when you get to this point it's the end. I don't think I've brought any with me, but you can get a little metal grip that gets the end of your pencil so it elongates it, so you can use those as well. But I'm going to start bringing in some black here, so I'm just going to use some little lines. Now I just want to bring the cherry in so you can see where I'm going. It seems odd to put black in when I haven't really put an awful lot of colour in yet, but it's because I'm just marking out the lines that I'm going to. Now I'm just going to keep adding colour to this even while Rose is talking, because I'd like to get to the point where I can show you how to burnish. Now I'm going to add some extra colour here, so I'm just bringing in just some round, and I don't want to go much further than that because now I have to change technique, and there's a very strong reason for that. So I've just laid down some of my dark tones, and that means I've got something to work with at this point. But there's something that I need to achieve here, and that's the idea that the stalk is dipped inside the cherry. Okay, so yes, I've got the dark shading line here, which is going to give me a visual cue, but I actually need to guide the pencil in that way as well. So what I'm going to do to achieve that, I'll just take a light colour or a lighter colour. So I'm going to go in this light soft pink. Now what I'm going to do from here is start thinking, I'm going to ruin my drawing a little bit, but actually I'll do it on this side. Think of this as being, I've got to work, think of a hairstyle. I've got to work in layers from that up, so that I'm bringing it round. Then I'm going to have to work round almost in a quad, if you see what I mean, in like a curvature, because it's a spherical shape. So you can see that the lines of the actual cherry are going that way, and then they're sort of coming round, and we're building that foundation of roundness. And we're going to do that all the way round. By the time I get to the centre, we're going to be working in straight lines. But for these pieces, I'm going to need to work in the round that way. And as I go up to the top, I'm going to need to bring these in also sort of straight lines that way. So you can see how that doming will start to take shape. Hopefully you can see that on that paper where those lines are. So it just gives me that kind of really beautiful shaping out that I'm looking for. And so we're going to work here, just around here, just giving it that higher line. I'm going to come in with other colours. So for now, I'm just laying in a base. Everything you do with this, we're just laying in base foundations. So don't rush yourself. Don't feel pressured. I've got to rush. You don't have to. You've got the joy of time to spend. I'm just going round and round at this point. Now, because we're going to run out of time long before I ever get to the finishing point, I do want to talk to you about burnishing, which I'm going to go through in a second. But all of your layers are going to work this way. So I'm going to, in a minute, just focus on the bottom part of the cherry so I can get you to the cherry colour.
What's really exciting about this, and I think for all of us at home, we live in a world where everything is instant, right? We live in a world where it's this, you get that instant gratification, constant. But we also know that this is not always good for us, okay? It's that delayed gratification, the ability to wait, to be patient, to take things step by step, that is so good for our brains. It is really good for just how we are developing as a whole. It's really, really important to have a hobby in your life that isn't instant. And listen, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with a quick, easy card. We've just talked about that as well. There's room for everything. But absolutely, every single one of us, I believe, can 100% benefit from taking up a hobby and a skill that requires delayed gratification, because your sense of achievement, your sense of what you've been able to do, the sense of mindfulness, there are so many wonderful things that you will gain from crafting yourself a skill like this, from teaching yourself a skill like this. And the beautiful thing is, as Carla said, there's a whole community now that is ever growing that you can be part of as well. And it's this idea, it doesn't happen straight away. We take the time, we learn the skill, we do it bit by bit, and oh my goodness, at the end of it, you will feel amazing. Imagine the feeling when you can look at something like this, when you can look at a piece of fruit like this that you have created. Imagine how utterly brilliant you are going to feel. And you can do it. There we go again in unison. We didn't even practice that. But it's true, isn't it? You can do it.
One of my biggest pet peeves, and it's pet peeve for a weird reason, but well, maybe or maybe not. I find it really upsetting. Genuinely get really upset when people go, I can't do it. I'm like, you can do it. My nana always used to say to me, there's no such word as can't. There is no such word as can't. You can do it. You're choosing to believe you can't do it, and because there's nothing that you can't set your mind to. Definitely. And for, you know, I grew up in a family where all my family are very arty and very crafty, and I was the black sheep. I was the one that went to university, went that route. I couldn't handle it. I couldn't draw. They could all draw. I couldn't draw. I still can't draw. They could draw. And actually, I'm the one that ended up in the field that they can all do, and I couldn't. So I'm kind of the fraud.
Now, I'm going to stop you. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Alex. You just said you can't draw. You can.
No, I know, because I'm sitting here demonstrating it, right? But this is my point. One of the things that we do to ourselves all the time is tell ourselves that we are less than we are. And I don't know whether it's just cultural or whether it's maybe to do with creatives. I don't know. I don't know what the demographic of that is. But we have a tendency to sit all the time and go, I couldn't do that. I can do it. You know, and oh my God, you go into any Facebook group where there's crafting stuff and people go, oh, your card's amazing. I could never. Of course you can. The question is, are you able to sit and break it down and put it back together again? And the answer is yes, of course you can. You can create a jigsaw. You know that you can put the pieces of a jigsaw on a table and eventually work out where each one's going to go. We've all done jigsaws. We all know we can do them. And that's the same process with art. One thing I will say is there's not one of you at home that isn't an artist. Everybody is. It's where your art is and how you choose to use it. You're so brilliant, and I've seen your artwork, and you're so amazing, and you have got the eye and the skill for it. The main thing is just practice and technique. And when you learn actually that is not a drawing. It's not a drawing. It's a series of colour laid on top of each other. It's just learning the process of doing that in certain lines. That's all it is.
I love as well that it actually is perfect right now, because you can see behind this beautiful piece from Sandra Rushton, okay, and you can see this beautiful image from Carla.
Same pencil.
Same pencils. You can Santangle. You can go completely off the wall, you can go completely abstract, you can go hyper real, you can create flowers from your own imagination, you can literally, with the Faber-Castell beautiful polychromos colours, you can do it all, and that's what's really exciting. And yes, of course you can still do a quick drawing with them, but you can do this, you can do the layering, you can really take it to a whole other level, and the feeling that's going to give you is just awesome. And it's just that, isn't it? Change the narrative to yourself, change your inner voice. Yes, you can. You just need to sit and take a little bit of time to figure out
and
the
tell
process.
yourselves every now and again.
You can.
That's amazing. I just did that. I can do that. Tell yourselves that every now and again, because the more you tell yourself that, the more you'll progress.
Yes.
Because the more you tell yourself, Yeah, I did that. It's not very good. Loads of people do that. It drives me insane.
Yeah.
This is a card I made. I made a mistake. Stop telling people you made a mistake, because the only person that knows is you. So when you sit there and you go, I did that and it's amazing, and it's okay to say that. I know we're British and we don't do it, but it's okay to say it.
Yeah.
What will happen then is you can go, I did that and that's amazing, and the next one's going to be better, because that's how we improve technique. You've got to allow yourself to know how amazing you are, and when you do that and you start to visualize where you want that to go, and this is where polychromos, this is why, and I will say this, and I think it's a really important point. Are polychromos pencils really expensive? Yeah. Are we ashamed of that? No. Why? Because when you start being able to do techniques that layer up the way these layer up, the way that you can get results, the same as these, the same as Sandra has, when you suddenly go, this is why these pencils are different to the ones I get in Poundland, and suddenly I'm a better artist, and you are a better artist, because you can do different things with them. We don't want the cat food beef bourguignon. We want the beef ones. So when you realise that that's the chef you are with your pencils, that's when we realise the value of them. It's about using the right tool. If I want you to build a house, I'm not going to offer you 4 sticks of spaghetti to do it. I'm going to give you hammers. I'm going to give you screwdrivers. I'm going to give you the building tools, because if you don't have the right tools, you can't create the end product. And that's why polychromos are so important when we're doing these things. It's why your pit graphites from Faber are so important, because those are the right tools for the job.
Yeah, that's
It's that simple.
I will say as well, if you have anybody in your family, you know, you've got the budding artists, you've got the kids who are looking at their options for GCSEs and wanting to do their art, GCSE art A-level, their design and technology, their fashion design, their 3D product design. You've got all of those creatives in your family, friends, family members. You want them to be the best. You want them to know they're the best. You want them to deserve to absolutely progress. Get them the best. Okay, it is as simple as that. The best thing my mum and dad ever did for me when I was a kid was buy me that set of pencil crayons that was just incredible.
Yep.
You know, it was absolutely wonderful, and I knew there that they believed in me.
Yep.
So if you're wanting to get the ultimate gift for your son, your daughter, your niece, your nephew, your best friend, whoever it might be, your wife, your partner, your husband, your boyfriend, whoever it is, and you want to show them that you believe in them as well, then, oh my goodness, this is such a perfect gift as well.
Do it for yourself and tell you believe in yourself. That's even more important.
Oh, absolutely. There we go. And this here, this bundle that we've got on screen for you, we've got so many going out the door right now, and I'm not surprised. Well done for coming in. It's just beautiful. You've got the 24 colours of polychromos colours from Faber-Castell. I mean, these are some of the best in the industry, make no bones. I mean, that is what we're talking about here. Professional quality. They will not fade. They are absolutely beautiful. And you're getting your A4 pad. I'm just going to grab this one, actually. I just want to tell you exactly how many. I can't believe the value of this. 40 sheets you're getting here.
Beautiful paper to
and you're
work with.
getting 40 sheets for £1 and a penny. With this bundle, so really fabulous, acid free as well. You've got the tooth that Carla was talking about. They are absolutely perfect, and the whole collection, so this bundle that's on screen right now, UAS 810, it's on a 3-way split pay for you as well, so you're only paying £20 and you're going to be getting all 24 colours. You're going to be getting your beautiful sketch pad, and you'll also be getting these little technique booklets as well. Of course, you can also join the community that Carla was just talking about as well. So you can go.
You can also go on YouTube. Go onto YouTube. This is one of the best things you can do. Go onto YouTube, type in Faber-Castell hyperrealism, and watch it. Either type in polychromos or just type in Faber, and you'll see all of the different methods. And you're going to get so much education from there as well. Keep using YouTube. It's not me on there. There's loads of people, but keep using it, because you'll see how beautiful the things that you're going to create are and how talented you are, because you'll look at them and you go, well, I understand that, I can do that. If it was just that, I would have been doing that for years if I'd have known. Of course you can do it. It's just layering some colours on top of each other. It's not rocket science. But until you know, you don't know, right? You only know what you know, and now you know. It's just layering some colour on top of each other. There's no art involved in this. You're just layering colours. It's that simple.
You can do it. You can 100% do it. If you want to get involved and you've not been here before with us, well, first of all, welcome to HobbyMaker.
Hey, hey, hey.
You might be thinking, is this a VIP deal? Is this something only people who are, you know,
Who are these
members
mad
of
women?
HobbyMaker? Everyone's a member of HobbyMaker. You could be tuning in for the first time right now. You are a member of HobbyMaker. So this saving that we're making you today, this incredible deal, fully inclusive to every single one of you watching. You're a very important person, as is everybody else watching. So UAS 810. Just ring through 0800 001 4433. That is completely free, that phone number. Our call centre are literally just upstairs. They are fantastic. They're absolutely amazing. If you've got any questions about the split pay, about setting up your account, anything like that, speak to our call centre. They will hold your hand. They will really look after you. If you're au fait with all of that and actually just rather get on the website, sort it all out, or on, of course, our free app, you can do it that way as well. But the important thing is to get involved. You are an artist and you can do this. And my goodness, you will feel wonderful when you give yourself the opportunity to try something new, to give yourself that sense of gratification, not instantly, but you take the time on something. How much better is it? How much more satisfaction do you get when you take that little bit of extra time? We all know it's true, but we're all in such a rush all of the time. And actually, this is your opportunity to come and slow down and to come and give yourself that headspace and to learn something new, to harness something new, to harness this budding artist, this skill inside you that you never knew you had. You can do it. Look at this. I mean, my goodness, right, let's go back to your beautiful drawing here.
Well, I'm focusing on just on this area now because we're not going to have time to do the whole thing, obviously. To do the cherry, if you were doing the cherry at home and you're not having to talk like I am while we're doing it, it's probably going to take you about an hour to do. It's a really good starting place. Find yourself a cherry. I think they're a really good place to start learning how to do your colour layers, just because it's quite simple in its form and it's a circle and we can work with that. We learn light, context and various other things. And you start layering in, but because we're going to run out of time and I don't want to actually abandon you halfway through the process, although YouTube is going to be your best friend, what I just want to talk to you about, while we're looking at this, we've got still some yellow coming through, which is what I wanted. You'll start to see that my shine line has already started to take its form. So I've got the yellow tones coming through. And I've also then got my light pinks coming through, which is what I want for my shine line. So when you see it there, you can see those coming through. I just need to add in a little bit more black as I do. But I've got my black here because I'm starting to work around those corners. Now, it's too much black here. I need to add in other colours. But the one thing you can see is I've got a lot of grain, white grain coming through from the paper. This is why your paper's so important. Now, that white grain is the tooth I was talking to you about. By the time I've finished this, I won't have any tooth. So if I show you this one next to it, there's no tooth. So you're working a difference. So you can see the two differences, right? One is fully burnished. So instead of talking about blending, so my big thing, and everyone talks about blending, I would like to guide your attention away from blending when we're talking about polychromos. And instead, actually, what we're going to talk about is burnishing, because that's a different process. Same sort of thing, but it's a different process. It's really important to the finish of your piece. I'm not going to get this finished, and I'm not going to pretend I am. But what I am going to do is now start the process of breaking down that tooth. So I'm just going to work in this one area. You can see that I've got the black line here coming round, and I've got my red here, my pigment coming through. So those dark colours. Now I need to soften that black. It's too black. So when I'm looking at this cherry, although I can see that black, let me get the smaller one so we can just visually see it a little better. When I bring this in and I've got my Q mark, can you see the two together there, or is that too far out? So let me place it there. So when I've got that there, you can see here my black tones coming around. They're here, they're darker, and I know they're darker. There is a small light patch in the center. Now I can't necessarily get that light patch straight away, but I can start working round. So the thing you're not to be scared of is, say for instance, I can look at that and go, it's ruined because I've got too much black there. It's not. How am I going to rectify something if I need it to be lighter? Well, you make everything else darker. So by doing so, I now come in with this colour, and notice how I've started to lift my pencil. I'm not working with it flat against my palm anymore as I was at the beginning. I'm starting to hold it near the tip because I need a little bit more pressure now. So now, and if I was doing this at home, where I've been working in layers, just to give you a little heads up, I would have put down another maybe 5 layers before I ever got to the burnishing stage, and you should too. Maybe 15 layers before we start burnishing. Just keep adding those colours through. Go back to a yellow, add some more warmth, go back to your different pinks, work out that way, and watch your YouTube videos to gain inference. But I got to show you how to burnish, and it's important. So I'm going to go in with this now. And I'm just going to start drawing in round. And can you see I'm pressing? And I'm slowly starting to lose the white of the tooth. It's going, it's disappearing. I'm flattening it. Now, mine won't have enough depth of colour because I haven't put enough layers down. But when you're at home, you will have that opportunity. So I'm just starting to burnish and layer. Now, where I want the lighter dot to be around here, I don't want to burnish it out with this colour because it's too harsh, it's too dark, and it's going to just give it the same colour as everything else, right? So as I'm going through, I'm starting to get that tonal quality through from the black. Now, it's going to look bizarre because the rest of it's not coloured in, but I'm starting to burnish, and it's taking in that black, and it's taking in the yellows that were underneath, and it's heating this pink. So you can see that I've got loads of different tones, even though I've just gone over it with the same tip, and it's because I layered underneath, and it's accepting those layers. When I want to then make a lighter point, my burnishing is going to come in a white or a cream. Now what I'm going to do here, it's not going to lay a white colour down, but it's going to compress this to a softer tone. So what's going to happen is I'm just going to give myself that beautiful lighter spot as I'm working through, and you can see that creamy tone come through as I'm working that burnishing round. Can you see? I'm getting that lighter spot, that very soft, gentle piece coming around. And so I'm just changing how I'm doing that. Where I've got this pink here, the first thing I'm going to do, working in the same formation, remember my fruit's shaped in a dome. So I'm going to follow that pattern, but with the white now, because I don't want that really to get much darker. I know that's a really light spot in the cherry. Now, because the Faber-Castell paper, the tooth on it is so good, and you really do need to look for a paper with a good tooth. On a normal piece of paper, once you've burnished and you've got to this stage, because this is the final stage usually, so you do this at the very end. This would be the last thing you do, and it's an amazing thing because when you do all your burnishing and it comes together, you feel so proud, because that moment where you flatten everything is where you start to see it look more real. It gives it that effect. But on a normal, if you're using standard paper, what will happen is that will be the last colour I can put down. I won't be able to go any further because I've now burnished it. So any standard paper, if you get to a point where you've been pressing too hard, they'll come to a point where you can't lay anymore. It's just going to break the fibre on your paper, and it's going to ruin. So there is a point at where your layers need to stop, and this is why we work so gently on the beginning, and we're just using that tip because we need as many layers as we can to get that depth of hue and tone. So now that I've done that and I've compressed it, the really great thing with Faber-Castell paper is, actually, do I want it to be a bit darker? Faber's going to let me.
Ah, yes.
I can now go on top of my burnishing, even though I've got white down there, and I can start laying in even more colour. And not many papers are going to give you the gift of that, because once you've burnished, you're stuck. And so you're going to work through those motions as we're going through. So just lay your colour. Now, obviously, mine needs a million times more work, but you can see last night as I was playing with it, just the layers coming through. And we've actually used exactly the same technique here. This isn't quite fully burnished either. I could go in with this in these darker tones just around here and just fill in some more of those white dots. There's always ways and means. What I'll say to you at the end of any hyperrealism when you're using polychromos, the last stage of it should be your burnishing, and you should be at the point where you've got enough layers underneath it just to get so you can get those tones coming through. If you're at all unsure of your burnishing process, get it to a colour that you like and then burnish in white. White's always going to be your best friend because it's going to give it a soft tone. So if I go through even in these darker spots here where I've got black, it's not going to take it to a cherry red, but if I burnish it, the joy of this, let's just do this as an experiment to show you burnishing, because I've got loads of gorgeous white dots here where my paper's coming through. So we'll do some quick burnishing here. This is nothing to do with the cherry, by the way, just burnishing. Watch this as I press. I'm now pressing.
Look at that.
The smooth.
That's amazing.
gorgeous.
It's like magic, actually, isn't it? Watching it
This
change.
is where your picture becomes something else. And this is why you are the artist you didn't know you were, because techniques change everything. You can't know what you don't know until you know it. And this is why learning things like the burnishing technique at the end, not blending, take the word blend away. Blend's a frightening thing. If you don't know colour theory and you're sitting there and people going, oh, you just need to blend it. What does blending mean? What does blend it? How do I blend? What do you mean blend? Burnish. In burnishing means we stop layering with very gentle force. We press a little harder and it just merges those colours and it burnishes it into this beautiful smooth surface. And that's what we're looking for. So he started off the whole of his face from beginning to end. So the first thing I did with this chap here is I coloured the whole of his face, let me place him here, in yellow. He was completely yellow when I started. And slowly but surely, you then start building the tone. Now, where I've got here, I've got the orange and the yellow. You can just see the base tones coming through.
Beautiful. And do you know what I'm going to ask you, and I think you've just heard him as well, what we'd love to see as well.
The process of it.
A step-by-step.
I've probably still got the photos on my camera.
Because you put it all on your Facebook, didn't you?
Yeah, I have a tendency. One of the best tips and tricks I can give you, which I've never had anyone say, but it helps me a lot as I'm going through the process. So when I was making him, I must have taken, I'd probably go as far as to say 200 photos.
Wow, okay.
So every little step that I do, I take a photo and then I will walk away from it and I'll look at the photo, not the picture. And I will say one thing we get very quickly is picture blindness, where you can't actually see what you're doing anymore. And you'll look at it and you'll go, it's hideous. But then you'll take a photo and you'll walk away and you'll look at the photo and you'll go, it's not hideous, this is where I need to work. And you'll start to see your colour foundations coming through. And one of the joyous things, if you look at his forehead, where we're looking here, most of that is purple, blue and orange.
Wow.
Which gives you the brown skin. But it's not, I didn't use a brown pen up at the top there. I actually used the same one that I'm using for the cherry, funnily enough. That's the colour that I was using on him. So you can see as it goes through, all we're doing is marking out the wrinkles with those dark lines and then filling in your blues, your pinks and your purples. And that's what's creating that warm tone. And then we slowly start to draw that down by adding a brown overlay on the lower ones, which bring it into your oranges, which you've got your brown overlay here. So you just layer upon layer upon layer of colour. It's nothing to do with being able to draw. It's not. It's to do with looking at something. The best investment you'll ever make if you're trying to do this sort of stuff with colour is buy yourself a magnifying glass. Because when you look at something through a magnifying glass, you really do see the colours that are there. Because we can't always see them to the naked eye. What I'll say to you is this, the picture of the small cherry that I've got compared to the picture of the big cherry, when I look at the two and I try and compare and contrast and I'm trying to pick out colours, can I show you there? I don't get anywhere near the detail that I'm looking. So the first thing I see here are a load of white dots. I can't see them here.
Yeah, it's so true, isn't it?
You know, they're not there. So how am I going to see all of the depth of colour on here with the, you know, when it's funny enough, when I look at this, I see whites and I can see that yellow tone. When I look here, I see orange. Yeah. So that two different tone, because one's smaller than the other, all I can see here is an orange patch. That's orange. Yeah. But it's not orange on here. The actual true definition of it is yellow. Yeah. It's a cream that's coming through. So work out your layers, how you're working out your colours. And actually, the more you do it, the easier it gets. And that's just the nature of the beast.
It's habit as well, isn't it? Because once you're in the habit of doing it and habit of layering, and your eyes are trained then, aren't they, to pick out those different colours in a different way.
The first thing you're taught when you're a kid at school, if you were 7 years old and you were told to color this cherry, you're not going to look at shade and light. You're going to take a purple pencil and you're going to colour it in. And that's what we do as kids, and we're taught to do that. Nobody at school says you need to layer those colours up to get to where you want to be. So enjoy the process. You're going to have to reteach yourself. That's the point. You need to reteach yourself how to colour.
Now, I mean, I don't know, we've only got 5 minutes. You've had so many incredible messages.
Thank you.
You know, such a beautiful process that you're taking us through and educating us about, and you really do give it a go. Do give it a go.
Please have a go.
It's wonderful. We've got some more of your gorgeous artwork as well.
These are the graphites.
This is from the graphite. All of the graphite. I mean, look at that. It's absolutely incredible. I love this. I remember you posting this on Facebook as well. Just so peaceful, so beautiful. Look at the moustaches. Everything here. All of the process for this, by the way, again, lots of information, loads of videos, loads of process on YouTube, on the Facebook group that Carla mentioned earlier on as well. Look at this. Oh, my goodness.
We did that as a giveaway the last time we did Favour, so somebody's got it.
Have you got it? Have you got it at home? Message in. Now, on the website, so I will just, obviously we've been focusing on the polychromos colours, okay? You can get your set of 60 colours. Absolutely amazing. It's on the 4-split pay there for you as well, completely interest-free. You've got our fabulous bundle that we showed you as well. We're getting 24 colours and your A4 pad for £1 and a penny, so it's an absolute no-brainer. Something we've not talked about that we do also have for you on the show
monochrome
is we've also got for you the set of 12 colour pencils.
The 12 colour pencils will take you quite a long way if you want to just have a go.
Just have a little starting
I'll have a little dabble, see what I can do, see if I can build up something. They'll take you quite a way. But while I'm here, excuse me, I spoke to you about these ones before. Your Faber-Castell pits, your graphites, these are beautiful. These are for your monochrome. Some of you might find it easier to start in monochrome, and I understand why. I started in monochrome because all you're looking at is the difference between white, black and grey, so you can work out those tones as you're going through, and sometimes that's a little easier. They're going to show you loads of sets. This is the set I will tell you from my point of view to get, because you get the sharpener, you get the eraser, you get your, obviously your normal eraser, and you get your blending tool. Fine, all of those you can buy separately, but there's something in here you can't get anywhere else on the market, and it's that.
14B.
Yo.
A 14B.
Oh, I love the fact you knew what that meant.
Oh my gosh, I've never seen a 14B in my life.
They don't do 14B.
No.
14B is a pencil that doesn't really exist. It's blacker than black. So when you're placing
can I have a go?
Yeah, absolutely. But the other thing about these is that these are your pit graphite matte. Now, I don't know if Rosie knows what that, you can use on that page, honey, because we're not doing anything with the cherries. What that means when we're talking about matte is, normally when you use graphite, it's shinier than a shiny thing on a shiny day. So if you catch a picture in the wrong light, what Faber-Castell have done is come up with a matte pencil, and that's incredible. It means we don't get half the shine on it we normally would. 14B is an incredibly dark colour to get hold of. You don't get it normally. It's beautifully soft and workable. You can feel the difference, right? It's incredible, right?
That's very exciting.
But you also then get your normal graphite as well. So you're getting your matte graphite and your other. So this is the pencil set to go for your Faber-Castell graphite needs. You can't get better than this. Treat yourself. If you just want to have a go at monochrome, if you feel that colour might be a little bit extensive and you'd like to start out on the graphites, they didn't have many of this last time we went to air, so I'm really pleased that there's some back in stock because it's a hell of a bargain. It really is an incredible tin of pencils for you to have at home. This will take you through years of artwork, and you are an artist. You can do this. You will do this. And please post your results because you're amazing. We know you're amazing. We've seen it.
You're amazing. And we've absolutely loved having you here.
Thank you for having me
so much. What an absolute treat for us, especially on our after party special, our final evening. And it's still not over. Thank you so much, Carla.
Thank you for having me, lovely
Always
people.
a pleasure having you here. And thank you. If you missed any of the demonstrations, of course, they'll be on our website and on YouTube after 7 days as well, where they will stay forever. Up next for our final hour of our after party, we always bring you more here on HobbyMaker. And it's Debbie Moore up next with her beautiful Birds of a Feather collection. So don't go anywhere because it's very exciting what you're about to see. See you, Mo?
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
HobbyMaker's now available on Virgin Media, channel number 754.
If you're shopping here at HobbyMaker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, then simply pop the code in the discount box and click redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us via the phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Oh my goodness me, I found Laura after party and also first show with you in 2024.
So
How
am
is it
I
going
supposed to say Happy New Year?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy birthday, Happy New Year, happy after party, happy everything. Yes, I am standing on my tiptoes because literally if I stand flat, I'm just a floating head. But listen,
so much.
oh my goodness, this is huge, this collection
It
to
is,
be.
I know. It's ridiculous. I keep adding more, don't I?
Well, this is it, where you are, Debbie Moore. Debbie Moore and
It's
more.
a good thing I married Mr. Moore.
It is, exactly. Right, what we're going to do is we're going to explain everything that you're getting in this collection. So right now, SM6170, that is the code for the card making multi-buy. Now, it's not the price that you're paying today, because you got a bit of a cheeky deal, but this is a multi-buy. You're getting the physical kit home.
Yes.
So you're getting all of these beautiful papers, all of the colours, all of the wonderful, wonderful stash to be making cards straight away as soon as you get them home. And all of it's £29.99.
I know, and it's not just this that you're getting.
No.
Because I thought, do you know what? Birthday.
Yeah.
Let's give everybody an extra present.
Oh my gosh, you have as well, haven't you? And it has not just a little present. I mean, this is a kit.
27 craft sheets.
Wow.
So, yeah, so you have got a physical kit of concept cards, and I'll go through that in a second. Then you've got all my fabulous you've got all these gorgeous ranges of colours for my toppers and also design sheets. Basically, this is what I call the card making kit. Then we've got the dimension, and you create things like dome cards, side scene cards.
Look at that.
And I'm actually going to show you how to create this card with a double.
Oh.
So I'm going to be showing you. So you've got the side scenes, then we've got the dome cards that you've got. This is a dome card. Now this is what you are physically getting.
Okay.
So you are going to get the 24 sheets, and I think these are, is it 18, 19 sheets.
I think so. And you're getting your forever code as well on this.
Yes, I forgot about that. And you're getting the forever
code as well. So just
means...
explain what that means for everybody who's watching.
So literally, I'm giving you, this is a physical kit. You're getting all these sheets home. But then in the pack, you will get 3 extra sheets. And those sheets will have a forever code.
Okay.
One for the concept card kit and one for the card making kit.
Amazing.
Which means I'm giving you this artwork forever. You can just nip over to my website, and for other people they have to pay, but for you, because you have bought this kit, you get a forever code. But then I have given you an extra present.
Yeah, you have.
And we're going to
Here
show
it
you.
comes. Now this is extraordinary. This is your inserts and envelopes, which beautifully matches everything that you're getting in the kit. And you're getting this for free. If you want to buy an extra, you're welcome to do that. It's here for you, JH6103, $17.99. Here it all is. But you're getting this free in the amazing card-making multi-buy kit that we've just shown you. So this is Debbie's gift to you to celebrate HobbyMaker's 2nd birthday. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And it's just gorgeous. You need to be able to get the matching envelopes as well.
It finishes everything off. So you have that professional finish. So as we're looking through them, you can see the colour palette. It's spring in a box, isn't it? You've got all those gorgeous birds. You've also got the toppers, the sentiments, and now you've even got the backing papers. Now you'll find that the frames themselves, the toppers, you can use my nesting frames.
Okay.
We've got some nesting dies coming up. You can fussy cut them. Okay.
Fabulous.
And what we've done on here is giving an option that you can do the different layering as well. Because look, what we're looking at the moment are the concept cards for the dome cards. But look at the colours. You've got cards for Easter, cards for every day, cards for sympathy, cards for thinking of you. You have got all that comes home, and it never will run out.
That's just wonderful, isn't it? So many of you coming through for this. I mean, the value that you think about the fact that you're getting a free gift that's worth $17.99. That basically means that you're getting absolutely everything else for £12. I mean, that really is ridiculous, actually, when we put it that way.
I don't know now. I don't know how I think about it. I'm like, well, maybe I shouldn't have done that.
I know. I mean, all of this, how many steps are there? By the way, it's not just these 2 layers. You're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with so many layers. All of this, you're getting this for £12. When you take away the value of the free gift that you're getting as well. I mean, just absolutely amazing.
But then it's the £12 forever.
Forever?
You got the forever code.
This is just getting more and more ridiculous as we go on, really. Oh, my word. Do you want to know something else as well? So with all of this, OK, obviously you're going to get it home. It's here for you to make straight away. OK, with the free gift, you'll get the envelopes, you'll get the inserts. It's all there for you to make straight away. So you don't have to print anything out. You don't have to do anything. It's all here ready for you. But what Debbie does so well for you is she always takes it on a step further, and what you also have today is the USB key, right?
We do. So we have the USB key on today's show, and we also have it as a download, which means that you can basically get it while we're crafting the live show. So you have 2 choices, and what we've done is, yes, what you've seen is on the USB key, but you get more colour options. You got more elements. You get boxes and
over 2,000 printable elements.
Over 2,000 printable elements for you to enjoy. And you can do more elements on here that you can see. We've got loads of samples to show you. And I have to say thank you to the design team because they've done an amazing job. It looks so fun. But you can tell that they've really enjoyed the collection.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, I mean, I don't know if you can see just down there. Look at that little pillar box.
Oh, so
lovely. You can actually, we'll have a look at that in more detail when we come to the USB key. But it's showing you that by having it as a digital, it means that those 2,000 elements become 4,000, become 6,000, become whatever you want, because you can change the size.
Of course, you can go big, you can go small, you can print it out again and again and again. So the USB key, if you go for that option, you'll get that physically home. Then you plug that into your laptop, your PC, you can print everything out. If you want the digital download, this works a little bit differently because what we do $14.99, which is extraordinary. So again, over 2,500 printable elements. And as Debbie said, that will keep on going. You can go large, you can go small, as large as your printer will allow. But you'll get this right now. So if you go onto our website, hobbymaker.co.uk, instead of saying add to basket, it says purchase, okay? So you click that button and straight away your code, your digital download code, will go into your account on HobbyMaker. Yeah. You can therefore be printing out during this live show and crafting along. So obviously it depends on the speed of your Wi-Fi, speed of your printer and all that kind of stuff. But technically...
You can get that straight away.
You can get it straight away, which is absolutely amazing. So if you want the digital download version, QH6150, that's there for you as well, $14.99. It's brilliant. If this is the only thing you purchase today, there's no postage and packaging at all, because obviously that's just a digital download. It's going straight to your account, okay? There's only one P&P here at HobbyMaker anyway. It's $3.95, which is amazing. All of this you can get home for $3.95, postage and packaging. But with a digital download, if that's the only thing you go for today, there is no P&P on that at all. You just get that code straight away, and you can start crafting this evening, which will be amazing.
And talking of postage, don't forget, if you're in America, we do ship to the US as well.
Indeed, it's $12.95. That's it for the whole day.
And you could actually add loads of different things, not just in this show.
That's it, exactly. So it really, really is amazing. Do you want to see this in action?
I think we need to.
I think so. Let's do it.
I am going to go over.
While Debbie's just getting herself ready over there as well, I'll just let you know how you can get involved. So if we talk about the physical collection as well, remember all of this will be making its way home to you. You're only paying $3.95 P&P, $12.95 if you're shopping from America. But remember, this is physical. So you've got those different ways of buying. Some of you will want to do both. Remember, with the physical kit, you will get your forever code as well, SM6170. All of this for $29.99, and you're getting a free gift worth $17.99 as well. So all your envelopes, all your inserts. I won't say it too loud because Debbie didn't like it when I said this earlier. But if you take away the value, $17.99 of the inserts and the envelopes, you're basically getting everything here for £12. I know, right? It's amazing. But listen, I know, I'm just a floating head. So I'm going to float over here now. Woo! And we'll come and join you. Hello.
Hello. I'm going to push that this way because I...
Oh, here we go.
Comfortable. There you go.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Okay.
Thanks.
So we are going to do... So this is in the main bundle, but it's also on the USB key.
Such beautiful pattern.
It is, isn't it?
Gorgeous, isn't it?
Could I ask you to grab that top one here?
Yes, that one.
Yes. Yep. Because we are going to do... This is how they normally are. Isn't that beautiful? It looks gorgeous. So you can see how that is done. It is spring.
It's a blue tint, isn't it?
Yes,
beautiful.
And it goes completely flat. Oh. Look at that. However,
lovely.
I am showing you how you can then do a different twist on it.
Oh, wow, look at this.
We're whispering.
I know we are. We suddenly all went really quiet.
So essentially...
We don't want the blue tits to fly away.
This is called the side scene, and you've got loads of different colours. Oh, there's a blue one, and there's different colours on the collection. But I'm showing you how you can actually add dimension by taking the option and doing almost like an aperture side scene.
It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? So lovely.
We're going to do that now. Yes, so it's gorgeous. So let's start off with, so I've taken the elements, okay, got them all ready. It does come with instructions, and you can follow the instructions to do the one that you have got, but I like to do things different. So you can see along there, broken lines along there and broken lines along there. And what that means is you have to score, and you can use a paper trimmer, and I use the channel, or you can use a scoreboard, whatever you find easier, and just line it up like so, and score. And you use the same, whatever stylus that you're going to use. So I'm using this one, score down that, line it up like so, and do the same. So there's one, okay, but then what you have to do is you can just see the broken lines. Can you see that there?
Yeah.
So I'm just lining it up. Now remember, this is available as a download, as well as a USB key and a card making kit.
Fabulous.
I mean, it is such a gorgeous collection. And then, so they're the other sections, and then you have these steps. Can you see that?
Ah, yeah.
So you've got them in there. So you've got score lines. So essentially you are scoring the tabs so you can put it in place. But because I'm doing something totally different for everybody, all I'm doing is scoring 3 lines, and you'll understand this in a second.
Okay.
Right. So let's get this together. So first of all, fold forward. Whoops, wrong way. There we go. So then this is where we are. Normally you would do it like so, but I'm going to be something different. I'm going to do it that way.
Ah, okay, nice.
So then you've got what you've just scored. So this is going back. So this, remember, is what we're going to create.
Ah, okay.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
So it's just showing you that you can create different options on this twist.
Beautiful.
So this is going to go on there, and already it's created a shape.
It comes together really quickly, doesn't it, actually?
It's a side scene. I love this. I've been doing this for, I can't work out how long, I think potentially 5 years. We came up with this design 5 years ago, and we have it in quite a lot of collections because it gives you that wow factor card.
Yeah, definitely.
You know,
dimension's always a good thing, isn't it?
It is. And when you think about, I mean, that goes completely flat in an envelope. And if somebody received that, they would be like, wow.
Yeah, it's an element of surprise, isn't it?
Yes. So what I've done is I've put it on the top instead of on the bottom.
Ah, okay.
And then these little tabs, can you see, I've created. So what I've done is, normally you would slip them in, like in there, but for something different, because it's a party, I'm making a little frame like this.
Ah, okay.
So this is a new aperture.
Okay.
I've called this an aperture because it's like an aperture in the middle.
Yeah, that's right. It's like a window, isn't it?
Yes.
To see it. It's really
So
clever.
it's using the same elements, okay? And then what I'm doing is, I don't need both sides, so I'm just trimming that down.
Okay.
So the one in your hand is the one that you have instructions on. And I'm just showing you that you can get creative, really.
That's it. When you get confident with it and you've done it a few times, then you suddenly start to think outside the box, don't you?
Yes.
Think, actually, do you know what? I can do this, I can do that. Fabulous.
And all you need to remember is this goes completely flat. Completely flat in an envelope. And that's the beauty about it. So this is
yes, it's not going to cost you much to post it either, is it?
No.
You know.
So all I'm doing is doing that. And I always check that it can go flat.
Aha.
See how flat that is?
Gorgeous.
So that wasn't hard, really.
No, it wasn't.
And
That's
then
it, it's breaking it down.
You've got all these cute characters, so you just need to decide. I'm going to have that there, maybe have that in there.
What I love about this collection is you've given us so many different varieties of bird, of colours, you know, and that's lovely because actually there's different meaning in different birds, there's different sentiments in the collection as well. So whether it's sympathy, whether it's Easter, whether it's spring, birthday, wedding, anniversary, everything's here, isn't it?
I mean, look how adorable that is. Look how much on there. And then obviously I've got to have this little new home.
Oh, I love it. So, Alex, we've lost Alex for the time being because he's having a look through the USB, and Alex absolutely loves birds, so he's just in his element right now.
Now, all I'm doing here is every section is adding elements, so you can decide whether you want to put the birdhouse there.
Nice.
I'm going to actually put the birdhouse at the back there, and I'm going to put the parents on there.
Oh.
So that's all I'm doing, everybody. I'm taking a twist of something that I've already designed and giving you more options for you to grow. I mean, how gorgeous. It's exactly like that. It's a window, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And it'll go completely flat. This will go in there. Have that like so. So you can see that on there. That still, look at that, how flat that is.
Gorgeous.
And then I'm just adding elements. Now, the thing about it, what you need to do is remember that everything is on 2 sheets. Whether you're going for the main multi-buy, but then look at all this. So even, you can see that white. I don't like that white.
Okay.
So you've got things that you can hide it.
Oh, nice.
It's the tab. Okay. Yeah. You could do it the other way. You could colour it in, whatever you want to, but I'm just putting a flower on top.
Yeah. That's great, isn't it?
I've got butterflies that are going to fly round. And then the next thing is getting sentiments. So let's add, so see all these extra bits? These are from the collection. And then what I want to do is adjust for you. And I've deliberately shown you that you can actually cut them up, or if you've got the matchets, essentials, they'll work with those.
Yeah.
Or simply, you know, fussy cut them. And don't forget, if you have the scan and cut, it does work with a scan and cut as well.
Beautiful. I mean, there's so much for you to enjoy here. There's so much for you to play with. Remember, you can get the USB key. That's what's on your screen right now. Okay, CJ6120, just $17.99. You've got 2,500, over 2,500 printable elements. Lots of different colourways as well. But as Debbie said earlier, you can go big, you can go small, you can make your pillow boxes, you can make your bags. I will show you actually after this demo as well. We'll show you lots and lots of different ways that you can take this collection. It's wonderful. I mean, birds of a feather as well. What's not to love?
What's not to,
it's
exactly.
absolutely stunning.
It's full.
Yeah, it is. Full of beautiful artwork. And then if you go for the full kit, okay, the card making kit, which is the physical kit, just for $29.99, you're going to be able to get everything that you saw earlier on at home. And you're going to get your inserts and envelopes completely free. Now, they're worth $17.99. So actually, there's just so much that you're getting in this collection. It's a no-brainer, really. $29.99. You're going to. How many cards would you reckon you could make? Ballpark figure. Minimum number of cards you could make from the card making kit.
Without printing it off again?
Without printing it off again, just from the physical kit and the free inserts and envelopes.
Maybe 30 or 40?
Maybe 30, 40.
Because
I reckon you could probably beat that, you know.
Look,
I do.
look.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, let's have a competition. There we go. Looks beautiful. Look at that.
So that's just one. There's 3 toppers on it. So you can create. I mean, look, there's another one.
Yeah.
So you actually, I think you have 4 of those. So
Love
there's 4
that.
cards.
Backing paper.
Yeah. Okay, so you've got option after option. So just to show you, that is what I've just done.
That's literally taken moments.
Okay, this is how you can also do it. Jeanette's done this one.
Oh, gorgeous.
Okay, so it's showing you, and they both go completely flat. So it's showing you a twist.
Yeah.
So that's the side scene, everybody. And what I've done is I've done a window shape. So you've got this 3D effect. And then the yellow one that you've got, okay, Lois did this one here so she can see that you've got the 3D effect on there. However, you can do this type of thing.
It's gorgeous. It's so positive as well. I mean, what lovely colours. Just everything comes
spring
to life.
In a box. That's exactly.
Can I show this as well?
Yeah.
Right, because it's spring, it's summer, it's absolutely lovely. Look at this.
So that's from the USB key.
Okay.
Let's show you some samples. So let's move these out the way a second.
Here we go.
So you can do, and then look, Jeanette, what she's done is create this little mini book.
That's a little book. Oh, Jeanette has been so busy, hasn't she?
Actually, yeah, they both have been. So look. So she has created, I showed everybody how to create this mini book effect.
Yeah.
And then she sent me the sample in.
Oh, that's so lovely. Could you, with this book, also incorporate this shape of card? So you're kind of creating a pop-up book.
Yes, we're talking a pop-up, so we're going to have a look at different things.
As well.
You've got the rockers, then you've got these, the dome cards, then you've got pillow boxes. So that little pillow box that we showed you down.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if we can get it from this end. But it's to show you that you can go from this size to that little tiny one for a pair of I mean, look at that. How gorgeous is that?
Imagine a little pair of earrings, a little necklace or bracelet you've made maybe for somebody. Just gorgeous. We've got a message from Sue, and she says, hi, I purchased the Download Birds an hour ago. I'm already using it. It was so
brilliant.
Quick. Great buy, lots of elements to play with. Thank you. See, this is what we love to hear.
Exactly.
Actually. It's amazing. Thank you so much for messaging in.
Thank you, Sue.
Send in a make if you can.
Have you liked it?
Yeah.
Well, she's already making it, so obviously you're enjoying it so much.
Perfect. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. And listen, that is the beauty of your digital download as well. On screen right now is your USB. You're going to get this physically home. If you'd like to, maybe you've not tried digital download before, maybe you've not tried digital crafting, give it a go. This is a really lovely way to get started. And at $14.99 for over 2,500 elements, is our most popular option.
Because you get it then.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the day, you get it. And so what I want to do is quickly go into showing
the USB.
The USB key, and because obviously we're showing you some samples and time's running on, and then because then we got the pop-up to show.
Oh yes, oh my goodness, so much. Now, what you can do, Alex has literally been in here just in awe of this.
So he's obviously looked around it. So you would get a home screen on this. There you go. But if you click on design sheets, okay, there you go. There's so much on here. So let's just click on the first one at the top. Yes. So it's just to show you that you've got different colourways. So we showed the yellow one, and that's the option in purple. Now we're going to close this down with the X at the top and go to that bottom one that one there. Yep. So it's showing you different shapes, different elements for you to enjoy. We come out of that and come to the next one. We'll go to the next page and then choose one in the middle, whichever one you want. I mean, they're so fun. I mean, look at that.
Aww.
We're going to actually use the circle on a candle.
Oh, good. Oh, yes. I'm looking
going
forward to seeing this. This with your tissue.
Yes, that's what we're going to do in the demo. And then, yes, apparently,
I know Dave's very, very upset that he's not getting to see the candle.
Yeah, he wanted me to do the candle one, so...
Dave, I hope you're watching at home, and then you can be part of all the fun.
So going back, I just want to show you a little bit. We go to the next colour at the bottom, any of those, yep, the blue one. So it's showing you've got loads of choices.
Wow. Look,
do you know the teacup is inspired from France?
Oh, is it? From your chateau?
Yes, from France. So we close that down. I found loads of teacups. Go next page.
Did you? I see. I collect vintage teacups.
Well, I do now.
I need to pop over to the chateau and steal a cup, don't I?
Well, you can. So let's go to the next one. At the bottom, that one, yes.
That was an official invite.
It was an official. Easter. So we've got Easter elements on there, and we'll show you some cards that we've done. So you've got them in different colours if you come out of that. And we're going to go to the next page and click at the top one. This was lovely. Look at that.
Oh, wow. Look
at
that
So you have got a card. So I want to show you that. So that is the card that I did earlier. Okay, look at that. And that is using the aperture dies coming up.
Okay, and the bow as well.
The bow maker coming up. So it's showing you how everything matches beautiful.
That's fantastic, isn't it? It's just gorgeous.
It's just a gorgeous, it just makes you smile.
Yeah, it does. It's very whimsical as well. You know, it's very Sleeping Beauty, Cinderella, very whimsical and sort of storytelling.
It is storytelling. Yeah, so we quickly go back to the USB key because I just want to show you the backing papers because there's so much. Number 2, there you go. There's loads. Keep on going, keep on going, keep on going. So you can see there's loads of different, keep on going. So you've got the brights, you've got the pastels. So it's showing you have got, we're up to 8 pages. I mean, that's on just papers. Now remember, there is a project section. We'll keep going. Keep going to the project. So you've got some inspiration and you've got a gallery as well. So you can click on some samples and you can see all the dimension elements that you got. So we've actually got that. So you can do a Lois did an MDF. That's what that was on there at the front.
Oh, I see. Yeah, look.
Can you see it? So you've got on there. So that's it there. So here it is in real life. So it's showing you that you don't actually have to do cards.
Well, that's it, home decor. Think about your beautiful shabby chic kind of door frames and platelets and things like that. And just if you wanted to do a number for the house, maybe
you can do so much on that. Honestly.
Oh my, placemats as well.
That would look lovely.
It'd be really good, wouldn't it? As long as you varnish it, you can use it as placemats.
So I think she's used some Bond and Seal, which is on the website. It's okay, some Cadence Bond and Seal.
Detail
it's gorgeous.
So lovely. Look, we're still going.
We've got loads of ideas. So you have got Easter ideas. You've got beautiful colourways to enjoy. So when you get home and look through it, it'll take you ages to go through.
Yeah, it's just fantastic. Come on in. So the USB, once again, you'll get your USB key home, and then over 2,500 printable elements.
Yes.
It's really easy to navigate. The lovely thing is this as well. They're resizable, so you can go big, you can go small.
Exactly.
But also, you can print things out as and when you need them. So if you haven't got the biggest craft space, or if you're just wanting to, you know, you haven't necessarily got everything there straight away, you can print it off as and when you like it, which is wonderful. So this is a brilliant option for you. Of course, you've got it on the USB as well, so it's not taking up space on your computer if you don't want it to. It's absolutely brilliant. Now, we've got another demonstration, which I'm really excited about.
But before I want to do that, can we go and show the aperture boards and everything?
Yes,
and then we'll go through the pop-up and get started.
Here we
so
go.
we've got the two dies, okay? So you get two dies. These are the aperture sets. And the idea behind it, excuse me.
Here we go.
I could do with a glass of water.
Dies. Here we go.
I think I've just swallowed my hair.
Oh, bless you. So here we go. You've got the match it dies as well, so you can use this for your apertures. If I turn this around, you can see the whole collection that you can get as well. We've got a couple of those for you here today. I've just dropped one of them, but that's my bad. Here we go.
And then have you got the oval? So the oval is what I've done, but if we have a look on here.
Here we go. Beautiful.
You show those.
I'll show these through. So you can see then how you can cut these out. So this just really means that you can create some really exciting and really unique apertures as well. So they can go different sizes because you've got the nesting shaped dies as well. It means that you've got lots and lots and lots of choice, which is fantastic. So look, you can go portrait, you can go landscape as well with these wonderful shapes. And of course, what that can then do for your cards is again give you dimension. It can give you, I mean, I'll just show you this beautiful duckling, absolutely gorgeous with the oval. Here we go.
That is from a different collection, so it's showing you that you can create with any collection.
Okay.
Okay, so the card that I did in the last show was that one with the aperture.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Yes, so that one there. So that's showing you how you can mix, because that lovely oval is one of the shapes. And then we've got this board, they've done these boards.
Beautiful.
To show you, everybody, that we've got mats. So there's 4 different ways to use my nesting dies. Mats, okay. Then you've got frames. Okay, so you can do them different sizes, the widths. Then you've obviously got the aperture.
Yeah.
And then match it with the actual artwork. So there's the 4 different ways.
Amazing.
And then you've got the other size.
Fantastic. Look at this as well. I love the detailed shape on this. It's really beautiful.
So this is the scalloped rectangle. And what I like about it is with this frame, you can actually do different sizes. So look how thick that... Oh, where is it gone? No, yours.
Oh, sorry, here we go.
Look how thin this is.
Oh, yeah.
And then to this size, you can actually go thicker.
I love that. It's great. So and obviously it works really well with the collection you brought today with Birds of a Feather.
But it works with any collection. So obviously, like for example, let me just pick this up. This is a shape that is on the website. This shape, okay, is on this collection, but the shape is not on this show. But you go to the website, you'll find loads of my nesting dies. So if you collect the nesting dies, they'll work as standalones, aperture cards, and also my collection. I mean, look, you get the price for all those dies.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, isn't it? $25.98, and you're getting all of those brilliant match it nesting shaped dies. You can use for your match, you can use for your layers, you can use for your apertures. They're just absolutely superb. And obviously, if you've got your match its as well, you can use it.
You can keep on using.
So, absolutely fantastic. There's so much on today's show. And actually, we've got things as well that you haven't yet seen.
No, yeah, exactly. So we're going to have a look at something that we didn't show in the last hour. And that's our new... Oh, no, the kit we didn't see, but we did show the gorgeous brand new pop-up stencils. So the pop-up stencils, what we've got on here is you've got the pop-up mania stencils. You get the step-by-step instructions there. And you can see, if I move that out of the way, look, we've used a little character there.
Let me just move that forward and you can see, here we are. Look at that. That's great, isn't it? Again, just the wow factor.
It is.
Really lovely.
So we have done the larger stencils, but we've been asked by loads of people to do the smaller ones. So we thought, why not, with the birthday launch, let's do the smaller ones. So I'm going to show you how to actually use them. So you're going to get 3 stencils But in actual fact, you will get a template with these to create up to 10.
Oh, wow, okay.
10 different shapes that you'll get with this.
That's
so
fantastic.
$9.99 to create it.
And of course, they're tools for life. So you're going to be using these again and again and again.
And I am going to do a demo in a second. And it creates the fabulous, look at that. And then once you get the idea, you can go big.
Oh, look at this. Ah, wow.
There you go.
Goodness me. So it's just, that's the lovely thing, isn't it? You can really, again, get your confidence.
Because what I've done is I've given you 3 of the physical stencils, okay? And then, because it's birthday launch, I have given you another 10. So you as a template. So you will get the option to create them.
That's so
as
exciting.
as you get that option with the information. And then we have a pop-up kit. So the pop-up kit we didn't show earlier because it is a starting pop-up kit, basically.
Brilliant.
So the idea behind it is you have your envelopes already. So you've got your envelopes and that. You've got them in the different colours. So you've got 6 envelopes. Then what you're going to get is you've got your 6 inserts. How cool are they?
Oh, my goodness, they're gorgeous,
They're gorgeous, okay. So you've got the 6 in there as well. I've lost one. Trust me, there's 6. There they are. Okay, so you've got them. Then you get your...
Hold on a minute. Are we at $12.99?
Yes.
And all of this is included?
Yes.
Wow, okay.
And then you've got your extra little elements.
Look at all of these beautiful...
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you get your sentiments.
Wow.
And then you get your toppers.
Oh, my goodness. And this is all a physical kit, isn't it?
This is a physical kit. And then it's a forever code.
What? For $12.99?
And then it means that you can make them bigger.
Oh, my gosh, of course, because the forever code, and you can go smaller as well, presumably.
You can go smaller. I wouldn't want to go that smaller.
No.
So that's just showing you that...
That's extraordinary.
That insert that you get can go bigger.
Yeah.
And I've printed it on my coated paper.
Okay.
Got the glossy paper, okay. So you can change the sizes. And we're going to do a demo with this now.
That's brilliant, Lester. I can't wait to see this. I love pop-up. Just always has that really lovely element of surprise. And it kind of reminds us of being kids. One of my favourite things, we had this pop-up circus book that was really delicate because it was my granny and granddad's, but I used to love looking through it and just seeing all these wonderful acrobats and things. You need those, don't you?
So, this is a A6 card.
Okay.
Okay. And essentially, you got the inserts. Now, obviously, you get all the papers and everything in the card kit, pop-up kit, but you won't get the stencils.
Okay, yeah, the stencils.
So what I want to do is I am going to do this one.
Okay.
So what you need is you get your insert, you fold it in half, and then you need a bone folder and reinforce that. And then essentially, what do I do with that pencil? Oh, wait a minute, everybody, sorry. I'm going to have to use...
It's all good. Details on screen right now, by the way, YH6181. This is your details for your A6 stencils, OK? Remember, you're going to get 10 templates, though, that Debbie's added in for the birthday. So you've got the stencils themselves, and you're also getting the additional templates in there, too. All for $9.99, which is incredible, really, isn't it? Now, we ship here in the UK. It's only $3.95 for the whole day. So... it's wonderful, really. It doesn't matter how much you add to your order. You could literally buy everything on today's show and it still only costs you $3.95, coming from different parts of the UK, different places, different suppliers, still only $3.95. And in America, you can also purchase Debbie Moore designs, and it's just $12.95 for your postage and packaging, again, for the whole day. So it really, really is absolutely brilliant. Now, we've just popped.
That's right. Can I have a pencil or pen?
Oh, yeah.
Because I don't know where it's gone.
Okay. Oh, hold on a minute.
Anything will do.
I'm having a good look around. You'd think that we'd have a pencil to hand.
Yes, well, I did have a pencil.
Oh, there we go.
That'll do. A pen will do, because then people can see. Sorry, everybody.
This is not available on today's show, this thick binder.
I have a pink glitzy pen somewhere, so anyway, you know me in pink.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Can I just mention really quickly, sorry, because it's on screen right now, £7.80, your brand new printable pearlised papers. These are
that top
gorgeous, yeah, lovely.
So if I
it's
open
iridescent.
it is the pearlised. Okay, look at this, everybody. You're getting 30 sheets. Look at that price.
That is lovely, isn't it?
Gorgeous, isn't
really
it?
beautiful.
So it's brand new. So where I showed you earlier, that's printed on the glossy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And look at the envelope.
Double-sided as well.
Look when you print on the glossy.
Oh.
Doesn't that make it gorgeous?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's for the glossy. That's not the pearlised that I've just showed you.
Yeah.
But we do have the glossy, and we'll show you once I've done this demo, all the different ones. Okay, so going back to this. The way it's designed is you put this on top of there. That's it.
Okay. That's all right, isn't it?
That's how easy.
We can cope with that.
And in the crafting world, okay, you actually have straight lines for cutting, broken lines for scoring.
Okay, perfect.
So you don't need a die cut machine. If you are new to crafting, you can do this because all you need is a insert or paper, and then you need a pair of scissors and watch. I'm going to go forward up to there, and you need to cut exactly where it tells you. Simply just go to the sections all the way through. Honestly, everybody, it is such a gorgeous collection.
It's fun. This is so easy, isn't it? It just makes it so much simpler.
And
then
then
creating that wow factor.
This goes on here. Okay, so wait a minute. I need to make sure. This is what I keep saying. And it did not cut that to there. Once you cut that to there, it'll fold over properly. And this is why you need your bone folder. Reinforce that. Put that there. And put that there. How easy.
Brilliant.
And then, now remember last year I did launch the bigger. You'll find the bigger stencils on the website already. So if you want, we do square, we do 5x7, and we do A5. I launched those last year. But I've been asked so much for this. Look at that.
Wow.
And how great is that? And then this is how easy you put it in, everybody. You need to simply put that down like so, reinforce those lines, and then all I'm doing is getting my glue. You can use double-sided tape, but make sure you don't put them in the gaps.
Okay, yeah, of course.
So all I'm doing is lining that back up to there, like so, and then I put that over, and then that does that size, and then you turn that over, and then do the other side.
Right, I'm loving our commentary as well from Alex the Go, because Alex hasn't seen these templates before.
Well, I have got them.
It's amazing, and what's so exciting, so many of you might never have seen this before. You might be sat there at home, exactly the same reaction that Alex is having right now in the gallery, just thinking, this is amazing. Why has no one done this before? This is absolutely incredible. It's such a game changer. You want to make a pop-up card. This just makes it easy for you. And you've got 3 different templates there, but then you also get the additional ones that
Yes, you are. Now look what I'm doing.
Oh,
I'm building this adorable. Let's put this on here. There we go. And then it's going to be a new home.
Fab.
But it could be anything. New home.
New baby, could be wedding, could be anything really.
I have got this going to go on here.
Beautiful.
And then I'm putting, I mean, you don't have to. I mean, this is how easy it is. Okay, everything's done. You got the instructions you're going to get on that slip as well.
Yeah.
And then obviously I just need to put the butterfly on here. It's so delicate. And look, I'm going to have that on there. And then I have got, this is just going to go in the corner there. Like so. So I'm just doing this very quickly, everybody. And then I'm going to put that on here. And then line that up on that. And then turn this over. Have that on here. And honestly, everybody, it is so quickly.
So you're creating this beautiful pop-up card in a matter of moments, and you've got the kit to do it. It's on your screen right now. Look at this.
And then finish off. Now, I've lost the pricking tool that came. There is a pricking tool.
There is, isn't there? We've got one on the show for you today.
We do, but I've lost it. It's with the pen. Don't worry. There you go.
We haven't lost it on the graphic.
Right,
there you go.
there is. It's a piercing and pricking tool. But look at this, everybody. There is my card. Okay, I open it up.
Ah, look at that.
Okay.
And that's all just happened in real time. You've just seen this, obviously, other than the fussy cutting.
Yes.
Everything has just happened from putting the template onto the paper, cutting it out, sticking it down, arranging all of those beautiful, beautiful birds. It's all happened here. It's happening in moments, and you can do this as well, which is really exciting. So you've got two different elements you need to get hold of if you want to make a card like this, okay? So you've got the Pop-Up Mania A6 stencils, all right, which we've just seen in use. You will get your instructions there as well. You've got the 3 stencils, but you've also got your additional templates in there as well. The other thing you want to get hold of is the Birds of a Feather pop-up kit with Forever Code. So this is amazing. For £12.99, you've got toppers, you've got sentiments, you've got inserts. You've got it all there to work alongside those brilliant pop-up stencils. And the beauty of it is this works perfectly with your USB code that you might have ordered, your digital download that you might have ordered, or of course that physical kit that we started the show with, right at the top of the show as well, where you're getting all of these fabulous elements that you can start crafting with straight away. I mean, it's brilliant. It really, really is amazing. Now, time is flying.
It is. I mean, what I was going to say
Very excited
is
to see your...
the envelope. If you're going for the main bundle...
Yeah. And you get your free gift, of course, yeah.
You can actually put that in there.
Oh, genius. Look at that. If you missed the start of the show and you missed
How
the free
cool
gift
is that?
That's fantastic. This is your free gift that you'll get with where we very first started the show, okay, where you're going to be getting all of your printed out elements already. This is a free kit that you're getting. This is worth £17.99. You've got all of your inserts, all of your envelopes. So for £29.99, okay, with your Birds of a Feather card-making multi-buy, you're going to get so many elements there that are all printed out, ready to go, okay? You've got your card, you've got your toppers, you've got all these beautiful imagery, loads and loads of sentiments in there as well, all for £29.99. But here's the thing. What Debbie's giving you for free, okay, your inserts and your envelopes, that's worth £17.99. So you take that away from your £29.99. Basically, you're getting the whole kit, the card-making kit, for £12. It's absolutely extraordinary. Really, really, really important to come on in for this. And actually, just to get the envelopes and the inserts,
it finishes off everything.
It really does. It's wonderful. So come on in. Now, this is exciting. You've got some brand new tissue paper here, haven't you? This is printable tissue paper.
No, it's not brand new. It's down there.
Okay.
This is, I'm just getting ready to do
it's brand new to me. I've not seen this before. Here we go.
Brand new to you.
Fabulous. Look at this. It's so cool. So you can
but look at the price.
What? For 20 sheets? Debbie, hold on a minute. What's that? And hold on, Alex just said, wait till you see the size of the sheet, Rosie.
So you'll be able to create what I'm going to show you, probably about 60 candles.
Wow. Oh, this is a business in a box.
Yeah, look.
Oh, my word.
So you get 20 of these.
Wow. Okay. This is amazing.
And you can put your own photos on.
Okay.
You can put photos from any of my collections, from other people's collections. It is so easy. So I'm going to show you.
Fantastic.
How are we doing on time?
We're good. We've got 10 minutes.
Okay, that's plenty of time because it literally takes 2 minutes.
Okay. Oh, wonderful.
Okay, so what I want to do is go through the explanation of it because it has got, everybody look, step by step of what you need to do. The materials that you need, okay, is greaseproof paper.
Okay.
A heat tool.
Yeah.
And a candle.
Wow.
The candle has to be white or cream.
Okay.
Because if it was red,
you wouldn't see the image.
You wouldn't see it, okay? So that's very important. Now, it does tell you what to do. So what I do is I normally test what it looks like.
Okay.
Because you need to make sure it fits your candle.
Got you.
And then all I've done, can you see what I've done, everybody? I have just cut out some tissue and taped it with sellotape. And then I've done it lower because my printer grabs it here and goes through the printer and puts it there.
That's great to see. So you don't put the tissue paper in the paper
No,
drawer,
this is
you stick it
photocopy
on.
paper, and it does tell you on there what to do.
Fantastic.
Okay, so it does you all the instructions.
Wonderful.
And then what you do is you don't have to worry about if it's a circle because it's white. So I'm just going roughly round it. You could die cut it if you got my nesting dies.
Yes.
So
oh, this is really exciting. You could use this for some decoupage as well, couldn't you?
Yes, you can. You can also put it on canvases as well.
Oh, nice.
Okay. You can actually do all kinds of things. So watch. So this is the tissue.
Okay.
And this is going on here.
Okay.
And what you're going to do is you're going to heat the candle, and then the tissue will sink into it.
What? That's so exciting.
And then to make sure it keeps the shape, what you're going to do is put that on there.
That's the greaseproof paper.
That's the greaseproof paper. And you're going to hold it there. And what's very important is that you start one side and you go across.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah. Ready as I'll ever be. It's exciting, yeah.
So this is printed off from the Birds of a Feather collection.
Yeah.
Now, once you put the heat on, it will it takes a few seconds to heat up. There we go. And then it looks like watermark. Can you see that?
Ah, yes.
I can see it moving across. I don't know if you can pick it up on the cameras.
Yeah, we can see that. Yeah, perfect.
So that's basically the wax melting and the image going into the candle.
This is really cool.
But look how easy that is. And that's how easy. Wow. Can you imagine all the gifts?
Oh my gosh.
You can create with this.
Imagine wedding gifts, person that have newborns, they're getting with photos.
Yep.
How exciting.
So you need to make sure you print on. Can you feel one side of that? I should have said that.
Okay.
On here.
Oh, yes, so you've got like...
Right.
Yeah.
So this is actually rougher than... You can feel it.
Yes.
You need to print on the smoother side.
Okay.
So, everybody, if you miss a bit... Right, watch. If I open it up...
So you don't have to hold that now for any length of time. Look at that.
So I've missed this little bit because you can see the white.
Okay.
But you can't see the white there. But I can just go back like that.
This is genius. Love this.
So with regard to how you heat this, I have loads of candles around my house and I heat them normally. Okay. If you were selling them, I would say that they were decorative. Okay. And you can tell people that obviously they should never leave a candle unattended.
Of course.
But how cool is that?
That is absolutely amazing. I love it. And it's only $5.99. Gosh. That's fabulous. Such a brilliant idea. You could do it with your own artwork as well.
Exactly. So that's the thing. It is $5.99.
So brilliant.
For 20 sheets. And you can create a candle and... Where's that card with that pop-up gone?
Oh, here it is. This one. No.
So you can create that one, but what I mean, the side, I was looking for the larger one. Oh, there we go.
Is it in front of me?
Oh, no, whichever one you want. Okay.
Is it this one?
Look. This is the one we've done. Look at that. So look at the characters. So you can do a pop-up card and you can do a little candle.
You could do a little tote bag.
You can do
a
bag, you can do anything. I mean,
so clever.
I have to say thank you to, we haven't showed all the cards. So.
Oh my goodness, I know. Do you know what we can do? If we just say a quick hello to our gorgeous Emily Fox, who is going to be taking you through. Hello, beautiful lady.
Hello, my darling.
Your Tanzanite blue.
Honestly, I come in here, I only come in here for a few minutes a day, and I immediately want to get so creative. Yes, I am Emily Fox. I'm here with you as your gemstone professional tonight over in the world's largest gem store. We're going to go live over there in about 5 minutes from now, and I've got some really special treats. $7.99 and under, everything in the next hour, all absolutely guaranteed under $7.99. So loads of bargains. They're all genuine gemstones with free certifications as well, so you've got peace of mind what you're collecting. 9 o'clock, Tanzanite, I've coordinated myself specially, all brand new pieces, and then at 10 o'clock, tourmalines. We've got watermelon tourmalines. We've got Paraiba tourmalines. We've got some really specialist bespoke pieces of indicolite as well. So hopefully you can join me there at 8 p.m. onwards.
That's going to be incredible. And you know, the beauty is you don't have to go anywhere. You can literally stay on this channel right here, and then Emily is going to be there with you to take you through. If you've got any questions about gemstones, she knows everything. She's amazing. So just absolutely stay tuned. It's going to be an awesome show. So yeah, and we've got some more of your gorgeous examples because your team have been so busy.
They have. There's so many designs on here. I mean, honestly, whichever kit you are going for, whether you're going for the big bundle, whether you're going for the pop-up card making kit, the USB kit or the download has everything on there, everybody.
Yeah.
So if you want something you're not too sure, go for that, I would say.
Yeah, go for the digital download.
The digital download, $14.99. Now you can be crafting, you can be re-watching what I've done and do it at home.
Exactly.
And no P&P.
Exactly. If I can, am I able to, have we got time to just show the website really quickly? HobbyMaker.co.uk. Because if you're just joining us, I just want to show you where everything is. If you go to www.hobbymaker.co.uk, okay, and then click on, here's our homepage. If you click on Watch Live, all right, and then you'll see our screen, you'll see where we are. You look on today's show deals, right? And here it all is. This is all available till midnight tonight, okay? All of these savings are available for you. Those brushes, by the way, 2 of those beautiful blended brushes for $7.99. All of this is here, so go and grab it. There's the fabulous Faber-Castell as well. Just superb show. This has been, and I'm so glad I got to enjoy one last evening of all our birthday celebrations, our double trouble after party special. Lovely to have you here with us as well to celebrate.
I'm
Deborah.
back here next week.
Oh, amazing.
Next
Fantastic.
weekend.
Wonderful. I should look forward to
So
that.
no, but thank you. I really hope you enjoy this collection. It is gorgeous and you're going to have so much fun.
Yeah.
You know, the birds of the feather, it's spring in a box.
It is. It's spring has sprung, definitely. It's going to make you feel joy. Thank you so much for watching HobbyMaker today. Don't forget you can rewatch all of Debbie's demos. You can watch demos throughout the day. And don't forget to join us tomorrow because we've got more in store here on HobbyMaker. Thanks to our amazing team as well, to Levi, to Dan, to Alex and to you. See you soon.
Morning everyone, HobbyMaker's birthday. What an incredible event it's been. We've had prizes, we've had customers, we've had guests, but unfortunately it's come to an end.
What? It's not over yet. We've got so much more. It's the HobbyMaker after party. We've got great products from great brands, including Visible Image, Zila, Debbie Moore, Faber-Castell, Carnation Crafts, Hunky Dory, and so much more.
When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
It couldn't be easier to watch HobbyMaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube. So you can watch at home or on the go.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. HobbyMaker is now available on Virgin Media, channel number 754.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?